Hello, everybody. So, there's a lot of stuff going on. As you can see here, there's a lot of stuff going on. So, Hasan was banned. I want to hear what he has to say about it, of course. But the thing is like, I've been paying attention to Hasan for well over a year now, and I see the patterns. I see that he is a net good for the platform. I see that he earns a lot of money for many different organizations. We don't know what he donates to, but I trust him because he works with, he has direct permission from news outlets to run their content on his stream. And without his stream, a lot of people are going to get out of work. And we need to work together. Whatever you think of Hasan, whatever you think of Destiny, whatever you think of Vaush, whatever you think of Biden administration, whenever you think of Joe Biden or Beau Biden, or Hunter Biden, and whatever you think of those people, it doesn't matter, because there are people involved, there are jobs involved, there are people's families involved, and we need to work together for that. All of our differences aside, stay away from people that you're going to hurt. Please. If you don't want them in your life, then why don't you not have us in your life? Instead of going on Twitter and talking to us all day. Kind of feel annoyed by it. It's kind of laughable though, but it's kind of laughable that you'd give me the attention. So it's like whenever you give somebody attention on like YouTube and stuff, it actually helps them grow. So please come here and, please don't yell slurs or anything at me. I think the biggest thing is that I think the biggest thing about the slur thing is, who are we to decide? And it's not because, so I'm not going to get into defending it. What I'm going to talk about instead is I'm going to talk about like when you get into picking and choosing, and this is a completely separate issue and context matters, and I'm going to get into that in a second. Context always matters. We have to pick and judge, because if we don't, evil happens. And so whatever you define evil as is the problem. There is like an objective evil, which is human beings dying. That is evil to us. It should be evil to every human being on this planet, because we all want to live and thrive. We all want to create an environment that will be sustainable. That should be our goal, right? We should be able to expand across the universe. Imagine if we built an entire array of buildings straight out into space and just keep building in one direction, like saying, hey, like there's very low meteor activity, there's very low asteroid activity, the next asteroid isn't coming for like 3 million years, and we could actually like do our part to like send off like a missile at it or something, and it'll change it like 0.000001 microns or something, but that ends up being like over like millions of years. It's nowhere near our galaxy at all. Like it's somewhere out in the middle of like cosmic space, like out in the blank space between galaxies, whatever that is. It's like after our solar system we have like an Oort cloud, so there's always a cloud around like a solar system, right? And so we have like a cloud, and it's like we have the Oort cloud, and it takes like, I think, like 1,000 years or something like that to cross at like our current like ability to accelerate and also remain safe, because you have to constantly maneuver like debris, because all that's there is like crumbles of like rocks and ice and stuff like that. That's all that's out there pretty much. But maybe we can use that. What if we get like a big vacuum cleaner and just have it like it's like a Roomba? Just make a universal Roomba. But in order for that to happen, we have to create an outer shell. So we have to create a tube that people can build buildings inside, and it could be modular. Maybe you could actually just go like shoot off like a building and actually go and travel down, and that's like going to Tokyo or something. Like you're going across the country, like you're basically, that's the way that you would experience traveling across long distances. But then you could also, like if we can get like holodeck and like metaverse technology involved, we could actually make it look directly like we're living that life. Like we actually get on a plane, there's actually some weirdo shouting about like the dawn of man is coming, we are actually not born yet, we are from the beginning of time, we don't exist yet, the only reason we exist is because we have the potential to exist, we're like Schrodinger's cat, everybody start making an effort to make us become born. And it's like some crazy person, and like people are like, hey, like how about we write a book about that, like, and then they write a book and it's like a fiction novel, and it's like a fantasy novel, it's like some person who has some magical ability to do things, but this person helps a lot of people, and they also don't judge people, and they also, you know, do everything they can to feed and clothe the homeless, and they also do everything they can to not be violent. They're peaceful protest, but they don't protest, they go where they are needed, draws the line in the sand and says, come to me. Because if this person, you can't judge who is going to judge you. Like you can't go into somebody's environment, like go into someone's house, right? You don't just walk into someone's house, right? Like a stranger, like you don't just walk down the street, oh, and I need to go to the bathroom, and then walk into someone's house, right? There's like, if it's an absolute emergency, like I'm sure you find something, like you just like go up to someone's door and knock on their door and say, this is embarrassing, and then it's like there's a whole process involved, and you want to avoid that to begin with. You want to like try to time it so it's like, hey, like I need to get to my car and get home to pee or whatever. But a lot of people don't think about this. But for a lot of places in the country, trans people actually have to plan that. And this includes trans feminine, trans surgical, and trans masculine, and non-binary people. It includes the whole spectrum of trans. Trans is a spectrum. And there's a whole bunch of different people, and I happen to fall on trans woman. Okay, so, and I'm also trans feminine, and I'm also trans surgical. Like I'm getting surgeries, gender confirming surgeries. And, what was I saying about that? I forgot what I was talking about. I needed to open up the chat. Oh, I need to log in. What? Okay. No, I'm on Restream chat. There we go. Where is it, though? Oh, it's over here. I need to move it to this window. Hi, Iceman. You are just trans. It's not a big deal. Exactly. And that's the goal we should have. But the problem is, and here's the problem, is that the people who like think that we should not exist make every single effort to make us think about and know that we're trans, instead of just like letting us be and live our lives. And the fact of the matter is, there will always be a certain percentage amount of people who commit crime, and that's true for cisgender people, it's true for straight people, it's true for gay people, it's true for asexual every single person on this planet, like white people, black people. And the big thing I was trying to get at was that life is nuanced, and there's context, and you have to know context. I've been watching Hasan for a year. This is like a big fub up. Somebody has an agenda at Twitch. This is pretty, we all know the answer. Like somebody has an agenda. We don't know who it is, but there has to be somebody who has an agenda. We all know Hasan's agenda is to, you know, educate people about the need to unionize. The need to create workers' unions, to create collective democratic rights, and also the means to production. Meaning, every single person on this soil should have the opportunity to earn a living, regardless of ability, regardless of, like, you know, you should be able to do something that contributes to society, because isn't that the goal, that we all pay taxes? So why don't you start redefining what gets taxed? You know, you could say like, hey, like we can offer like this tax exemption if you employ people and pay them a living wage each month, regardless of how much work they, like, give them a universal basic income. And I know people hate that fucking concept, but universal basic income works if you get it through a collective society that gives people the ability to learn how to work instead of just forcing them to compete in this impossible race where you have to have a PhD, you have to have 8 years of experience, which you can't have because we're not going to hire you because you don't have the 8 years of experience. You're on carpet right now? Riding some carpet? Okay, mostly for LGBT though. I mean, you can get like these Zambonis that ride across carpet. That would be fucking awesome. Imagine if we were in outer space and the whole environment for millions of miles is carpet. Lush, comfortable carpet where you don't need to wear shoes because you're in outer space. You're on carpet, so you don't have rights. Okay, I get it, because I said on this soil. So we need to define our language. So a U.S. citizen, which we need to redefine what U.S. citizen is, because there are people who lived here for decades. There are people who've lived here for decades with families, with children who were born in this country. But for some reason, they're not seen as full citizens. They're seen as people who are othered. They're seen as like, oh, they're a problem. They're not a part of our community. They're thugs. They say, oh, they're just, all they do is have burrito trucks. That's what people say. That's what people say about, these are the, and I'm not even close to the level of thinking they have. I've heard a lot of people talk like that. And it's disgusting. The fact that you see people as like some kind of like creature instead of just like, hey, these are people in a community just trying to live their life. They speak a different language than you. Grow up. People speak different languages. People speak Spanish. People speak Mandarin. People speak Cantonese. People speak Japanese, Korean, Arabic, like different dialects like Farsi and like Hindi, and like people speak all sorts of different fucking languages. Okay, just get the fuck over it. Grow up. You're whitewashed. I'm sorry. Okay, now I think that's what it's about. Okay, so it's like I feel very racist towards white people, but then I'm also white, so. I think what it is, it's not that like, see, there's a difference between being technically allowed to do something and like being like, is it the right thing to do? And it's like, I'm not going to go around making racist jokes. What I mean by that is I'm not going to make like jokes about the black community. I'm not going to make jokes about I can make some jokes about being trans, but I think like a lot of our life is not a joke. So it's like, it's kind of like kicking us while we're down if you make fun of us. But I mean, you're welcome to do that. People are welcome to do that. You have the freedom to say whatever you fuck you want, but not in a private business. Not in a website that has a very specific laid out terms of service. Not, that's why we need the terms of service, and we need to actually enforce it. If Hasan, and I think maybe this is kind of why he's rolling with it. If Hasan can get away with being banned, then there's a problem. If Hasan, because Hasan, he's not above the law. Nobody should be above the law. Even somebody who's as educational and as meaningful as Hasan. Like, I'm sorry to say it, there are some people who have more impact in society. It's a reality. People like Hasan have way more impact than someone like me. But that doesn't mean that I can't have my own impact on my own community in my own life. We all have our localized impact. Never forget that. Whatever you do online, whatever you do with your whatever clout you can, maybe you don't care, maybe you do care. Whatever you do online, that's extra. That's bonus. It's like filling up a shield meter. You have like HP, right? You have mana, but then you have like an overshield that has like temporary HP. Like it's like a shield, but it's like regular HP, but it's like it goes over your top, but it's like temporary, kind of like Halo. Like you have a shield, but then you have to bring down the shield, usually throw a grenade around the corner, and then when you hear the doot 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 doot, you need to get to safety. But like, you're basically trying to break those shields, and then you see when they panic, when their shield goes down, and then you start firing, and you walk towards them, and as soon as you get close to them, you melee them. That is the main strategy for most of Halo, like team matches. Even 1v1 matches, obviously, but also like even deathmatch. Do they have deathmatch in Halo? They gotta. I'm pretty sure I preferred that mode because it gave me a lot of time to practice. But sadly, I cannot run Halo Infinite on this computer. So one of these days, when I have the kind of income that would justify upgrading my machines, I will. But I do not have the kind of income flow at the moment to do that. I'm actually running on borrowed time right now. But I'm doing everything I can. I'm doing the best I can. And there's literally nothing I can do for the rest of December. I should treat it like a vacation. Although I don't know how to vacation. So you can play chess with me. I was gonna watch this video, but we can get to it. I'm 0 seconds in, and we've been going for 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Welcome to my life. My stream is infinite. My stream will never end. There will never be a time I retire. I'm doing this for the rest of my life. So don't ever doubt that, because you don't understand my level of autism. Like you just don't understand. Like, this is a way of life. I've lived this way for like 33, almost 34 years. I've been very conscious of myself since I was less than 3. I have memories of playing Sega Genesis when I was like not even 2 years old, probably even younger. Yeah, I was playing Sonic the Hedgehog, or at least I was watching it. I was watching my brother play it. Oh yeah, I was probably watching my big brother play it. But in all essence, I do remember the thing that I remember as far as memory goes, and this is my very first earliest memory that I can recall, is the fact that it was like Christmas or something, but I don't even know if it was Christmas. It just felt like I saw like a box, and I saw everybody gathering around the box in my family. And I saw a Sega Genesis, and it was like Sonic the Hedgehog. There's a big cartoon character, and it reminded me of Roger Rabbit, probably. That's probably what happened, because apparently my mom would put me in front of Roger Rabbit when I was an infant, or like newborn. Like, not newborn, but like, apparently it was the only thing that made me stop crying, and she just put me in front of Roger Rabbit every day until, like, I guess I got bored of it. But do I have Discord? Yeah. I don't have the link at the moment, but there is a Discord. You can look on my YouTube videos. Any of my YouTube video descriptions have a link to my Discord, as well as my other social medias. You could also support me on Patreon if you like, but at the moment I don't create any content on Patreon. I have different platforms, so whatever platform you want to support me on, I accept it. I am very much happy. Let's play some chess, shall we? Let's play some chess. I have to get smaller when I become less opinionated. When I get opinionated, I either get really bigger, or I get myself smaller so I give them room to speak. If that makes any sense. So if like, you see my webcam right here, I'll put it like kind of in the middle, but like also kind of like not small, not large. But if I put it on the bottom corner, I'll either make it really big to match like the content that I'm commentating on. Like if it's like two people talking, I noticed that on Nick and Melena's stream, they did the cool thing where they do like a diamond shape in the middle. Like they meet their webcams in the middle, and it kind of has a cool effect. And you could see both people equally. Or if I'm like watching content that I'm like listening to and commentating on, and it's kind of more equal. But if I just want to listen to someone, I might make myself really small so that you can see more of their content. Like I'll full screen it and stuff like that. Maybe go to this. I think this is the smallest I'll get. Any smaller is just kind of comical, you know? That's ridiculous. That's way too small. And full screen's fine. If I start getting bigger, well, now this is going to be the 8-hour stream, okay? This is going to be 8-hour stream of just this. You can see my condom bag and my goat milk. And the area where I store my sex toys. Okay, okay, let's get back to normal size, okay? Let's play some chess. You want to send me a challenge? I am awaiting your challenge. What's your username on chess.com? Let me just make a link for you. How about that? I'm gonna make a 3-2 unrated custom link, challenge link. I'm gonna copy it and put it in the chat. Click on that link, please, and you'll be able to play me. And let me know if it's you. Because if it was someone else, that would I would still play them. You know, if anybody wants to play, but you know, first come first serve. Just continue to send me challenges, Rebecca Lauren on chess.com, just the same way as you spell my name, REBECCALORAN. 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 Yeah, you have to have a song for your name. If you don't, then it's not your name. Oh, wait, mate, no, that's not a requirement. Please stop thinking that you need a requirement to be a human being. Please stop thinking that. You are worth more than that. You are worth, you know, owning who you are. You are worth it. You are worth it. You can play chess. You are not inferior just because you haven't played as many games as someone else. You can play any opponent. You can play the world champion at chess. It doesn't matter. Just give it a chance. Do your best. And that's the thing is by doing your best, you're improving every single time. And you play multiple games. You keep getting back up. You keep resetting those pieces every single time they get knocked down. You keep making that first move again. And then you make the second move. And you make the third move and the fourth move and the fifth move. And every single game you improve. You get further, further, further. You start winning. You start checkmating. You start slaying. And you become a champion. And it doesn't matter if you're not the world champion. You don't have to be first. You can be second. You can be third. You can be 3,000th. You can be 30,000th. It doesn't matter. Because it's something that you're pursuing, that you're doing for a reason. You're doing it to improve yourself. Anyway, good luck. Have fun. Oh, we gotta try again. You gotta actually make the move. I clicked on rematch. Iceman, can't breathe. Iceman Adventures, cause it's the Iceman Adventures. Iceman Adventures is the Iceman Adventures. Going on adventures, making ice, bringing ice to the people who need it. And then we got relationship drama. And then we got some other drama. We got some people with somebody once told me that. Hey Alexis. Boy, FYI, whatever that means. Supersonic racing. Do, 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 do. We got supersonic racing. You got, oh, sorry, now it was my fault. Let's try again. Let's try again. I'm really sorry. I lost track of what we were doing. Let's play again. I'll play black or you'll play white. Which one do you want to play? It'll automatically... Okay, here we go. Make a move and I'll make a move. And I forget that it times out. I keep forgetting that it times out. Which is kind of weird, but I understand why they do it. Because there's people who were abused the clock. And so I feel like chess.com has been doing a good job of figuring that out. Okay. Let's go with this. Let's do it. Why not? Why? Why? Why would you do that? You're supposed to attack my queen, and then I had to, like, fall back or something like that. Well, now I'm gonna figure out how to take advantage of this. There we go. That'll work. That'll work. But in order to do that, I'm gonna have to make sure I have my bishop out first. You're not so good at chess? Don't worry about it. You'll pwn me in checkers? Probably. I suck at checkers. You want to play checkers after this? I have a link I can give you for checkers. It's 10x10 international checkers on Lee Drafts. Lee Drafts. Okay. Well, here we go. New plan. And if you want to play with more time, we can. And that includes chess, but I at least kind of encourage you to try to play chess. Let's play 2 games of chess, like one where you play as white and one where you play as black. It's good to play both sides when you're learning. Obviously, a lot of people will say like, oh, you get to play white because you're less experienced, but I feel like you need to play 2 games at least, like if nothing else. And it also gives you a chance to learn as well, because it's like, it's one thing to play one game, but you need to look at that game, but besides that, you need to try again using the knowledge that you learned from that game, because that's how we work in real life. That's how we work in real life. It's like Dragon Ball Z. You have to rest. Like you exercise and then you rest, and while you're resting, you're using less energy, and you're saving it for when you need to use it. And then when you use it, you can use it in a big burst. But then it pushes your limits, and then you get stronger each time. You have to always push your limits, but you also have to use the information at hand. So when you play a game, there's information in the game, and it's our job as chess players to learn how to read the chessboard. I know it kind of seems simple, but it is. It's simple, but it's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. But I think a lot of people have struggles with chess, including myself, is because we overcomplicate things. We put too many words to it. We put too many theories to it. And I think the goal is the theories are there because of something that's naturally existing. And so it's our job to see those patterns, of course, which we have the tools to, the educational tools. We have computers, and we have databases. We have endgame table bases. We have all sorts of things. My queen's in a lot of danger. Jeez. Okay. Now my queen's no longer in danger. Okay. Thanks for solving the problem for me. You basically it's like Tai Chi or boxing, or like you kind of let your opponent fall. You let your opponent, you lean in, like you don't like, sometimes you force your opponent with like a spear. Like sometimes you need to go on the offensive. Sometimes you need to do that. And it's up to us to figure that out. Like that's it. Every chess player is trying to figure out the game. And in fact, even the chess engines haven't solved the game. So like we're never gonna have to worry about that. It's because I've never played chess. Well, you're learning chess. So now you can't say that anymore, because it's not true anymore. I went a pawn here. Oh shit. First time playing ever? Well, do you know the legal moves, though? Do you know how all the pieces move? I can teach you how all the pieces move before we play the next game, if you'd like. In fact, if I kind of insist on it. I mean, it is my stream. But normally I'd be okay with not doing it, but unless you have a very strong aversion, but I don't know. Not a big deal, right? Not a big deal. You'll learn over time. Exactly. Don't judge yourself by the first try. And I think I do that to myself a lot of the times. A lot of times growing up, I got discouraged by family members and by, other students and from teachers. A lot of the things that I loved doing were like discouraged. They're like, oh, you can't make a living doing that. Oh, you're an artist. You're wonderful, but ... And it's like I actively was discouraged that it became they're the ones who made it a reality. In fact, I probably would have done really well if I just was encouraged. Like chess players have done pretty well, if they, but I wasn't really encouraged to play chess. I thought that I had to give up. I thought that I was like, oh, I'm not good at it, and it's intimidating because the other kids were like really mean. They were like, they gave you, and I understand chess is a brutal game. You have to be brutal. You have to be tough. You know, it's kind of a reality of chess. You have to be tough. You have to be like street tough. Like you have to like you have to be like, you know, brawling in the bar kind of tough. Like if somebody is going to try to, you know, I mean, like brawling for a reason, not because you're like violent, but because like somebody's trying to like hurt you or hurt somebody, and like you like that's the way I see it. That's a free rook. That's the way I see it. You're gonna kick my ass in checkers, by the way. I suck at checkers. I can't seem to conceptualize it. Like I can't seem to conceptualize the tactics. All right. So do you want me to show you how the pieces move before we continue? Because we can do that. I can open up a new window. Let's do a new tab. Chess.com. And I'm going to go to I'm going to go to the little like school graduation cap on the left. No, not that one. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to custom game and go to analysis, right? No, that's not it. Okay, you go to the left-hand corner, the left-hand sidebar, you click on the little graduation, like, what do they call them, tabards? You go to the little graduation tabard. No, it's not a tabard. Whatever it's called. It starts with an H, right? And then you go to analysis. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up. We're going to clear the board. We're going to clear the board. You're live early in the morning. You just woke up. Hey, Katie. Hey, Katie. Hey, Katie. Queen Hyena Taco. That name can mean all sorts of things. Well, welcome to the stream, Iceman. I'm playing Iceman Adventures, and if you care to join us, we're playing chess and checkers. I'm going to teach you how the pieces move. So the first one I'm going to teach you how to move is the king. And I'm going to teach you how the piece moves, and I'm going to teach you a concept. And so first I'm going to teach you a move. I'm going to and we're 33 minutes into the video. Let me kind of cover your ears for a second. Or wait. Okay, I hope you covered your ears. I was basically marking the VOD, because you know you have like a silence, and then you have a loud noise, and then you have a silence, and I can see I'll be able to pick that out in the future. In fact, I could probably write a script to do it after I do it. I could say similar waveforms shapes, but then you start getting to machine learning territory because it's not going to work out manually very well. Okay, so the way the king moves, and I'm going to teach you a concept after. The way the king moves is you have any square. By the way, chess is not about the pieces. By the way, chess is about the squares, and I usually start my lessons with that. I usually start my lessons by teaching people about the squares. And so chess is a game of squares. It's not about pieces. And the way the king moves is just one at a time in any direction. So you can move, like from this square is called D1, D6. Okay, so like D6. So this is called D6. So the way you do it is you have, from White's point of view, you have 1 through 8, and you have, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And the way I see it is I see A, B, C is on the queen side, F, G, H is on the king side, and D and E are the finishing square, like this, like the starting point of the queen side and king side. So you have D1 and D8 are the queen side, because the queen is placed on that square, and E8 and E1 are the king side, because the kings are placed on the square. But I'm going to teach you about the kings. So you see how far apart the kings are. So remember, they just move in one direction. By the way, chess is a two-player game. There's a white side and a black side. White goes first, as opposed to Go and Shogi, where black is considered to go first. There is a game called Zhangqi or Zhangqi. It's Chinese chess. It's kind of similar to chess, but it has completely different rules, and it has a different movement scheme. It's not squares, it's lines and points, just like Go. It's like similar to a lot of the Asian games are based on Go, because that's where Go where it originated in China. So the king just moves one at a time in any direction. There is a rule of the king. There is a rule of the king you need to know. There is castling, and there is castling, and there is also another rule. You can never put your king into check. And so remember, your king, if your king is in check, you have to get out of check. If you have no way to get out of check, for example, if this king is here, you can't put your king into check, because your king cannot capture. You can never capture a king. Like your king can, you can never put the kings next to each other. That's a rule you need to know, and you can utilize that to your advantage. It's a rule that you use as a tactic. That's why there's the rules. The kings are not useless. In fact, the king is one of the most powerful pieces in the endgame, because look right here, with the king and rook, you have created checkmate, and checkmate wins you the game. So with the king, you have won the game. So remember, the king is not useless. The king is the most important piece in the board. You must protect the king at all costs, okay? So remember that. Above all else, even if you lose a queen, it's still better to lose a queen than to get checkmated. So there's also the rule I told you about called castling, which is where you move the king two towards the king's rook or two towards the queen's rook. And what happens is then the rook then teleports on the other side directly of the king. So what happens is you move 1, 2, and it's considered a king move. So touch the king when you make this move. Do not touch the rook unless you touch both at the same time. If you touch both at the same time, it's considered legal. But I would say, just to be double sure, hey Deepanshu, just to be double sure, make sure you consider it a king move. So touch your king first, if you want to make a castling. So castling, you move 2 towards the king's rook or 2 towards the queen's rook. And it's good to think of them as king's rook and queen's rook, because remember I told you, you split the board down in the middle, and Kasparov has talked about this. You split the board down the middle, and you have 2 different sides of the board. And there's also 2 other sides in the board we'll get to in a second. I'll basically just kind of outline it right here. You have what's called black's camp, and you have white's camp. Wait, how do I make red? Oh, that's just normal click. And you have white's camp and red camp, and you usually only pay attention to the center squares, which would include the squares. The squares involved are like all these squares in the center. This is kind of the way you want to visualize the chessboard, in my opinion. You split it down the middle, and then you split it down the middle again as well. So it's like you have these supporting squares, and you have these flank squares, and you also have these home squares. So the home squares are like where your pieces start, right? The first rank and the 8th rank, and where your king starts. But then you also have like flank squares, which are kind of like on the 2nd rank and the 7th rank. So therefore, you kind of want to get rid of that. Oops. and it's like it's kind of best to think of it that way, even though nowadays we use algebraic notation. Like nowadays, even though nowadays we do algebraic notation, it's still good to also think of the board in a classical way. Meaning, this move right here is this square that the kings start out on is called King 1. This rook is King's Rook 1, and this rook is also King's Rook 1 because it's relative to whose turn it is, to whose side of the board POV it is. So if this is White's point of view, this is King's Rook 8. But from Black's point of view, this is King's Rook 1, if that makes any sense. I do think that it is important to understand the board in classical terms in addition to modern terms, and also like the hyper modern terms and the dynamic terms and like just the computer era terms, the engine era terms, Alpha Zero terms. You need to use every single tool you have available because the human mind is very complicated. So if I wanted to make this move, I would say rook captures rook, check. And it's good to think of it that way because it helps you visualize the board in a way that you usually wouldn't. Because usually what you say is rook takes rook, check. And that makes sense, but you also could you could even be more specific and you say rook takes h8, check. And that does help as far as like an absolute position works. It works really well for visualizing things in like a computer screen and stuff like that, or like in a book in a two-dimensional space. It really does help in a two-dimensional space. But I do think it really helps thinking of the chessboard in terms of relative positions between pieces, and also in terms of squares, not one or the other. Not like only in classical terms, not only in algebraic terms. I feel like we need to kind of utilize all the tools that we have. So it gets a little more complicated because let's reset the board. If you have a full board here, and you want to say white to move, white to move on the first move. It's white versus black. White moves first. You play pawn to king 4. Because you can see this is actually the 4th rank from White's point of view from the king file. This whole file is called the king file because that's where the king starts. This whole file is called the queen's file because that's where the queen starts. Now this one, you say queen side and king side. So you say pawn and this is a terrible move, by the way. No, well, not a terrible move. This is a terrible move. You say pawn to queen rook 4. Pawn to queen rook 4. Because you see this is queen's rook. Pawn to queen 4. So it makes sense visually. Like you can see it like in your mind. And this helps you with blindfold. If you use classical thinking for chess, it makes blindfold chess a lot easier. But it also is always good to know absolute values with algebraic notation and stuff. The kings are chads. Yeah, they're total chads. They're too cool for school. They can't even be captured. They can only be checkmated. So they only mate. The kings are total players. All they do is just be lazy for most of the game until they have to be active and just get mated. Sounds like a pretty good lifestyle to me. I think it's good for blindfold chess to be able to visualize it, but it's also good to be able to visualize the board in absolute terms. And I feel like with computers nowadays, it becomes a lot more viable to think of to visualize the board because it kind of gets burned into your memory because you're staring at a digital screen, like a digital two-dimensional screen with it does have lights, and there is kind of a Tetris effect. And the Tetris effect is a phenomenon where if you play a game like Tetris or something for like many hours at a time, let's say you play for like 8 hours or something, and then you try to like take a break from it, like you go take a poop or something, and then you close your eyes, even with your eyes open, you see like flashes of memory from the images. You see flashes of images from the game that you played, and you can use this to your advantage, because you can use this to help you process the game even when you're not playing it, and that's important. And Magnus Carlsen talks about it, is the way he knows how to improve, that's worked for him, is he just always thinks about a chess position in his head. And there's lots of chess positions you can keep in your head. You could start with just 2 kings, and then you could just say, okay, well, first of all, you just want to think of the board. You want to say, okay, well, the bottom right square is always going to be h1, and the top left square is always going to be a8, and then you can work from there, relatively. Eventually, you can just kind of just see the whole board in your head. And I know that, like, I'm not very great at chess, but at the same time, I do feel like I have a good idea of how to visualize the board, because I generally in my life have very good memory, but it hasn't really translated much into helping me win games. Thank you, human. We are good at chess. Do you want to play a game of chess? You can either make an account on chess.com. I can make a challenge link as well. I was kind of teaching how all the pieces move. So the king just moves one at a time. So if you have the queen, the pawn is actually like another important piece to understand. Central pawns are usually more important than other pawns. So the pawns, for each side, the pawns move only from their starting square. They can move 2 if you choose. You can move 1 or 2. So, like, but once you move 2, you can only move 1 at a time forward. And they only move forward when they get to the end of the board. They get to promote to any piece, usually a queen. But you can promote to any piece in case you want to avoid stalemate, or if there's a faster checkmate if you under promote. It's called under promotion. It's kind of an interesting concept. Most people aren't aware of it. But once you get to the end of the board, you have to promote, even if that includes under promoting to like a knight or something, because you don't want to get stalemate. But the only move you have is to move the pawn, and so you move a knight, and then it gives you more options. Hopefully you can still checkmate. And that's how the pawn moves. The pawn does capture in a different way. So once you move the pawn, let's say your opponent makes a mistake and they play like the knight to d4, and now you have what's called a fork. Like, let's say you're here and then you moved here. So let's say the pawn's here. It's white to move. White plays knight d4. Well, this is a mistake. It's called a fork. And let's make it so that the knight's here or something. So now, if I move this pawn forward, you basically have to give up a bishop. And the reason why is because if you don't do anything, if you like make another move, you can just capture the pawn, capture the bishop. Usually you want to capture a bishop. There might be cases where you want to capture the knight. There might be cases where you want to capture the knight. I love how good at chess you are. I'm not great at chess. So the other piece that I want to talk about is the bishop, and they start next to the king. They're like the king's advisors, the king and queen's advisors. You have the queen's bishop and the king's bishop. Remember I talked about the king's side and the queen's side. So you have the queen's bishop is on the light square for black, but for white it's on the dark square. And the king's bishop is dark square for black and light square for white. So that it's like the opposite for each. And the way that the bishop moves, they never change colors. We have what's called a dark square bishop, or a DSB. We have terminology in chess that is kind of accepted among educational, like book writing and commentary. There's like common terms that people use, and one of them is dark squared bishop and light squared bishop. Usually we refer to squares as light or dark. So we say this is the long light diagonal, and we say this is the long dark diagonal. Giggity. Why didn't I say that about the white one? So we have the two diagonals. They're light squares and dark squares. But for the players, for the pieces, teams, we call them, like, the camp. We say white camp and black camp. So we say white pieces. So this is the black dark squared bishop. This is the black light squared bishop. It's just the terminology that we've come up with over the years. It's become the most efficient to use, I guess. So this is the dark squared bishop. You only move in diagonal. So you can move any direction diagonal from your starting square. So if you start here on E7, you can move to bishop H4. Or you would say bishop to king, bishop, king, rook 5. Bishop, king, rook 5. Because remember, this is the king's rook. King, rook 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. King's, rook, 5. King's, rook, 5. Remember, but that's also called H4. But also from white's point of view, it's king's, rook, 4. And just thinking about these visualizations is probably the best way to improve at chess. Just try to visualize how the board works and how the pieces work on the squares, how the squares connect, how the shapes that are in the board. The center is the most important. So maybe you have your bishop and your bishops here controlling these 2 squares each, and then you control 4 squares total. And so and maybe you even have like a knight here and a knight here guarding the squares further. But now the bishops are no longer guarding. So maybe if you had the bishops here in a magical position that doesn't exist really, because white would be over here defending, right? Like there's a rook here and there's like you're just gonna capture it. But we're not thinking about that at the moment. We're just trying to think about the way the pieces in the board connect. So you're defending these knights, and so if you had a third bishop, maybe you underpromoted. I don't know. So you're defending these knights, but in addition, you're defending these squares. Not only that, you're also defending the square twice. You're also defending the squares twice. So now you have like total coverage. Protect the Chad, we must protect. Exactly, but the way you protect the king is dependent on how you use the field. You have to be able to use the field. You have to see the board, and you have to... You know what, it's kind of making sense like why modern era chess has been so Chad-like in their mentality. I think it's because of football. I really do. I think it's because of football. I mean, not to say only men get like testosterone-y about football, because there's plenty of women who get very aggressive about football as well. It's not exclusive to men, but I am saying like generally like the way society has worked for a while is that usually like it's considered like a thing that guys do. Like is they go to sports stuff and they like get really rowdy about it. They're like, oh! I mean, that's a stereotype, of course, but it's, obviously I've met plenty of guys that are like, they're not about that at all. They're like totally like, yeah, like let's just chill, like we're just like playing video games and talking about anime, I mean, what you do in the bedroom with your friends is between you and your friends, Yeah, I don't really get sports, but chess is technically a sport. As you can see with all the arrows and all the highlights, it's best to think of chess like football, or Counter-Strike, or Valorant, or boxing, or anything that's like like tennis. Tennis, you can think of it any like one of those like really head-to-head aggressive sports. Like tennis is pretty aggressive. You're trying to shoot the ball so that it angles at a certain like physical angle to use physics to your advantage, and also your opponent's skill, and also the position of where your opponent is compared to you, and the ball, and the current velocity of the ball, and the angle of the ball. Like there's all these things you got to consider. There's all these pieces involved, right? And so chess isn't about the player. You're moving the pieces. You're the player who moves the white pieces, or you're the player who moves the black pieces. You are not the pieces. I mean, I know I don't like, you know, kind of like giving J.K. Rowling a shout out, but I think Harry Potter, we need to reclaim it. Because Harry Potter's bigger than her. In fact, I love how like a lot of the main actors like really went against her with that. That was really good. But anyway, like in the first movie, I don't want to spoil it, but there's like a chess game in the first Harry Potter, and like it's just like that. Like you're not the pieces. Like the pieces are there for all eternity. They're these ghosts that inhabit a golem, and and it's like there's these statues. There's these golems that are inhabited by these spirits, and you're the ones who's able to talk to the spirits. If that makes any sense, you're talking to the pieces and telling them where to move, and they will listen to you absolutely, unless you break the rules of chess. They will not move those, unless you're not actually playing a competitive. Unless you're only just studying the game. If you're studying the game, they'll literally go wherever you tell them. Like if you're just on like a board, like if you can literally move these in illegal ways, but if you're actually playing the game, they must adhere to the rules. So the key of the game is to control the center. Obviously, you can't get a position like this in most cases. This is an imaginary position. The bishops would probably not be located here. Even this is kind of, you know, sketched, like even like here. But technically, this would control. Let's even make it even sillier. Let's say you got a rook here. Now you're controlling these squares as well, and maybe you have a rook here, and now you're controlling these squares, and maybe you even promoted to a queen and you have 2 queens, and now you're controlling all these squares. In fact, maybe you actually have the queens in the center, completely controlling the center, and you have like another rook here, and you have another rook here, and you have another rook here, and another rook here. And there's just like rooks are like just like flowing like wine, and wine is flowing like water, and water is flowing like tears of your enemies and blood. Oh, wait. So this is probably like the most offensive position you can probably get into. And let's say like you have 4 kings as well. So that means a king can never go like here. Like you would never like try to not get this. There's no legal move here. Oh wait, let's. there's literally no legal move here. Oh wait, there is. Okay, there's no legal position. So I'm gonna give white 4 kings. Oh wait. How many kings can I give white? Okay, yeah, I can give them 4 kings, right? No, I can't go there. You can't go there. Or there. Yeah, so I'll give white 2 kings. It's black's job to not cause stalemate. And and black cannot capture either of the kings. So it's black's job not to stalemate, and it's white's job not to stalemate. Is there even a legal? I think it's black to move first. It's black to move first, right? Oh, but you could. Okay, here we go. No, that doesn't work. Black to move first. There's no legal move for these pieces on move 1. Jeez. Okay, wait, let's take off the queens. There you go. Put the kings in the center. There we go. How about that? What if we start that way? Because then it's like you can move back. And also, white can capture, but black can't. This is a new variant I invented. Inventing your own variants in chess is pretty easy. You can invent your own games. So let's say black to move first. Black plays king d3. No, king d4, d3. Because you have 4 kings. White only has 2. And no other pieces. Yeah, we gotta work together. Can my kings work together? Here we go. Now I gotta move my kings away. Because remember, white can capture. Are we gonna maintain the king rule though? Like, are we gonna maintain the rule that your kings cannot go next to each other? I mean, we already got rid of that rule for your own. But is it not true for, like, against your opponents? Are they like magnets? Should we keep that rule? Or is the goal of the game to capture all your opponent's kings as white, and your goal as black is to... No, just the goal is to not stalemate, but whoever's move it was last to stalemate wins. Like, if it's your turn and you can't move, then you lose. But if it's your turn, if it's your opponent's turn, and if it's your opponent's turn and they cannot make a legal move, then the person who played just before that person who can't play a legal move, so you, win. However, if you're that person, if it's your turn and you can't make a legal move, you just lost. So that's the goal of the game, is to make your opponent stalemate. Like, stalemate, but make it so it's their turn. Like, so that you make a legal move and it causes stalemate. So that's how you win this game. I can't really think about it right now. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. The way the knight moves, and I'm going to put a bunch of pawns on the board to try to show this. Try to capture all five of these pawns without going to an empty square. So every single move has to capture a white pawn. So you can't just capture this pawn and then capture this pawn. If you capture this pawn, you have a score of 2, and you want to get, it's like golf. You want to make it like, you want to take all the pawns. You want to get a score of 0. So if you want to capture all these pieces, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the way the knight moves is they go 2 forward and 1 to the right. I mean, 1 to the left and 1 to the right. And that's from any direction. 2 forward and 1 to the side. Both sides. It can't go obviously in the left direction. Oops, what happened? Obviously can't go in the left direction, but you can go up again. 2 to the left and 2 to the right. I mean, one from the direction, and you can't go left. You can see that, because there's only so many squares on the board. So wherever you are, if you're in the center, then this changes. All the squares that you can capture adds up to 8. And it's in a kind of a circle, or like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An octagon makes kind of an octagon, right? So you have 8 squares that you can capture. 2, 4, 6, 8. From any square that you start on. And remember, every single time you notice how these are all light squares. So if you notice that D7 is a light square, C6 is a light square, C4 is a light square, D3 is a light square. And I don't want to draw the whole thing. I really wish chess.com would fix that. It looks kind of odd to me. You know, the way it forms like a weird shape. It looks really negative to me. I don't know how nobody's noticed that. It looks like a white supremacist symbol. If you like, please change it. It's just like it looks really weird if you look at it. Like, am I crazy? Like, doesn't that look like something to you? Are you serious? Like, doesn't that look like something? Why don't you just make a straight arrow like that? Like, if I point to that, it shouldn't just like do an arrow from the piece to the square. I don't know. It's just, usually you don't need to draw that many arrows for the knight anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, usually you don't need to. And so you can kind of say it looks like an L or like a Tetris piece. Another way of visualizing the knight is you think of this like a domino. And if you start here, you go to the opposite side of the domino like that. And remember, it's always a different color. So it's a dark square to the light square. Once you get to a light square, you can only go to dark squares. You notice that all the destination squares end up being dark squares. So that you can use this to your advantage to try to maneuver your pieces. So you can say like, oh, well, this knight's on a light square. It can only go to dark squares. Well, my move, I'm gonna go to a light square. Because this knight is on a light square, so if I go to a light square, I won't get captured. You can use that logic to think quickly, and it also helps you with efficiency. So if this is on a dark square, however, you do not want to. If you go to any given light square, you may or may not be captured, and obviously only 2 of them, well, 3 of them, but you can't legally go there. You can't play like that. You're not like a super knight. Now imagine if you were playing chess and you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 to the side. So it's 4 times as strong as a knight. You go, like you go that way. Imagine if that was a variant of chess, where you had a super knight or a wizard. I think that piece is called a wizard in like chess 2 or something. I don't know. There's like a. But if you go here, obviously, knight would capture. So. That means that, like, since the knight is on a dark square, try not to go to a light square, because a light square may be captured. At least 2 of them. There's 2 squares that are safe. You know, you can play those, but like you have to calculate that. You have to visualize that. So if you play Queen F3, obviously it captures. But if you notice that this is on a light square now, you can play the same move, Queen F3, and the knight can't capture it because it's on a light square. And if you put your piece on a light square, you're not going to get captured by that knight. Doesn't mean there's other pieces on the board. This is why you need your pieces to work together. You can't. It's like Valorant. You can't just go in guns a-blazing expecting to win, because it's a 5v5. They're going to team up and they're going to surround you, and they're going to like get you stuck, and you're going to get outnumbered, and you're going to get gunned down in the game of Valorant. If you only go in one like on your own, unless that's your strat, is you have one player who goes on their own. But like, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, you have to treat the game like you have a giant team of pieces. You have 8 pawns, and you have 8 pieces, so you have 16 pieces. The entire board, you need to think about the entire board though. So you need to think about your opponent has also 16 pieces. And that affects the board. For example, every single one of these squares is guarded by black. So if you could theoretically teleport your piece, so if I could play Queen teleport H4, well, there's 2 ways that black can capture. You can capture with the pawn, or you can capture with the knight. And so it's like you have to think about how how your pieces work together. For example, if you have a knight here and white has a pawn here, let's say black does nothing about it. Well, now I'm going to capture it. And in fact, let's change this from a knight. Let's just make it a knight and a knight. Let's make a more likely position. Okay, here we go. So for example, if black moves here, right? Somehow, I don't know why. Maybe there'd still be a pawn here. If for some reason black moved twice like this, so it's like here, white to move, black to move. But then let's say let's say you just make this move back and forth. Okay, let's say you got to move twice. Okay, let's just say like just black gets to move twice. Well, you got to use those. You have to use those moves efficiently. So that's one move. but maybe you don't want to move twice because your knight's going out on their own, right? Remember in Valorant, you don't want to just have one team member go up against 5. You want to have 5v5, and you want to have teamwork, you want to have tactics, you want to have ideas. Use the map to your advantage, all sorts of stuff. Scout the area so that you see where everyone is. You know, try to scout the map. You know, you do all these things, right? That in the game of chess, it's no different. So if you make two, let's say you were allowed to make on your first move 2 legal moves instead of just one. Like white gets to move 1 and then black gets to move 2. What if that was a legal move? Okay, so you go knight f6, knight e4, and the thing is you're all alone, and so white can just play, well, I'm gonna capture on e4. Knight captures e4, knight takes e4. Chess robot. Do a dab. It's really just coughing. Oh, Olivia approves. Okay. Olivia approves. Olivia approves. She's a little rascal. Thank you, Olivia. I kissed your fingers, I guess. Whatever you call those. That's my dick. Okay. Okay, so obviously you don't want to just go out on your own. Now let's say you had 3 moves. White had 1 move, and you played this, you played knight f6, and then you played d5, pawn to d5, but you usually just say d5. Like, you usually just say the destination square for pawns, unless they're capturing. You would say, like, if you were capturing here, for example, you would say d captures, or you'd say d takes c3. You take the square. You control it. I mean, you occupy it. You take it, you occupy it. So but you capture them. You take them. So you do d takes c3 if it's a pawn. If it was another pawn, like right here, you would say b takes, because let's say you had 2 pawns here. So it's like, in order to differentiate, you wouldn't say pawn takes knight because you don't know which one it is. So you would say d takes c3. Or you would say b takes c3. Let's say you have 3 moves. So let's say you play knight f6, then you play d5, and then you play knight e4. Well, now you're using teamwork, because you notice the queen is guarding the pawn, and you notice the pawn is guarding the knight. Usually you don't want like a big strong piece like the queen. She's pretty strong. She can move it diagonally like a bishop. Remember, the bishops can move diagonally like that on the same colors, or they can move orthogonally, which means up, down, left, right, like a rook. They can't move both at the same time, so you can't move like a knight. Like, you can't go you can't go you can't move like a bishop and then a rook. That's actually, there is a piece that moves like that. It's called the Goblin. It moves like that in the game of Tai Shogi, which is a 100 by 100 board game. It has like I think like each side has like 30 pieces or something like that. Like 50 pieces. Like, or something like that. It's absolutely insane, and there's like so many different ways the pieces move. There's one called a goblin, and it moves like, you first move like a bishop, or no, you first move like a rook, and then you move like a bishop, or something like, or like you can move like a bishop, but then you can change directions in the middle of the move, or you can move straight and then move like a bishop. Like, I don't know, there's pieces like that. You can make all sorts of, they call them fairy pieces. They're like imaginary pieces, but they're not imaginary. They're just different definitions of the similar variants of the same idea, which the variant of chess that we play is called standard chess. We've standardized it across an entire federation called FIDE, Fédération Internationale d'Échecs. The Eshik, I think I pronounced that right. But let's say you have 3 moves. White has 1 move, and then black has 3 moves. You move the knight, you move the pawn, the queen's pawn, and then you move the knight again. And so now, completely different from the previous position that was achieved with just the knight alone. Because now everything is defended. So white cannot capture this with all, well, I mean, obviously that's an equal trade. However, it did open up the queen, and it did move the pawn forward, but it also did double up pawns. So there's a couple things you need to notice about how the position has changed. However, it's vastly better than what the case was before. That's infinitely better, because in this case, where you just move 2 moves and the knight's on its own, the knights on their own, you just capture the knight for free, and then maybe you can kick the knight around. But then, like, yeah, and maybe black gets some space advantage. But it's still like you're down a whole piece as black. It's going to be a very uphill battle. You're really going to have to make use of that space advantage if you have to play really aggressively if you're playing the black pieces in this position, because in this position, sadly, black made sadly in that position, white plays here, and black made the mistake of hanging a piece. So don't hang people, ever. Yeah, public executions are a way of the ancient world. Why do we still do it? So stop claiming that as the past. Stop claiming that as, like, America's past, which involves, like, lynching and, like, fucking shit like that. So don't come at me and say that America has a rich past, because America has a dark fucking past. And, there's a lot of stuff that came out of it. There was a lot of artwork, jazz music, uniquely black American. But people need to understand that the reason jazz music exists is because of racism. Like, you have to understand that. Like, if you don't understand that, I feel like, you're too fragile as a white person to even learn about an entire history that you're a part of, that your country is a part of. And I feel like that's really as far as people, once people understand that, we should not pressure people, we should give people time. But that doesn't mean they get to walk all over people and be toxic. They're going to have to obey the law. They're going to have to obey the rules of a website or a private business. If a private business says, we don't want you here with your hate slogans, you have to leave. It's called peaceful protest. But if you're protesting something that you can't leave, something that you need to change, then you get people organized and you peacefully protest. And they will arrest you. And you have to be willing to do that. I'm not willing to be arrested. I'm autistic. Being confined is painful. Also, I am struggling just to get my life together, so I will not protest. And anybody who says that you have to protest out in the streets, or you're not really, like, supporting a cause, it's really unfair to say that. And also, how dare you? Like, I do my part. I'm a trans person. Just existing is already, for some reason, political. But also, I try to build a platform. Was I live streaming yesterday? Yes, I was. I streamed for a couple hours yesterday. It really helps me process a lot of things like that I'm going through right now. I'm going through a really tough time lately, and the rest of December is going to be very long. I'm really just waiting until the new year, especially February 9th. I have my consultation. It's going to be pretty cool. It's over Zoom, I believe. I'm going to ask a lot of questions from the doctor. Just get everything answered, get my plan. It's okay. It's on YouTube. If you want to scroll through it. There's a YouTube add-on. There's a YouTube add-on I want to tell you about. Let me just, I forgot what it's called though. There's a Chrome add-on. There's a Chrome extension called there's Better YouTube Game. No, it's called I think it's called Better YouTube Gaming. No, it's called Enhancer for YouTube. I'm going to show you in a second. Yeah, there's a thing called Enhancer for YouTube that gives you a whole bunch of tools. And if you've ever watched Vaush watch videos, here, if you've ever seen Vaush watch videos, you've seen all these controls that you can add to it, like you know, like automatic embedding. That's stuff that helps with like Twitter and Reddit, and also you. But the main thing is I want to show you. You can increase the speed in ways that you normally can't. So you can do playback speed. Usually you can only have these options, like up to 2 times speed. There's nothing more than that, nothing faster than that. Well, check this out. If you go to the bottom corner here, you go speed, use your scroll wheel, or there's one to the right. You can go up in 0.05, 1.05, 1.1, 1.15, 1.2, 1.25, 1.3, 1.35. You see the pattern? So you can do these little increments. And also it goes up like a lot. You can use the scroll wheel on this one too. And then you can click on it to resume to 1x. But you can just keep going up. You can play it at like 20 speed or something like that. Like watch a 17-minute video in like 3 minutes, like a minute or something. Like, oops. Just
yeah, I know. It hurts your feelings most likely, okay? And sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as hateful slur. That's the whole point. Hateful slurs about historic or contemporary oppression.
yeah, so you can go a lot faster. The human mind can actually, if you train yourself, I've been trying to, every now and then when I watch like Destiny and Hasan and stuff, I try to train my brain a little bit. And so I'll watch it at like 1.5 speed, or I'll watch it at like 5 times speed, or like 7.5 speed. The blind people actually, there's some people who can do this. They work in an office and they use the software that reads out your screen, and they're really good at it. And they like play it at like 3 times speed or like 5 times speed, and they can hear like they hear that and they can differentiate the whole words, just like XQC. I feel like learning how to, if you can learn what XQC says, then you can learn how to speed listen. That being said, it does take training, and also I do feel like you do lose something when you don't play something at real time, because there's the thing that our brain is most used to is day-to-day interactions, and we can't do that with our day-to-day. Our brain doesn't work that way. However, you can train your brain to still like listen, but remember, it's like another language. Like your brain is already trained from a lifetime of a certain speed. You have 2 videos playing? Wow. Okay, so we're gonna kind of like react. I've been neglecting this for like the past while. We're gonna do some react. Let's see. There's a whole drama going on right now. There's a whole drama going on. Hasan got banned. Let's just watch.
Yeah, I know. It hurts your feelings most likely, okay? And sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as a hateful, bigoted slur. That's the whole point. Hateful.
Yeah, because like, okay, obviously we shouldn't use slurs. That we already know that. Everybody agrees on that. That being said, there is a different meaning to the CR word than there is to the N word. Okay, so the first one, the one used against white people, is a slur. And it was originally used by people to refer to like slave owners and people who like worked with the slave owners, and you know, the people who cracked the whips, cracked the whips. And it was originally used as a way to fight back socially, a way to like I guess yeah, let's go with that. Kind of like, I mean, I think it's better if I just don't even full screen it, because then you see the name of the video. 29,000 people liked it. I don't know how many people disliked it. This enhancer for YouTube, it has a dislike feature. I don't know how that works. I mean, I guess only people who use the app see it. So it's kind of like a secret dislike. So if you really want to see dislikes, get this get this extension for YouTube called Enhancer for YouTube. And what is it? Yeah, get this Enhancer for YouTube on Chrome extension. There's probably one for Firefox as well, similar. And you can dislike people's videos. But yeah, I mean, I understand where he's coming from. That being said, I feel like we should stop just flipping things around. And I think he might talk about this later. Who knows? We should stop flipping things around. Because once we start saying, oh, well, black people were treated badly for so long. Well, how about we start treating white people badly? And I feel like this is a lot of white people's fear, and it's unjustified, because you're basically like comparing an entire community of people to an entire community of people from like hundreds of years ago, and assuming that they're going to do terrible things the way they did. And also assuming that, there's these communities of people, usually we call them Karens, of people who just see somebody and they judge them before they even met them. And somebody just going about their business, for some reason, this Karen person will assume that this person is going to like be violent. Just because of the color of their skin, and they have a menacing presence. It's like, well, yeah, but that's because you think they have a menacing presence because you're being prejudiced. I think there's a difference between being prejudiced and being racist. You can be both, but because a lot of people they don't take the time to learn. It's called white fragility. White fragility is the unwillingness to look racism in the face and say, hey, like, there's things that I'm doing that I'm not aware of, and there's probably things I'm doing that I'm not aware of. At least I'm trying to not be racist. At least being anti-racist when I can. But there is a clear difference I'm feeling. But I also think that we should move forward. And obviously, sometimes it feels like we're trying to get revenge. Like, as a trans person, I feel like I'm like entitled, deep down, on a deep level, on a conscious level. I know that I'm just another person. I'm just trying to live my own life. Okay, I'm doing everything I can to not be selfish and all that. But that being said, there is, because of the way that trans people are treated in society, I do feel like I'm justified to get angry, and I do feel like I can say things that other people can't say, and that's not necessarily false, but I don't think that just because I can doesn't mean I should. But it's still a feeling. Acknowledging the feeling is important, because ignoring it and just doing something else to distract yourself is going to come crashing down eventually. You're eventually going to, you can't run away from yourself. You can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you right now, I spent like 13 years of my life knowing I was trans and knowing that I needed surgery and hormones. Now, I knew I needed hormones. I knew I needed surgery. I knew I needed to socially transition. And I didn't. And you can't run away from yourself. I tried running away from myself. I ended up crashing and burning. I had extreme mental illness. And ever since I started transitioning, I still have mental illness. I think everybody has their own kind of stuff. I think it's my own business. I do have a therapist and a psychiatrist and 2 different doctors, and also, like a case manager, and a lot of people on my side. I have a lot of people on my side. Okay? So life is a lot better than it was. And some people might think otherwise. Some people might say, oh, well, being trans is a mental illness. Well, you don't live my life. You don't know that how much progress I've made in my life, and how much better I feel about my life, and how much healthier my interactions with people are. You don't get to see that because you didn't see how it was before. And you also didn't see like all the, like the fact of the matter is like you shouldn't be judging to begin with. Live your own life. You don't know the whole picture. So the thing with Hasan, he might be trying to die on a hill, though. I'm kind of, if I want to be critical of Hasan, he's been dying. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I haven't seen all the things he's said about it, so I haven't even finished this video. We're 11 seconds in. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Welcome to my universe. We spend like an hour to get through like a minute of a video. It's been 1 hour and 29 minutes. We played chess. Well, of course, I mean, since I started trying to go through this video, though, it's been like several minutes, and we're only 11 seconds in. But obviously, if you want to see the video, you can just see it on YouTube. I'm adding commentary, so that's the point. I'm using these videos as framework. I'm trying to figure out how to best use that, because I'm very good at going on tangents. I'm very good at it. If I can monetize that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a freaking billionaire. I was born this way, baby. I'm the Lady Gaga of Twitch. Oh my god. No, Lady Gaga is the lady, because Lady Gaga, I don't know if she has an account. She should make an account and start streaming. That'd be fucking awesome. She should just start playing Valorant with like Valkyrie and like Hasan. I don't know if Hasan plays. Like all the like Pokimane and XQC. It like, could you imagine if Lady Gaga was like playing and they were raising money for charity? Could you imagine that? Like if Lady Gaga like started raising charity for like LGBTQ organizations. That'd be fucking awesome if we got her to do that. What if I was the one who made that happen? Well, I'd be pretty happy about it, that I made a difference. But I would step down and let Lady Gaga take her stage. Because, obviously. But I don't know. There is a time to be outspoken. There's a time to listen. And the thing is you can always find it. But we don't always have the tools to find it, and I feel like that's what life is. Anyway, let's get on to what he says next. I think I explored what he said.
Bigoted slurs without historic or contemporary oppression are just meanie bobini words, okay? They're making you feel bad.
Okay, so I mean, but then where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line? Because some people think that the FA word is going to be reclaimed by the gay community. And I'm not gay, I'm pan, and I'm also trans. So it's like, I'm a woman, I'm not a gay man. A gay man and a gay journalist. Phil Hendry, very amazing. Maybe even just, let's go to YouTube and open up a new tab. Let's get some Phil Hendry for a second. He's a genius. Gay man, gay journalist. Gay journalist, here we go. I'm a gay man and a gay journalist. Urban Castrini, Steve Dooley. Is this the one where he says gay man and a gay journalist?
Yeah, okay, man. Thank you very much. So Bobby and Steve Dooley on the line with.
By the way, he's on Principal Vagina.
This here on the world famous.
Oh, is it Ted Bell? The character he does improv. He does a whole bunch of characters.
It's Phil Hendry's show and the big homeowners association meeting. Bobby, you want to
talking about wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it? Well, Margaret, you sing so lovely.
Yes, wouldn't it be nice if you were there and I was too?
You know the song has lyrics, right?
I'm doing improvisational lyrics.
God damn it! Do you know who this cop is? Phil, do you know?
we think we know who he is.
Goddamn! Come on, Bobby, step on it. I'm trying to.
What kind of warrant? You pull over, Bobby. You're gonna get in an accident. What kind of warrants does he have?
He's got some chicken shit that he's been taking out. Suspended driver's license. I spit on a cop too.
His older stuff was he's the kind of guy.
What we really want to do.
In order to get into a show, you have to like listen to the whole thing.
Still have a TED, have a couple of TEDs, and we do have 2 widescreen TVs. We will have our Super Bowl buffet, which we never ever scrimp on, and
anyway, Phil Hendry's show
deals with it in an original way. Listen.
Yeah.
Castorini consents gay.
Well,
yeah, this pastor, Jacob Brown, I don't know the man, I don't know his church, but it's very likely, because I know a lot of Christian ministers who are in the closet, and
you know they're in the. How do you know that?
Well, I know it because they're married, but they have sort of these effeminate mannerisms. They will walk a certain way that tips it just a little bit. Sometimes they'll just brush their hand across something in a ladylike fashion, and you'll go ahead and you'll mark them. And you'll make a note of that, and if you've got one of your prayer counselors with you, you'll say, go ahead and mark him, because I think he is gay, and I mean gay. It doesn't even contain fully what he is.
I'm sorry, what is that?
Well, that's what you'll say to one of your prayer counselors.
Who are these?
Well, I have prayer counselors that are with me all the time, and I'll make note of things I see, and I'll say, all right, there's one there. You can see the way he's walking, almost as if he was in a modeling class. You see how he's putting one foot in front of the other, and that doesn't mark him as gay, but he could be. And then if he...
So basically the point is, like, once we start, like, defining words is like, okay, what is a slur and what isn't a slur? Like I said, like people have tried to reclaim the FA word, and it's like, but hearing that word causes me PTSD because I'm trans, but I wasn't really treated as a boy either. I was treated as like, ironically, I was continually called at school and made fun of. People called me a girl, they called me effeminate, and they called me gay, and they called me the FA word, and it brings out a lot of bullying and a lot of PTSD. And so I really don't think we should allow that word on platforms, which is why Demon Mama got banned, even though she's trans. Openly trans, and very strong on trans issues. And I don't necessarily like her method, but then again, I haven't seen all of her content. I feel like she's a little bit too what I like about Hasan and all this other comment, like Destiny and Vaush, is they take a level-headed approach and they take a balanced approach. And a lot of commentators online in the left, especially, and also in the right, especially, they get very angled. They have some kind of angle. They have like some character they're trying to performatively play with, like performative anger, because they don't really have any substance to what they say. They just usually use the same talking points and just kind of stir the drama, and they kind of write on it because that's all their viewers are like it's basically a big circle jerk. But like, I don't know.
Has those men.
What I was trying to say is that like Hasan was kind of saying that, like, but at the same time, there is a different context to that word, but then there's certain words where it's like, well, where do we draw the line? And I feel like once we start trying to draw the line, like, who gets to decide? Why do we need a panel of people to decide what is and isn't a slur? Why shouldn't we just like not use slurs in general? I understand the frustration about like, well, how come white people have it easy with this? It's their turn to experience racism, and I feel like that's a terrible attitude. We shouldn't have like turns. I'm white, but I'm also trans. Like, why does it have to be my turn to get discriminated against? And maybe it's my turn to be on the tail end of it. Maybe we're almost out of it as a society. I feel something happening, at least here in California. But, maybe things, we're going to deal with COVID. People are going to grow up. People are going to take their vaccine. That's ultimately what's going to happen, because everybody who doesn't is going to die off. I know it's a terrible thing to think of, but sadly, people are dying. There's been over 800,000 people dead. And it's worse than World War II. And yet people are just acting like this is just some joke. And the thing is if we can't get people to take the vaccine, how are we supposed to get people to allow trans women to use the bathroom? When they think that we're men, that we think that we're pretending to be women to invade women's spaces. Well, there are spaces too. In fact, why are you looking at my genitals when I'm taking a shower? Wouldn't you be concerned if another woman with a vagina was doing that? So if you have a woman with a penis taking a shower, why are people looking over the stalls trying to see my penis or my vagina? Shouldn't they be the ones who are punished, not the people who are just trying to take a shower? Just gonna say, I'm not trying to like peep on other women. Like, there's plenty of ways to do that, with consent. Like you meet people on a dating app, or you just watch porn. Like there's ways to deal with that. I'm not gonna go take a shower at the gym to try to peep on women. Like, I am a woman, but this shouldn't apply to men or women, because women peep on women too. Women are attracted to women. How come like women's spaces are somehow invaded if a trans woman is there just because she has a penis? But and how come, even if a man was in there just minding his own business, what if we just had co-ed, gender neutral areas? Like, why are you looking at people's genitals? Why are you doing sexual things in the bathroom and in the shower? That's not what you're supposed. It's a public space. You're supposed to just keep to yourself and not invade other people's space. That's the general consensus. And yet these people just assume that instead of actually punishing the people and discouraging that kind of behavior from people, from anyone, not just trans people, but also men and women and, cis men and cis women stop splitting hairs. because you're losing, you're not seeing the forest and the trees or something like you're not focusing on what matters. You're focusing on like the symptoms. I was actually talking about this earlier, is that if you see a symptom like, oh, black people are getting killed by the cops. Well, that's a symptom. There's a deeper problem. There's a problem of like cops getting off the hook. Reports not being submitted. Cops, like, there's a buddy system. In fact, there's I've even heard of people saying, oh, driving while black, cops joking about that. So it's like DWB, as they call it. To be fair, this was in the 80s and early 90s, but still, the time doesn't matter. See, people say, oh, it's going to be better in 50 years. It's going to be better in 100 years. No, it's fucking not if we keep acting like this. If we keep saying that it's the next generation will fix it, well, guess what? It's infinitely going to be a problem. And we're running out of time. Our planet's dying. Like, we're killing our planet. We're not killing our planet. We're killing us. We're killing the human species by not letting the planet regenerate itself and create a livable atmosphere. We're destroying the atmosphere, which means we're gonna die. So it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat or leftist or right or alt-right or, racist or Nazi. Like, none of this matters. So it's like, we need to appreciate the time we have here, and we need to do our best to leave it better than when we got here, in my opinion, if we want to survive. But it's like, I particularly think the TR word and the SH word is, the words that people use for trans women. I even think the word, the LB word, that's used to refer to trans women, I feel like those words are extremely demeaning. I feel like those words are slurs. But some people are like, no, that's, we say that in porn all the time. It's like, yeah, just because you do it doesn't mean you can't question it. And I feel like it should be abolished from porn because it's demeaning. It's creating this idea that trans women are this exotic, weird sideshow. That we're like, oh, we're a chick with, obviously we are chicks with dicks, but, in some cases. But at the same time, why don't just say trans? And why not just say, like, I like T-girl. I like that, check out my socials. I like saying T-girl as far as that goes. But like, for porn, or you can just say trans, or you can just say like, or you could even just like, just not even pay attention to what genitals they have. Just fucking, people want to watch people fucking. There's actually been studies on this, like, people who identify as straight males. I don't know exactly which study it is, so don't ask me to get you the study. But there was a study of people who identified as straight males watched a scene of like, a hetero, vanilla porn. And then like they abruptly switched, and then when they switched it to watching like, gay men. And like they were just as aroused, and it's because when you're watching porn, it's just the idea of sex, and everybody has their own, and so it's like, I feel like people need to get over themselves and just realize they have tastes, and they can watch or not watch whatever they want. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's gross. I like seeing trans women have sex with other trans women with penises. I like seeing it. It looks good, makes me excited. And, like, I also like sometimes watching two men, big muscular men. Sometimes I like watching two women with vaginas, do stuff like that, like tribbing. Friends called me gay one time just because I did one thing. It wasn't, yeah, exactly. Like this whole idea, like people say, oh, that's gay because you put a finger in your butt. Like, no, that doesn't make you gay. Like, being gay is like a sexual orientation. Like, if you're attracted to men or primarily to men, and you identify strongly with that, like you don't make an effort to be with women. Like you make an effort you're attracted to men, you watch mostly men, and you identify as a man, then you're a gay man, and there's nothing wrong with that, and it's really not a big deal, and it shouldn't be, but some people make a big deal out of it because of some kind of religious belief, and it's so frustrating. So there are different contexts. LGBTQ people have like been discriminated against for like thousands of years. Like people were murdered for being gay. People were imprisoned for being gay. People were even forced estrogen for being gay. Like Tesla. What was that? Was that Tesla? No, it was. Yeah, I don't know. This whole movie on it. But you know, he ended up killing himself in like, you know, because they forced him to take estrogen, and it was also a crime to be gay in the UK. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, being yourself is a crime? It's fucked up. And we can see that now, but for some reason people don't see what they're doing now as similar with trans people and still with gay people. Like, the same thing is happening. They thought that there was a win, and people, like, you know, said, oh, it's fixed now, it's solved. No, you haven't solved racism. You haven't solved homophobia or transphobia. Like, getting loud about it and then people, like, you know, kind of backing down doesn't mean you won. So it's like, please, everybody, from every single belief, stop going on Twitter and refusing to listen to people. Stop shouting the same exact thing over and over when you refuse to even listen to the other side and say, hey, here's why we're shouting. Here's why we're upset. It's because our entire people are being discriminated against on a very systematic level, you know? And so it's like there's context involved. So when people say the word like TR slur or SH slur for trans people, it makes me feel like I'm dehumanized. I'm going to say it. Not every trans person feels this way. In fact, there are trans people who try to reclaim it. But I'm just going to tell you, it makes me feel icky. It makes me feel gross. And it is mean. But we have to say, like, well, there's a systemic and systematic direction towards specific demographics of people that's, like, you know, happens to correlate with and causate in a lot of cases of direct harm to trans people and to black people, specifically with trans people, because I'm trans. Suicide. The highest suicide rate among any demographic, and people think that we just need to get over it. People think that we need to just stop being like whiny babies. No, we're just trying to live our life. You're the one causing problems. When you make every single effort possible to dehumanize us, to treat us like we're some weird sex act, to treat us like we're some kind of like we're some kind of other, like we're some kind of monster or sideshow. Like we're some kind of sex fetish. Like, you know, like, I am not a sex act. I'm not a fetish. But we do belong in sex work. But we're people. Just like women with vaginas. Just like men with penises. Some men have vaginas. Some women have penises. Get the fuck over it. You don't have to watch it. And it's not violent when you accidentally see a penis. Because you see penises all day if you watch porn. So don't fucking come to a trans person and say, like, oh, you didn't tell me you were trans. Therefore, I get to beat you up. Like, don't fucking, like, you are not raped just because you found out somebody has genitals that you didn't expect. Either way, I feel like most trans people will disclose that information before it becomes relevant. Most of the time, it's not relevant. Like, for all I know, Hasan has a vagina. What if we found that out? I mean, obviously, apparently his penis was leaked. But, like, I mean, let's just say hypothetically, look how manly he is. But what if he had a vagina? Would that make him any less of a man if he defined himself as a man? Would it change anything about what like he has to say? Would it change about like his beliefs? No. It has nothing to do. Most of the time, especially with people online, whatever is hanging between your legs or not, or I mean, yeah, vulvas do hang a little bit. You know, they kind of like, kind of squishy. I can't wait for mine, and then I'll get access 24/7. Yeah. Anyway, off topic. We're already off topic, and we're only 18 seconds into the video. And we got like 5 more videos after this too, so buckle up. Today's Thursday. I have about like I have like I think I have like 6 hours. We're probably gonna stop way before then. We've been going live for like almost 2 hours. I'm probably gonna go for like a while, but I do have like a phone call I have to have at some point. So I'll leave way before. Probably leave way before then. So yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, some words do have more weight than others. He has a point. Now, what we do with that information, people need to slow down. People need to stop jumping to conclusions. And this applies for everyone, because if we can't, like, do that with Hasan, how are we supposed to do that with people who are trying to, like, give more power to police to just decide who they get to kill? Because I'm sorry, being a police officer is a privilege. It's a duty, and your job is to uphold the peace and also to serve and protect. And also, you are not judge, jury, and executioner. That is not the job of a police officer. You are a public servant. Your duty is to protect us. And when you kill your community, like the people that you're shooting, the people that you're arresting, they are a part of your community. It doesn't matter if they committed a crime. Your job is not to judge them. Your job is to, make sure people are safe, because if somebody has a weapon, they're a danger. That's their job. But I think you need to learn that, like, yeah, there are heats of the moment, but your job is to be in the moment, in the heat of the moment. Your job is to be in danger every day. Maybe you should hire more police officers and rotate them out and give them more vacation hours. Maybe you should give them way less hours. Maybe only cops should work 2 hours a day. There's only so much stress you can handle. And yet cops are given like 18-hour shifts, swing shifts. No wonder they're on edge. They're on duty for many hours at a time, potentially being putting their lives in danger. So how about instead of punishing people with neglect, and then forgiving people for making mistakes, and like huge mistakes, like people who like, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of things to factor, and that's for the legal courts to decide. There are contexts, and that's what law is for. Sometimes, like, acting like a girl, then I remember being made fun of, so now I just let people call me a boy even though I want to be a girl. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know your specific circumstance or how safe you are, because in some places your life can be in danger. But I'm actually thinking, like, we need to get over that. We need to stop letting people walk all over us, making us feel like, oh, they're bullying us. They say, oh, we're gonna hurt you if you act like yourself. If you express yourself, we're gonna bully you and hurt you. And if you allow them, you're giving validation to them. They feel justified. They feel like, oh, yeah, I mean, of course, they're being weird freaks, is what they say. They say, oh, you're one of those, I don't want to say it. I don't like saying it. They say, like, oh, you're one of those TRs. You're one of those freaks, is what they usually say. One of those weird trans people. You're one of those, gross trans people. And then you feel like you can't even, I'm beautiful, I'm a very attractive woman, okay? Like, but at the same time, it's like people make you feel like you should hate yourself and like you should hide. But like, that's how they win, because they've done that for thousands of years. We can't hide anymore. We have to, and the thing is like, what's sad is they keep killing us, and people don't give a fuck to change it. They say, oh, well, we can't change people. It's going to take 50 years. It's going to take 100 years. No, it takes deliberate effort. Telling people our stories. Showing people our lives. That we're just like you. We're just going through a medical process and a spiritual process as well. It's very spiritual, by the way. Being trans is very spiritual. I know you might not believe it. There's some people might not believe it. Being trans is very spiritual. I have my own definition of spirituality and God and whatnot, but I still call it God. I have my own private relationship with God, and nobody can take that away from me ever. So you can You can take me out to the quarry. I'm just trying to live my life. I'm just trying to, you can rally up people to call me a freak and to throw stones at me and hurt me and call me a freak and like I don't deserve to have a life. But I'm just trying to do my own thing. I'm just trying to get back up and keep walking because I'm just a person going through a medical process and going through a spiritual process. And you have no right to intervene. You have absolutely no right. I'm not hurting anybody. Trans people don't hurt anybody. We're just trying to, adjust our bodies to match so that we don't feel like we have to kill ourselves. That's it. Okay, now can you stop? Please? Stop hurting us? Stop treating us like we're like insignificant and that we're just like delusional and crazy. Let's just like respect us for who we are. Anyway, let's get on with Hasan.
Is my VOD gone again? Dude, this is the second day in a row where Twitch has just taken down my VOD. What is happening? I'm getting increasingly more annoyed with the way that Twitch is operating. And they are, of course, notorious for not communicating exactly what the f*** is going on. Some people tried appealing their ban for the C word and they got denied because since they have no tolerance for racism. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's totally chill. They have like absolutely yeeted like half my audience off the platform, so that's cool. I don't know what like Twitch's goal is, right? It wasn't an auto ban until the MasterChef Max incident, which is telling that some Twitch admins are going nuts right now because of it. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I think internally there's a conflict where should we ban Cracker? Should we not? You know what I mean? What is it?
Yeah, that's the kind of the question. But I think it sets a weird precedence if we make exceptions. Like, if something is a slur, I feel like there's, like, common consensus. And I feel like the LGBTQ community needs to come together and get rid of those slurs instead of trying to reclaim them. And, yeah, we have reclaimed queer. That kind of happened. But that word still makes me feel bullied. It does activate PTSD. Okay, but I'm only one person. I'm not the consensus of the LGBTQ community. I'm just one trans woman with her own opinion. I don't think that we should just be completely like anarchists on the internet, on Twitter. Just because you're angry doesn't mean that you're not going to do anything getting angry at conservatives on Twitter, leftists on Twitter. But the thing is, there's so many trans people are just seen as like blue-haired liberals who like shout about like wanting anarchy and overthrowing the government, and I'm just tired of that. Yeah, I understand that we're angry that there's transphobia and that's directly affecting your motivation behind it. But we can't overthrow society that way. It's not going to work. But besides that, even if we could, the problem's just going to come back. You can't use violence. You can't use violence because as soon as you use violence, you might temporarily have a solution, but it's just going to come back and possibly even worse. You need to deal with the problems. You need to have these discussions. People need to have these discussions on whether or not Cracker should be allowed. I don't think it should because I don't think it's... I still think it's like... It's in the same vein as those. It's like a slur based on the color of someone's skin. And so it's like, once we start picking and choosing, I think we get into dangerous territory. Like I think it just should be a blanket ban on slurs in general. Like people should not be able to call me a TR or an SH. Just because that's what some porn websites say. In fact, a lot of the porn websites switched their category to transgender. So, Pornhub did it, but they still have videos that are by production companies that are named that, which is kind of sad, but I feel like they should be legally required to rename their business. Imagine a porn company that had the N-word in it. Right? Like hard R N-word, like and also like imagine like a porn company. I mean, maybe there was, I don't know. But like there's porn companies with the SH word in it. Like, oh yeah, we have TS models and I think, TS is an outdated term anyway. You eat crackers, yeah, crackers and cheese. Like I do think transsexual is extremely specific. Like it sounds very medical. It's like the word hermaphrodite. You only use that word when you're referring to biology, like science. Like it's a science word. You use that for specifically. It's for a species that can produce both reproductive or like parts. Like they can do eggs and sperm. That's what hermaphrodite means. That's not what intersex means. People call intersex people the wrong word so many times. And it's like intersex is intersex. It means you have different setup because there's some kind of thing that changed in the womb, and that's perfectly natural. Humans have variance. People have different height. People have different color eyes. People have different shapes and sizes. People have different kinds of shoulders. People have different kinds of chests. Different color hair. And being trans and being gay may or may not be something that happens genetically. But if it is, I don't think it matters in the way we treat people. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said with this Ben Shapiro thing, at no time are we infringing people's rights. And I feel like that's the agenda that the Republicans have had. Is just using, financial policies as a veil to like hide them behind the curtain of like enacting policies that discriminate against entire demographics of people, based on the color of their skin or their sexual orientation or their gender identity. And it's fucked up. Every single American should have equal opportunities to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And like I said, until we get the First Amendment down, we have absolutely no right to stand for the Second Amendment. So if you want to be a patriot, stop fighting for gun rights. Fight for the First Amendment rights first. And that means that you cannot disrupt peaceful protests. And that includes the police showing up in riot gear. If you plan for a riot, you're going to make it more likely that a riot's going to happen. There should be a police there, but police officers with the ability to call for backup. Not, in case something goes wrong. Don't plan for something to go wrong, unless it's like something very important, like, the President of the United States' life is usually protected more. That's the thing. For huge things like that, you usually need like a defense barrier. That's like a military operation, that's different. But like people protesting peacefully, holding up signs, not even like disturbing the peace. But then you show up and you start like shouting and saying they're wrong and then throwing rocks and breaking shields. And then suddenly, you're going to rile up the peaceful protesters and some people are going to break. Some people are probably just going to get the hell out of there. But there's going to be people who are going to end up joining because there's, mob mentality. But the thing is like, they did that because you started it. Like, because you showed up with a gun and to be a vigilante, you caused the violence. Because people see what appears to be an active shooter. So obviously the court of law decided that Kyle Rittenhouse was, not guilty. And that is what it is. And, we shouldn't want revenge. The law decides that's that. He gets whatever's coming to him. And that includes, like, acquittal or whatever. I don't know, not guilty or whatever verdict. At the same time, what he did wasn't right. Like there's things that are right and wrong, and just because it's legal, slavery was legal, doesn't mean it's right. And that's our job to figure out as humans. Like we can create a law to prevent things, but in the end of the day, it's up to us to fix the problem. It's a societal problem. It's a discussion problem. It's an unwillingness to listen problem. And it's the first, we need to get the First Amendment right first. Because if we get the First Amendment right, then trans people will have the right to exist in peace. Black people will be able to feel safe. White people won't feel like they're under attack. People who speak Spanish aren't going to be lumped into a single category. Like, if you give people life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you allow people to live their lives in peace, give them the means to production so that they can actually work and earn and actually, get paid for what they earn instead of having everything taken away from them because, we're not even going to give you the opportunity to earn money because we don't think that's a real job. We're gonna make it as hard as possible for you to earn a living because you need to learn. You need to learn that you can't make a living just on, sitting down in a chair. You have to, and also if you sit down in a chair, you have to be in a cubicle all day. and you have to like constantly be on edge. If your boss shows up, you have to act like you're working. But then what happens is people pretend to work and they get like zero work done because they're constantly on edge. They end up just like getting relaxed because they're like, well, I'm going to use all the time that I'm just going to pretend to work because as long as the boss thinks I'm working. But that's wrong. That's stupid. What's the point? Why are you working if you're just pretending? What are you accomplishing? So why don't you just give people the ability to actually have meaningful impact and to earn money in this society and give them a universal basic income so they don't have to worry about losing their house or going hungry? Everybody should have the right to work, no matter physical or mental ability. It should be guaranteed. You shouldn't have to go through a hiring process. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, obviously there's going to be private things, but there should always be an option where you 100% earn a living, and that if you want to earn money, you can, so you can get better stuff. Like if you want to get a bigger house, or you want to get like that's what people really want, and that's not capitalism, by the way. Like that's actual communism, but that's what people want. But they think communism is something else. They don't know what communism is, and communism is like unions. If people can't fire you just because you're pregnant, that's communism. That's socialism. Like people don't understand that. They think communism is like Russia coming in and like, you know, nuking us with submarines. That's what they think communism is, and that's not communism. That's just like, you know, a government like being militant. like that's not communism. Communism is like, if you get pregnant, you should be guaranteed to keep your job if you wish, and you should be guaranteed work, no matter, like, you know, and without some kind of bullshit system where you go to some kind of like endless filling out paperwork and hoping that somebody gives you some work, and the only work you can get is like hard labor, and it barely pays the bills, if at all. Like, give people the right to work, and you know, like, give people opportunities to work, instead of making it so it's this big giant competition that only the top people can get to. And like, you know, if like, you know, that it's not about giving people free stuff. It's about giving people the tools they need to actually build something. Because if you take away people's tools, how are they supposed to build a house? They don't even have wood. They don't even have nails. They don't even have cement or whatever for a foundation. You're not giving them the tools. You're actively saying, how come you're a failure just because you're a failure and you're a loser. And then they do everything possible to make that happen. And it doesn't work. It just creates stress and hatred, and it creates all these problems. It's the root of all these problems. Is that if we do not give people life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is not happening right now, because people are unable to make a living wage, and then some people like me can't even work because we're disabled. Some people are confined to a wheelchair, or they have mental difficulties like I do, and social difficulties, and I do have physical difficulties because of the stress. It causes physical distress as well. Stress causes real problems, and it prevents me from even being able to get out of bed because of depression and PTSD. And every time I'm in a situation where I'm trying to earn money, there's always this pressure that someone's going to take it away from me, because they're like, oh, well, you're not good enough. I want to hire a better person. It's like, well, what do I do then? Do I just get tossed to the wolves just because I'm autistic? How come I'm not guaranteed work? I think everybody should be guaranteed work. You should not have to like worry about losing your job, and then if you lose your job, you lose your home. And if you lose your home, you can't take care of your family. So then you lose your kids. And then you make people just not want to live. And then people just like are half alive because they're working their entire life just to pay the bills. When we have the means to provide for everybody, we do. But we're like, oh, you know, businesses should be able to profit off of child labor in different countries, and then sell stuff in America like it's no big deal. So how come we don't just completely ban these companies from doing, like, if they do that, we should just do a blanket ban. hey, you're not allowed to use child slavery to sell products in our country. That needs to happen. We need to make a stand. We need to like say like, you know, there are things that are technically legal, doesn't make it right. Lack of education, but I mean, define education, because you know, education has to be neutral. But then education about social issues can't be neutral because there's context involved. It's not slavery, it's wage slavery. It is slavery. It is definitely slavery. It's child labor. It's slavery. They get paid, but they shouldn't be working. It's child slavery. It's just like you know, it's labor, but it's child labor, meaning it's slavery because the children don't have a choice. That's slavery. And not only that, they're children, they can't fight back. It's literally slavery.
Deal? Are we caving to the interests and demands of people who would otherwise use every other slur known to man? Why does it feel so targeted like this? Is this happening on other streamers? No shot. No shot. I hate being...
No, it's definitely targeted against Hasan. That somebody has an agenda against him, and they took an opportunity. Let's just stop like pretending that this is about the word cracker. This is like they took an opportunity. They found the smallest inkling of something that they could get, and they used their influence within Twitch to like ban the mods and ban Hasan. Like we all know that's what happened. Whoever it was did something. Like there's something going on. It's definitely targeted to him. Like somebody's like, I don't like Hasan, and they're like, hey, look, he did something wrong. He said cracker.
Being in limbo like this, like if you're gonna ban me. Just don't not ban me and like keep deleting my VODs. It's also annoying because Twitch is taking a cowardly position where they don't want to openly come out and be like anti-white racism is unacceptable on this platform, and that's precisely why we are banning the usage of the term cracker, because they know that they would get fucking clowned on by like 99% of media that isn't like predominantly fucking focused on random weirdos that spend all of their time in their mother's basement talking about the fucking ethics of being able to use the C word versus...
I know, right? Like, haven't you noticed that like all the people that are most vocal about stuff like this are like Reddit people? Like people who just spend every single day just like arguing on Reddit with people and just like saying, I'm right, you're wrong, you're stupid, you're an idiot, I'm gonna troll. And then they actually like go in and like try to hate raid people, get so fucking bent on trying to cancel people on Twitter. Like, dude, like look at yourself. Like you're sitting on your computer spending like your entire life and energy like on some stranger on the internet. Maybe you should look at yourself first, you know, and it also helps me. Like it puts things in perspective. You know,
is you know, how they should also be able to say the N-word as well. And that's precisely why I don't think they've made like a serious decision yet. And that's precisely why they're fucking waiting on trying to figure out what to do with this. Okay. And that's what's currently happening. It's the dumbest fucking drama. But it's like, take a stance, dude. I know this is a complex or complicated situation, a complicated issue, but you didn't have a problem fucking yeeting incel and simp immediately when you came.
Yeah, I think it's because like they're the people who are like moderating Twitch are probably the same people who are like called simps and incels, and they're probably white. So the people who are probably most upset by this are the people who just don't want to be called out for who they are. They're like, they know they're losers. They know they just like they're bottom feeders that take any chance they get when they see like a popular streamer or somebody to like blast them on Twitter. And it's like, dude, like you're probably the one, like you're just mad and you don't want to be labeled that because you know that it's true. And you think like it's like people who say like, oh, I'm not transphobic, but ... and then they say a transphobic thing. It doesn't make up for it. Like it's transphobia whether you intended it to be or not. That's what you need to understand. Your intention doesn't matter. Your effect matters. And when a very specific demographic of people ends up killing themselves more than any other demographic usually related to the kind of hatred that these people are spouting, being transphobic, refusing to accept my gender, like refusing to like even treat me like a human being, telling me I'm mentally ill just for having the medical and surgical procedures that I need to feel like life is worth living. Because there's no other way around this. I would effectively be dead if I wasn't allowed to transition. I would effectively be dead. And people would say, oh, you should just get over it, learn how to deal with it. Well, I am dealing with it. I'm transitioning medically and surgically. That is dealing with it. And my life has been more beautiful than ever. And it's going to get better and better. Because I'm becoming a more whole person. I'm stronger. And I feel more content with myself. I feel satisfied with myself more and more. And after these surgeries and recoveries, I'm going to be perfect. But then obviously life doesn't stop, but
Came out of the gate swinging, and you were like, we're going to make sure that people can't be called incel or simp anymore. And it was like, well, who are you protecting in that situation? That's so
like I just said.
silly. You're being ridiculous. And they stopped it. And they never banned.
How come encoding's overloaded? What the fuck? Like, why does my encoding keep getting overloaded? I'm not running much. Oh, because I have a preview open. Okay, now it's better. Yeah, I think it's because I had the preview open.
And anyone for that. And now it's like a similar situation with Cracker is occurring, and they're like trying to fucking figure this shit out. It's like, I want to move on, okay? I want to move on. It's so stupid. I don't care. It's just make a decision, okay? Like, I'm not married to being able to say Cracker, okay? I've never fucking used the term until my moderators randomly started getting clapped. Incredibly fucking ridiculous situation. Like, they're writing Cracker in the chat and they get fucking banned in a
yeah, like, were they even like the context matters. Like I said, they found like whatever excuse I mean, he probably got mass reported by like some kind of hate raid or whatever. I hate Hasan. Let's organize a mass report. That's most likely what started it. It was probably a whole bunch of people on Discord had like some private like hate watching Hasan Discord, and they're like, hey guys, on this date we're gonna show up and look for anything we possibly can, and when I say go, mass report Hasan. It's some losers who like think they're doing something with their lives by organizing just to like try to get someone banned. But then what happened is someone in Twitch saw it and they probably even like joined in on it. So it's like that's the thing about politics is there's transphobic people in your life. There are people you love who are transphobic. There's people that you would never think would say a hateful thing who are transphobic. You might even be transphobic. In fact, like just because I'm trans, there are transphobic problems within the trans community itself. So it's like, just be careful with just remember that. Look at people as a whole. Just because somebody may have like an uninformed belief about trans stuff, that's different. There's a difference between not really taking the time to even listen to like 5 minutes of trans issues to understand like what things we go through and maybe just see us as more people. But obviously I can understand like I don't understand about this gender stuff. That has nothing to do with me. But then they go on and with their ignorance, and it just hurts everybody around them. And it's transphobia, and then they refuse to even see it as transphobia because they don't know enough about the issue to even know that what they're doing is transphobic. And we keep telling them. We tell them over and over and over again that they're hurting us and to please stop hurting us. And then instead of just, not stop hurting us, they die on this fucking hill of saying, well, I want to say, I'm not going to say they, them. I'm not going to call somebody I think is a man by she, her pronouns. I'm not going to let them use the bathroom. Like, why is that the hill you want to die on? Why? Like, why do you want to just cause suffering all around you? Even if you don't understand, yeah, I'm okay. I mean, even if you don't understand, like, what's going on, you can still at least try to, like, not harm people, And if a large amount of people collectively come together and say, hey, we are the gender we say we are. Stop fucking making us kill ourselves with your fucking behavior. and just like change something. Maybe you should do the work instead of telling us to do the work, because we're doing the fucking work every single day, trying to educate your ass, trying to tell you like, hey, different genders exist than what you think. And also, like, I am the gender I say I am, because gender is already determined by multiple health organizations and accepted by thousands of professional doctors and scientists to be like an identity, meaning that you can't objectively define it. You can't say, like, if you wake up in the morning, if you're a cisgender male, you wake up in the morning, do you think twice about somebody saying like he or him to you? Do you think twice about like calling yourself a man? No, you don't. It's normal for you. But for a trans person, suddenly it becomes this big issue, and the reason why is because people just suddenly get angry about it. They get all like nitpicky about it because they don't understand it, but they already do understand it. They understand it for themselves. They already understand gender. The difference is they didn't have to work for it. That's the difference. It was given to them. They were born that way, just like I was born my way. But the difference is mine is an uphill fucking battle, and yours is not. I mean, unless you're a woman, then it's an uphill battle. So yeah, it's not just being trans, it's also being a woman. So it's like, being a woman is, your gender plays more of a part in your life than being a man. But then being a man does have its things, but it's very different. It's more like, men are kind of seen as like blended in the background. A lot of men feel like they aren't really seen as like sexual attractive people. They're seen as like, oh, well, if somebody has sex with them, it's because they let them have sex with them. And it's like, I understand a lot of people, but like, don't go full incel. Like, just calm the fuck down and realize there's many factors that go into dating and being with people. And maybe if somebody doesn't want to be with you, it's probably because you're going on Reddit complaining about women. Just a thought, you know.
Matter of minutes. Go to any fucking stream, go to any other stream, and you see people, not only the content creators are saying the R word, but also people are spamming it. They're not getting fucking banned.
Yeah, the R word is really fucked up, because it's like, dude, like, there's a lot of people with different brain conditions. Like, how dare you just say like, oh, well, the neurotypical people are like the standard, and you know, like, most people have something going on with their brain. Everybody's brain is different. Some people, you know, also have like, have neurological conditions. You know, I'm autistic. I'm on the spectrum. I also have like multiple like clinical mental illnesses like depression and anxiety, and I have PTSD and agoraphobia. Meaning, agoraphobia is not what people think it is. People say it's the fear of going outside. It's deeper than that. It's related to PTSD. It's because a lot of the situations that have caused my PTSD was because I left my house. And so if I leave my house, I put myself in a situation where I'm not going to be in control as I am here. But I've been working on it the past couple of years with therapy, and I've been putting myself in situations that I've had to put myself into that are getting me out of my comfort zone, because I've had to legally change my name, to get on hormones, at the first part, to get these surgeries. I have to go out and do all these changes, especially for the legal name change. That was a fucking chore and a half, and I'm still going through it with certain places because they're so slow. The bureaucracy is so slow. You can literally change your name with Social Security, and other departments within Social Security haven't changed it. And that's the problem I'm dealing with right now. I had to get a special, I had to give them documents because I literally already changed it with Social Security, but this department is separate from that one. So it hasn't crossed over. It's like, dude, you're not even using my legal name anymore. You're calling me by a person who doesn't exist, legally. And so it's like, what the fuck? This is literally the same organization that I changed it with. So it's it's really archaic and slow, and everything needs to be updated to match the internet age, because I'm so tired of the bureaucracy being stuck in the 70s with spaghetti code in their database, or why don't they upgrade their entire database? How come instead of focusing on so much on making giant displays of power by launching missiles that are $1 million each just to blow them up so you can show people how strong you are, why don't you spend that money on public education and public health care? and like actually dealing with poverty instead of just like saying, sweeping it under the rug and then just saying, oh, well, they're just lazy. They're just losers. Well, what about the people who are confined to wheelchairs? What about the people who are autistic, who can't work? What about the people who, have just other problems like depression, who sometimes are just like, I just can't get out of bed sometimes. Oh yeah, now you're going to lose your job and you're going to also lose your house and you're also going to lose the ability to even feed yourself. Because you're already depressed, now we're going to make it even harder for you. Instead of saying, hey, like, everybody deserves a place to live, everybody deserves food to eat and safe water to drink, and not just food but healthy food, so that they can be stronger, so that they can contribute to society and pay taxes. Maybe you should think a little deeper than what you see. Is all I can say is to all these people on the internet who just immediately jump to these conclusions without looking at the deeper problem, without following it to the logical conclusion, without actually saying like, okay, well, if we guarantee universal basic income, if we guarantee housing, if we guarantee healthy access to food and water, aren't people going to be stronger? And they're going to be more likely to work? On average, there's going to be people who take advantage of it, but you should stop caring about those people, because those people they exist. They have the potential to contribute to society, and there's plenty of people who are very active at trying to contribute. I want to contribute, but my contribution at the moment is not accepted. Because I'm not Hasan, because I'm not Mizkif, because I'm not like the Botez sisters. I'm not these big giant streamers. I can't benefit from the work I do just yet. But it does scale. It might be a very little amount right now, but it scales really nicely, I believe. And the difference is like, shouldn't my work be rewarded? I work really hard. I put time in. I put effort in. Shouldn't I be, and also it shouldn't matter if you work or not. Like, you're a human being, you were born on this planet. Like, you should have at least like a basic shelter from like, not like 100 people packed into a building. Like, actually live a real life with like access to resources, access to education, access to healthcare, access to the ability to exercise and the ability to work in whatever way you can, to earn a little bit more than the minimum. But there should be a minimum. We have the why make it harder for people to succeed? That's going to ultimately hurt the economy, because people are going to be relying on those like welfare programs, all those other programs that are just not really working. I mean, they're working really well for some people, but not for everyone. Not everybody has access to them as well. So it's like, stop doing half-assed approaches where you're just like, we're going to give concessions, but we're not going to go all the way. Why don't you just go all the fucking way and say, hey, you were born on this planet, you have certain rights that you own. The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if you don't have a home, if you're homeless, you are not able to pursue happiness. You are not able to have liberty. You are trapped by the fact that you do not have money. Just like I am trapped by not having money. And so that is taken away my liberty. And that is ultimately taken away my life. Because why would I want to live in a world where I have absolutely no chance to succeed? Why would I want to live in a world where everything that I do is undermined? Everything I do is like held up to this giant standard, and any given moment, somebody can take it all away from me. Just because they like say, oh, well, I don't like the way you work. I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way you act at work. So they can destroy your entire life in 1 millisecond by saying you're fired. Why don't we take away the right for someone to fire somebody? Why don't we just guarantee people the ability to work? Why isn't that not a guarantee? Shouldn't people want to pay don't we want people to work and pay taxes? So why the fuck are we punishing people for working? Oh, well, you don't work the way I want you to, so you're fired. How are they supposed to get another job when they're homeless? When they can't feed their family and they lose their kids? And when they do get a job, they're going to be like on edge all the time. They're going to do a shitty job. They might get fired there too. And it just gets worse and worse and worse. And this system is designed to, like, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And it's fucked up. Why just like fucking set your fucking foot down and say, hey, everybody deserves basic rights. And that means housing, guaranteed. That means food, guaranteed. Water, guaranteed. And it's like, it's just such a fucking simple solutions, but people have this like pride. Oh, I worked hard, you should too. Like, no, we're not telling people not to work. We're saying if you want more, there should be a bare minimum guaranteed to everyone. Doesn't mean you get like freaking like go out on like vacations all the time and go on a cruise liner just because everybody should have that. Like, no, if you want special things, you need to do special things. Like, you know, there is a market, but the market should not decide your ability to live. The market should not decide whether or not you're going to sleep in the rain tonight. Like, the market should decide. It should be a game. Like, if I want to buy like a big giant screen TV, I'm going to have to work for it. I'm not going to get that from like a government. But like, let's like, you know, make it like the public roads. You don't have to, like, you go out and you walk on the sidewalk. Like, how come we don't create houses like that? Why can't people just live? Like, and also we need more showers available, more bathrooms available. Everybody has to pee and poop. Everybody has to shower. If you're out in public, in order to go poop, you have to like be a paying customer somewhere, or you have to use a public restroom that's like barely taken care of. It's like, how come we're not taking care of the important stuff in this country? Like taking out the trash, letting people poop, letting people have privacy, like, and the right to, like, you know, have a shelter. And privacy as well, because you can't just have shelter without privacy. Just let people fucking live. And if they want to get more than the bare minimum, they're going to have to work for it, okay? Nobody's saying free stuff. We're saying there's certain things that should be guaranteed because, like I said, if you don't have the First Amendment, we don't deserve the other ones. That's kind of I feel very strongly about that. I feel very strongly about that. Because at the moment, we do not have the First Amendment. We have the illusion of the First Amendment. People don't know what free speech means. People don't know what liberty means. People don't know what pursuit of happiness means. Instead, they focus on their right to own a gun because they like guns. They want to blow shit up. They want to shoot stuff. It's not what the Second Amendment was for. And also, like, when you show up with a militia and you show up with like a gun, you're asking for problems. You bring violence, you're going to expect violence. Anyway.
And same with like a number of different, way worse even, spam that goes on, including Cracker too. And I'm not saying this to like ban all of those people that say the R word, or I'm not, because I have fucking used it in the past as well, at least slipped out. But like, I'm not saying enforce that on them as well. I'm simply stating that it's ridiculous to straight up fucking ban people for their usage of Cracker in one chat because some staff members happen to be there versus other chats where you can fucking totally write it. And when I say consistency, when I say I want consistency, on top of that, don't want you to ban people for saying Cracker or whatever, okay? Wow. There are chats who say the soft N-word and Twitch allows that. Yeah, but I don't want people to get fucking banned for that either unless they are like very clearly a white streamer saying it. Okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, it's one thing if it's like, the black community has reclaimed that word and they don't use it in the same way that, like, white supremacists use it. There's a difference. There's a very clear difference, a marked difference, and it'd be very different if a white person does stand, this is like the whole thing with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's not gay or, for all I know, he's not trans, and yet he makes like extreme sweeping turf jokes. It's not that he's not, obviously he has a right to say them, but like, there's the court of public opinion, and he's not gay and he's not trans, and yet he's making jokes. It'd be like if a white guy showed up and started making like really sweeping black jokes, like talking about like black issues, like that person lives them. And the thing is, Dave Chappelle's not trans. Dave Chappelle has no idea what it's like to be trans. Dave Chappelle has no idea the kind of pain that we have to live every single day just for having a body that doesn't align with our gender. And on top of the way people like him think that it's perfectly okay to say transphobic things and get away with it. That's all I'm saying. Like, you know, at least call him out for it, which is what happened. But people just like say like whatever. They think that we're trying to cancel him. It's like, no, it's just like, yeah, I mean, there's a court of public opinion. People are going to think you're an asshole. If you're racist, people are going to think you're a racist. Like if you go out and spout like white people should be allowed to say the N-word to people, and like white people are being oppressed, like obviously that person is really delusional. Sad, really. Wish people had more knowledge. Yeah, I mean, knowledge would solve a lot of problems. Uwu. The thing is like I lack knowledge too. So knowledge is really, the lack of knowledge is our enemy. Knowledge is our ally. If we learn about each other, have empathy for each other, take care of each other, do our best to not hurt each other, be peaceful, then how are we gonna hurt? You know, we're less likely to hurt people when you know when you know how your actions affect someone.
Okay, but there are chats with, what are you gonna do, fucking clap DJ Academics' chat, which is white as fuck already as is. Like, what do you want to like actively purge black content creators from the platform? That sucks. Don't do that. Can we please stop talking about this, bro? People literally forget about it.
See, the whole thing is like people keep like calling out streamers saying move on, stop being stun locked. Commentators, well, streamers' job is like, especially Hasan, his job is literally to go deep and go on tangents. Like that's literally what we're here for. People say, oh, why don't you watch the rest of the video? Like, no, the video already exists. Like the reason Hasan pauses videos and talks about them and why he doesn't, and why he gets stun locked is because you have to explore the issue. You can't just say, oh, let's just not talk about it. No, his job is literally to talk about it. Have a discussion. Can we please stop talking about... Oh.
In 2 weeks, nobody worth their mind was used to be offended by the word.
7 months of listening.
We've moved on.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's about like the hypocrisy within Twitch. Like this is about like they'll ban people for using simp and incel, but they won't. But and cracker, but like they don't ban people for using the heart, like like saying the R word, or like calling people like the FA word or something like that. So it's like that's what people are upset about. Like that's the issue.
From like people being offended at the word. Are you fucking too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? This is now beyond that. This is more so not a fucking appropriate application of the TOS from my assessment. And
yeah, it's totally like targeted use of the TOS. It's like somebody like found a very technical thing and was like, hey, I'm gonna get you banned.
2, constantly putting my VODs under 1, straight up fucking geolock hell, and then also yeeting them for the past 2 days. Just fucking ban me and get it over with.
Yeah, and the geolocking thing is I mean, I didn't even know that. Like, I mean, I can understand like there's certain like regions of the world where I think Hasan would probably. I mean, it's kind of weird, like, but I mean, like, it's just, I don't know, it's the whole region lock or geolock thing is like kind of messed up. Like, how do we get to decide like what parts of the world get to see our content, Unless it's like maybe the platform as a whole they can't legally broadcast to certain countries, but that becomes an international issue. This is the job of our president of the United States, by the way, is to have diplomatic missions with other leaders, and make peaceful changes for human rights and for connections with the United States. Because our job is to uphold that First Amendment, is to go to other countries and try to work with them to create the First Amendment. And once we get the First Amendment across the entire planet, I feel like then we can probably be welcomed into the aliens that have like warp speed and stuff. Stop supporting censored platform is the key? No, it's not, Rocket. You need censoring. You can't just let people upload like child pornography and like snuff films and like all sorts of different shit just because you think free speech means that you can say whatever the fuck you want. Because when your speech infringes on other people, you're taking away other people's freedom of speech, which negates it. Like I said, you have no right to the Second Amendment if you don't follow the first one. It should be like that. I mean, obviously that'd be archaic. It's like, oh, you have to fulfill all these questions or you're going to jail. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, you do not have a right. You do not have a right to argue for the Second Amendment if you do everything in your power to undermine the First Amendment. That's all I'm going to say. Because you don't deserve the Second Amendment. You don't. It's a duty. The Second Amendment is a duty. You have a patriotic duty to uphold the First Amendment, because the Second Amendment is only there to support the First Amendment. And if your idea of First Amendment is just going around and saying slurs and misgendering trans people and calling gay people sinners and telling young children that they're going to go to hell if they masturbate, that's abusive. And I feel like this needs to stop. And they keep talking about people infringing on rights. They keep saying trans people are like, oh, they're going to make a mistake. They're making these kids transition. Nobody's making these kids transitions except for the kids themselves. And there's a huge process involved. There's lots of people involved. There's therapists involved. There's lots of shit involved that makes sure that people are safe and have good quality of life. But these same people who falsely accuse people of like forcing kids to be trans and that like, oh, they're influencing them, they're too young to know. Well, these same people force their children to go to church and listen to a random stranger tell them that being gay is wrong and that being trans is wrong and that and all that kind of, or that masturbating is wrong or that having sex before marriage is wrong. And they force all these values on these children from an extremely young age. And yet these same people have the audacity to completely undermine and target and directly infringe the rights of an entire demographic of people who have, like, statistically not harmed anyone for the most part. Like, there's like maybe one or two people who like committed heinous crimes and went to prison or whatever. Like, but that's true of any populace. Like, there's always going to be bad eggs, okay? Like, geez. It's like, we're not special just because we're trans. But the thing is, it's like, you need a private platform can censor. And the reason, Twitch is fucked up in this specific case, but there are reasons to censor. We don't want people like, white supremacists having a platform where they can gather large amounts of white supremacists and put them into action and mobilize them. That is an infringement of free speech. Peacefully protest. By taking hateful groups of people and allowing them to have platforms to gather people up and to rally in hate, you are infringing on the First Amendment right of all the people that want to feel safe, that want to feel like life is not going to just completely take away everything from them just because somebody doesn't like the way you look or doesn't like the way that your sexual orientation is. So that's why we need censoring, and we also don't want to see, snuff people being murdered or like child pornography. That there needs to be protections, and so it's like, why is freedom of speech to you, to these people, these hypothetical people? Why is freedom of speech equate to saying hateful things to people? Why is that freedom of speech to you? To me, that's the opposite of freedom of speech. You're taking away other people's rights to feel like they're human beings. You're dehumanizing people, targeting people, causing people to commit suicide, and also actively committing violence against people. And you have to ask yourself, why is it so important to you to have that freedom of speech when you're doing everything possible to deny that freedom of speech from others? It doesn't make any sense. It's un-American. It's unpatriotic. We have a civic duty to uphold the First Amendment. And if you don't understand what the First Amendment is, then it's your job to learn what it is. And I'm going to tell you right now, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the right to protest. Because people are going to have to stand up for it. And in order to stand up for your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, you have to gather and say, no, we're done with you treating us like this. We are here, we exist, we're proud of who we are, we love who we are, and we're not going away. We're here whether you want us to be here or not. Get the fuck over it. Grow the fuck up. Trans people are here, we're not going away. And we are the gender we say we are. And if you don't use your pronouns, you don't get to say that it's not transphobic, because it fucking is. You're denying my humanity, you're denying my identity, you're doing everything possible to be a problem. To take me away from life and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. So I have a right to gather a whole bunch of trans people and also allies together and say, hey, you're treating people like wrongly. That behavior is not okay. We're not going to stand for it. We can't get silent. We can't just stand back and say, oh, it'll be better in 50 years. No, we have to get really fucking loud about it, because we have the right to live, and we're going to fight to the fucking death for it. Are you going to fight to the death for the First Amendment like we are? Are you going to be as American as we are?
If that's the case, you know what I mean? It's really frustrating, and you're too much of a fucking idiot to understand that I'm no longer talking about people fake being mad about the usage of the term cracker, idiot. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't give a shit. Obviously, you know where I stand on this. You know where I've stood on that as well. I just want to know. I want to know what the fuck is going on. I've literally been a fucking advocate for the terms of service since day one. As much as I've been on the receiving end of like what I would consider to be inappropriate bans. Okay, I've been an advocate for that same terms of service in the media. I've talked to other fucking media figures whenever they ask me about Twitch, why I like Twitch. It's literally because they have a rigorous application of their terms of service. And as someone who has literally stood by that, despite the fact that like there is inconsistencies, and despite the fact that I do understand that the moderation team's job is an incredibly difficult one, it is deeply frustrating to do this. It's deeply frustrating to just like fucking leave me hanging. Rigorous application copium, you know what I mean, Mr. Moon.
Yeah, like, I mean, sometimes they're over rigorous. Like they like a lot of people end up being banned. That's Mr. Mooten.
Rigorous application in comparison to every other platform. Transphobia, homophobia, bigotry, anti-black racism, okay? Shit like that is usually clapped off.
Yeah, the thing is also people don't know what racism means. There's soft racism and there's hard racism. And like hard racism is like systemic racism and like active violence. Like people like actively, like, you know, getting in people's faces and throwing slurs at them. You know, by the way, getting in someone's face is an act of aggression. It is an act of violence. It is illegal. So if you get in someone's face and shout in their face, that actually is against the law. So if somebody is in your face, or if you think that you can just get in someone's face and shout at them, you may as well have swung a fist at them. Twitch and YouTube has joke guidelines. I mean, it's a human problem. There's only so much we can do with guidelines and enforcing them. And there's so many people. There's like, I think like 2 billion users on YouTube. And there's like, I think there's like what, like 80 million users on Twitch or whatever, something like that. Like 100 million, 200 million or something like that. I don't know the exact numbers, but you know, the guidelines are, I mean, there's only so much you can do. I feel like on average, like, I think Twitch and YouTube do a pretty good job. There's going to be people who get falsely banned. But I mean, usually they do have a process to like appeal those, and usually things get overturned pretty quickly. But then obviously there's always going to be the case of the people who just like, they keep appealing and they keep, like, obviously it's always going to happen, and it's fucked up, and people are trying to do better. But you can't do better if you don't, like, you have to start somewhere, you know?
The platform, especially if it's a partner that's engaging in it. What happens to me at this level happens 20-fold to much smaller content creators. Especially
oh, and by the way, Rocket, talking from D Live. D Live crew.
because if you want more people like myself, more people who are progressive, who advocate for progressive values, who fight for fucking working class people all around the world, who are anti-imperialist, who advocate for these sorts of things, if you want those people to exist on this platform, some of you may not.
You'll ban people forever? Well, don't go willy-nilly with the bans.
Then not having a better understanding of like the intricacies and not having a decent approach to like white supremacist backed movements or falling into antiquated white supremacist agitprop like white fragility. That's terrible. It's like it's a silly white supremacist backed movements or falling into antiquated white supremacist agitprop like white fragility. That's terrible.
Well, I don't know enough about that, the agitprop, but I do know white fragility is a thing. Like, white people need to get the fuck over their uncomfortableness and actually face like the reality. Like, a lot of people are just like, oh, I don't want to talk about racist issues because, you know, I'm white. I don't want, and it's like, that's kind of the problem. Like, you're unwilling to talk about it. They're like, oh, I'm not trans. I don't know anybody, you know, oh, no. I you know, like, going over, like, people just ignore a problem because it doesn't apply to them. But it does apply to you because they're going to come after you next. What the fuck do you mean, Hakeem?
Terrible. It's like it's a silly thing to do, and it also most likely makes the space feel less open to black people existing in it and brown people existing in it. To play devil's advocate though, wouldn't the N-bomb be black fragility? No, because I think you understand that the N-word and cracker are not of similar magnitude. Now,
Yeah, context definitely matters.
reason why you don't say the N-word out loud, I hope, versus the reason why you can easily type cracker in most circumstances is because that is a legitimate grievance. That has historical context associated with it. Whereas with cracker, the historical context associated with it means racist white person at its most reductive capacity, okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a lazy word, but I mean, that's really what it is. Like, it was a way for black people to fight back against, like, racist white people. There's a very difference. But however, like, there's so many other issues to focus on that are more effective than just calling somebody a cracker, you know? like what does it accomplish? Just makes them feel like angry, and then they might feel like, oh, I'm being discriminated against because they called me cracker, and then they feel empowered, and then they do some racist shit. Dude, like, you need to see, like, there's a chain of action. Like, there's better ways to handle situations than just throwing out slurs, you know? What does it accomplish? Just make people feel bad, even if it is justified to call them that, like, you know?
Like calling someone a fucking Nazi. Do you understand?
I mean, yeah, calling someone a Nazi is still very reductive, but at the same time, there are literal Nazis, like, and Hasan has talked about this too. There's Nazis in his chat, and, you know, like, he has to ban constantly. There's like actual Nazis that like propagate, that like organize together and like have some kind of weird uniform with shields and face masks, and suddenly now they're all too willing to wear masks when it protects their identity. Doesn't that feel a little bit odd to you? That a lot of these people who are anti-mask suddenly wear masks when it's going to affect them because they know that their beliefs are not accepted and that, like, they're hateful, and they just, like, they know it and they want it. They just don't know it. They don't know that they want it.
I don't, but I also think that the platform shouldn't be deciding that. You don't think the platform should be deciding that, like, one type of fucking conversation? They are deciding it. When the platform takes a stance on the word cracker, they are deciding that. They're saying cracker is maybe not as bad as the N-word, but still racially targeted.
Yeah, I mean, you can still ban something for different reasons. That's what a platform can do. Like, when you make a platform, you're making a stand. By saying that you hate a platform because they have a terms of service that you don't agree with is completely undermining freedom of speech. Because this platform has the right to have their freedom of speech, which is mean they don't want hateful activity. They don't want racist or, like, you know, bigoted activity in any way. They don't want people, like, shitting on people for the color of their skin or just in general, just toxic behavior in general. A platform gets to decide that. That's their freedom of speech. And so to fight against it is fighting against the freedom of speech. So you saying that you get to have freedom of speech, you do, because you get to go out in the streets and say, hey, I don't like YouTube. Nobody's gonna come into your house and like take you away with a bag over your head and like hide you in the middle of nowhere and then like dig a hole and bury you there. Like no one's gonna do that just because you say you hate YouTube or because you hate Donald Trump or Joe Biden. Like nobody's gonna do that. But a platform can ban you from their business. If you go into a Taco Bell and start shouting that like Joe Biden stole the election and like you start shouting that like black people should be arrested and like you start shouting that trans people should be lined up and murdered, like if you start doing that in a Taco Bell, I'm sorry, you're gonna get kicked out of the Taco Bell and probably arrested. So like that's how freedom of speech works. We have the freedom to feel safe and to not feel terrorized. Right?
It's racially targeted and it should not exist and it doesn't matter. I'm probably going to get banned, by the way, for the record.
He did.
Like, I'm most likely going to get banned off the platform.
He'll be back. And I don't even know if he's already back. Jeez.
I don't know for how long. I don't know what happens, but
he's just going to take a vacation. He's probably just going to stream on YouTube.
there's 0% chance. Twitch watches LSF. Twitch sees what's going on in LSF. They have no way of like accurately assessing it. They have no way of recognizing that if I do get banned for fucking utilizing the term cracker or advocating that cracker is not as fucking severe as a sentiment or as a slur or a pejorative to the tune of the N-word, that will most likely cause a fucking media outrage far greater than the LSF weirdos fucking freaking out over it. So this one's one that I am very adamant about. And no, I don't think I will garner the support of most people on a platform that is predominantly white, especially when it's like white fragility is the one fucking aspect that is impossible to shake. And it's an important one, I think, to address, and it's an important one for people to shake. I already hate myself as a person. I guess I can hate myself for being white also. Dude, you should not hate yourself for being white. It's fucking mind-boggling that that's what you think about this. Like, that's your point of view on this, especially considering the fact that I myself am white. What do I always tell you? Like, a lot of the performative allyship that like white people engage in when they fucking clean.
Yeah, I'm so tired of people just like they accuse, a lot of people accuse like the left of being woke, and it is true. There's a lot of white people on the left who like stand up for issues that like the only people standing up for them are them. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm probably guilty of it too. I'm white as fuck. I don't think I should be guilty for being white. I didn't choose to be white. I also didn't choose to be part Cherokee, but you know, I just like black people didn't choose to be black. You know, I also like trans people didn't choose to be trans. You know, it's like, you know, you don't like choose. But like, you know, also like there is a responsibility that comes with it, which means just like to back the fuck down when it's time. Which there are times where you get to say things. There's times where you like need to step back. You know, you hate yourself, don't hate yourself. You gotta love yourself, because if you hate yourself, you're using violence. And never use violence. As soon as you become violent, and that includes to yourself, which I'm guilty of it. Okay, nobody is safe from it. We've all been violent at some point, somehow, and so it's not our job to like not do something. It's our job to like go in the right direction and try to do the best that we can. And we're never going to be perfect, but like, shouldn't that be the goal of our country? Is to like make a better, more perfect union, which should include the rights of every single person, not just white Christian people.
In black people's shoes, and they like fucking recreate like slavery moments where they chain themselves, and a lot of that stuff is fucking psychotic. And
oh, that's really fucking psychotic. I mean, I'm sure that happens. It's just like I never really think about stuff like that. There's probably people who go through things. I want to experience what it's like to go through slavery. It's like, no, you're never going to experience it. In fact, like there's so many involved things to racism. No white person is ever going to know what it's like. I will never know what it's like to be black, the black experience. In fact, but I mean, I am just going to say, even black people today have never experienced actual slavery. So it's like, for a white person to experience slavery, it's kind of weird. But you know, whatever journey you need to go through, people go through weird psychological things they need to go through, and you know, there are spiritual journeys as well, like, you know, going through like a vision quest or something like that. You know.
from a place of like weirdo white guilt. You should
By the way, even though I am part Cherokee, I have like no real connections. Sadly, I'd like to have more connections, but I have no real social connections with that part of my my ethnicity. It's like I don't really consider myself Native American. I consider myself as just like some white chick. Okay, so and that's usually how people see me. They just see me and they're like, "Oh, this is some white girl," you know. I mean, I'm glad they at least gender me correctly, but they're also true. I am just some random white girl. But I do have to recognize I do have like Cherokee in my past, my ancestry. So it's like there is something there. I would like to learn more about it, but there's not really. I don't really feel super connected to it. I feel more like I'm just a person living in this planet, and I'm just trying to do my best to, get my piece of the pie, just like anyone else,
not feel that at all. There's a difference between that and acting like you are traumatized by a fucking term that has no historical context with like you being dehumanized, okay? It is in its essence no different than Karen. It is in its essence no different than honky, redneck, hillbilly, and numerous other fucking terms that have been created to describe a certain type of behavior that white people engage in.
Yeah, so I think it's more about behavior than identity. So it's like it's not because you're white, it's because of the way you act. Like you go to the Taco Bell drive-thru and get out of your car and complain that the line's too long. Like that's a Karen. Like it doesn't matter what you look like or like who like your gender or anything. He's usually a woman, like some middle-aged white woman, some middle-aged white Christian woman. I'm sorry, it's a very specific demographic. Usually like Trump supporters, like QAnon people, like they're so lost but they're hurting us so much. So what do we do? Like how do we educate these people correctly? It's one thing to educate people, but educate people correctly in a humane way, and like obviously, in an ethical way.
You're really gonna die on this hill that it's okay to be racist towards whites? It's not.
It's not even what he's saying.
Not a real fucking concept. What you're describing is not a real concept, okay? This idea that like I'm being racist towards whites, especially as a fucking white person, especially as someone who advocates for the rights of everyone, which also includes white people, is a fucking ridiculous thing. Everyone disagrees with you, Keg W.
Not everyone.
Is also not true. For the most part, this is one of those age-old fucking issues where it is the updated version of like, oh, you can't call someone a racist. That's worse than the fucking racism. Or
yeah, it's like that's idiotic.
It's one of those fucking super old school internet arguments that are basically the continuation of like, why can't I say the N-word as a white person? This is a conviction that I have. Even if you're right, it's just
yeah, like why do you want to say the N-word? Fuck, dude.
Fosters division and toxicity. Everything I talk about fosters division and toxicity.
Yeah, I mean you can't say your opinions without people feeling like it's toxic. That being said, there are things that are actually objectively toxic, and people who say that people are being censored or that they can't, why can't I say that? Like they don't get it. Like there's decorum.
You just happen to disagree with this one. I don't know why you can't recognize that. I talk about healthcare being a fucking human right and that fosters division and toxicity. I talk about racism without like actual historical or contemporary oppression is just being fucking mean, okay?
Yeah, because racism involves like systemic oppression over time, which is not the case with white people. In fact, it's the opposite. In fact, in many cases, white people have been the oppressor. So it's like, it doesn't mean you lump everyone to a category, but it does mean it's very different. It's very different. The kind of they just don't like they just feel like their butt hurt. They're like somebody called them something and called them out on their behavior, and they say, "Oh, it's because I'm white." No, it's not because you're white. It's because of the way you're acting.
Discrimination without
just like when people say, "Oh, I'm not transphobic," it's like, yes, your actions are saying otherwise. You are transphobic if I say you are. Okay, and it's not just because I say it, you are. It's because I only say it when somebody's being transphobic.
Any sort of like systemic consequence is just you're being mean. It's a pejorative. I don't want to hurt anyone's fucking feelings. I understand that people want to feel oppressed.
Oh, he's busting out the refrigerator.
rest. People want to feel like there are systemic issues that hold.
Monster Energy drink. That's the ultra. What is that? Is that the ultra? Ultra? No, it's not ultra blue. Yeah, that's the Monster Energy drink, sugar free. I like those ones.
Back that it's outside of their control, and that is true. But if you're a white person, it's not on the virtue of your whiteness. Okay, like saying fat cats is a slur against rich people that fucking worked really hard to get there. You should call them people of means or people of wealth. Son, you could insult
People of means or people of wealth. You can't call them. Wait, you can't call them fat cats? What, the aristocrats? The people who are like, man, I got all my money from my parents, and I've lived into this life of traveling across into other people's estates and having dinner parties. I earned this money. How dare you say that I am not connected to the common people? How dare you say that I do not know what it's like, and that my sweeping fiscal policies impoverish every single person that is not that doesn't have hundred thousands of dollars in their bank account. I don't dislike rich people, because if I was rich, I would be rich. Why would I dislike myself? I think it's the wrong attitude. Disliking rich people on the sake of them being rich, I think is wrong. It's not productive. Dislike people being rich who abuse that position, who say, oh, I'm rich, I'm gonna do everything I can to limit other people's rights, and I'm gonna do everything I can to hurt people. I'm gonna do everything I can to take away any chance of success from people who aren't rich, from people who are homeless or poor in poverty. Do everything you can to use that wealth to limit their rights and to limit their ability to achieve success for themselves. That's the people I dislike. There's rich people like Hasan who are actively educating and fighting for people and fighting for human rights and fighting for unionization of workers and the working class seizing the means of production, actually getting paid for the work that you put into something, instead of just like, oh, we're gonna pay you this, but you can't earn more. You're never gonna get more than unless you slowly climb up this archaic upper management ladder, unless you're doing that. But even then, you can barely get a small slice of the pie. There's somebody who literally earns the amount of money that you could earn in a lifetime in a year, or even less. And so it's like, these people have a lot of money and they have a lot of ability to do good. And there's people who, I don't think it's I do feel like it is kind of a responsibility. I don't think it's that hard. And I think you can do something without really affecting you if you have that kind of money. But even then, I don't think it's required. But at the very least, at least don't do anything to hurt us. But there's people who actually use that money to push for change that limits human rights. And that shouldn't be happening. It should be completely punished. Should be completely discouraged and punished by the full extent of the law. So all those politicians who are pushing for anti-choice laws in Texas, and all those politicians who are pushing for taking away the ability for trans people to have access to health care and to use the bathroom or anything like that. I think these people should be punished to the full extent of the law, because they're going against everything this country was built for, which is to let everybody have a chance, instead of just giving the illusion of a chance. Because right now we have an illusion of a chance. We really don't have much of a chance. Some people are able to make it, a very small amount of people can make it work, but most people don't, and it's something that we have barely any power over. The only thing we have power over is our voice, and we can use that voice to go around and hate people for being who they are, or we could use that voice to try to make changes that affect all of us in a good way.
Cheap people for any
50 sports cars, $50 million home. No, they have every right to do that. It's their money. To expect people who have millions of dollars to just give their money away is ridiculous. Would you do that if you had money? Would you do that with the money you have now? Do you just give money to people? You might tip people, but You have no responsibility to fund every single person in the country. I don't know why people are mad at Hasan for not giving his money away. Like, he does give his money away to charity. He doesn't share it because if he does, people get butthurt about it. And, you know, he doesn't share it anymore. He just but he does don't. I mean, he says he donates. I'm going to trust his word. He's been a pretty reliable person as far as his word goes for a very long time. But it's not his responsibility. He doesn't have to donate. There are tax incentives to donate to charity. So, yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of money, we can make tax incentives to help people do meaningful things. But in the end of the day, it's their money. They earned it. Just like if you got your money, you earned it. It's not about punishing the rich people. It's about letting them pay their fair share. And Hasan is all for taxing the rich more than the poor. Because, like, you earn money, you kind of have a responsibility to put more back, put back some of that into the community. And people who are, like, you know, struggling, you know, month to month to pay rent, they shouldn't pay taxes. Like the people who should pay taxes are the people who are making like hundreds of $1,000s a month. Like, what are they going to do with that money? It's just, you know, like, yeah, they earned it, but, like, they have way more than they need. Way more than they need. And the thing is, like, the reason we have taxes in the first place, would you rather tax all the people who can barely pay rent? Or would you tax the people who are, like, buying their 51st sports car? Like, yeah, they might be a little upset about it, but it should be the law of the land. Like, they should not be able to circumvent it with their power, because money is power. Keanu Reeves is pretty cool.
You think you choose race? Dude, I'm not insulting people for race. Shut the fuck up, dude. This is the worst and most idiotic fucking take I hear from so many people who absolutely fucking refuse to see any other kind of argument other than so many up, dude. This is the worst and most idiotic people.
I don't know what you could insult people for anything that you choose, and you choose race.
Shut the fuck up, dude. This is the worst and most idiotic fucking take I hear from so many people who absolutely fucking refuse to see any other kind of argument other than you're insulting me for my race. There's a reason.
Yeah, they just stop there. They don't look into the deeper things. They stop there, and they're already mad, and they refuse to go past that step. And it boggles my mind how many people are like that. That they refuse to, like, say, hey, like, let's go to the next step. They stay at step one. They're like, I'm mad. Okay, you're mad. And they're like, because of this thing. Well, you're wrong about that. I don't care. You're wrong that you're telling me I'm wrong. You're just oppressing me. Like, no, like, you're literally wrong. Yeah, but I'm mad and you're oppressing me. It's like, no, you just literally refuse to even, like, listen to something beyond a few sentences. And then you jump to a conclusion and you got angry and you feel like your rights are being infringed when they're not. And yeah, I understand the frustration, but, like, also, like, you have a responsibility to, like, educate yourself. If you're gonna join a conversation about something, people are gonna think that you're an idiot if you just spout things that are completely wrong. And also, you know, obviously, you know, I'm an idiot too. You know, I accept it, whatever. But, you know, they should understand that if they come to a table with faulty information, they're gonna make asses of themselves. Like, you just show up and you don't even understand what it's like to be black. You don't understand what it's like to be trans. And then yet you have all these opinions about us. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Like, doesn't mean that you can't have an opinion about us, but at least educate yourself and listen to us and actually learn what it's like for us to live our lives. Most of the time we just live our lives. Like, I just go to the store, I get some eggs, I go home, I masturbate, I watch the news, I poop, I eat food, you know, like, I'm just a person. I just happen to also be going through a medical transformation that is, like, really important to me and my spirituality and my personal quality of life that has nothing to do with anybody but me.
Reason why the overwhelming majority of, like, normal fucking human beings who don't spend their every moment on Twitch or on fucking Reddit laugh whenever someone, including, like, Tom Segura and numerous other comedians that have made jokes about this. There's a reason why people laugh when you say cracker or honky or numerous other things, because making fun of the ultimate majority that is a constantly expanding concept. Like, being white is conditional, okay? It is a made-up concept.
Yeah, like some people are white, but they're still lumped into like another category. Like for example, Asian people, like the Japanese weren't considered white, even though they have white skin. Like, and it's like, honestly, because of Hasan's name, he's not really. I mean, he's seen as white. Like, you look at him, he's white, but like people see it, oh, he's Muslim, so they immediately lump him in this category. It's not about like. It's like, take a little bit of an extra care in how you think and how you like go through your life. Like, why do you just want to walk around like not even thinking about what you're doing? You might be putting your hand into poop, were you just gonna like step around, not even look where you're walking, just walk around with your ass hanging out? And you're just like walking around, oh, I think this is chocolate, and then you eat it and it's poop. That's pretty much what you're doing. You're just like walking around without a care in the world, saying, I get to do this. Well, yeah, you look like what are you doing to yourself? Like, why are you walking around naked, pooping yourself and then eating the poop? Like, come on. Like Donald Trump.
That was built around purity. It is a made-up concept built around fucking purity. Do you understand? When you're white, it means you're a part of the dominant group. That's why when Irish people were oppressed, they were oppressed because they were not white, but then they became white. When Italian people were oppressed, they were oppressed on the virtue of being not white, and then they were considered white. Same with Polish people, same with Greek people, same with Jewish people. Whiteness as a concept is ever expanding. This is precisely why when you are countering the dominant concept...
Hey, Flinto. Just watching some stuff, basically on the Hasan ban, and then we're gonna watch some other stuff if we get to it. We've been going for 3 hours. We're going to finish the Hasan videos. After this is a Destiny video. I don't know if I'm going to get to the Vaush video today.
When you say something about it, you're not actually fucking telling someone on the virtue of their fucking race that they are bad or wrong. You are criticizing the dominant in-group. And because of that, it is impossible for you to criticize the dominant in-group in a way that is anything beyond my feelings are hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he has a point about this, because it's like, what is white? Like you can call someone white, but like they're like just as oppressed, like they're not, like, it's just like this group of like, it's kind of like, I don't know, I don't think it's as nefarious as some people might consider it. Like, we're just white, like, why don't we just get over it? You're light skinned, okay, Caucasian, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But like, there's also like historically like this attachment to it, like he was saying, and I feel like that's only part of the part of the answer, of course. Like, yeah, it is in many senses of the term, it is used as a way to say you're more pure than others. Because in the, like, I think where it comes from is people see black as evil, like dark. They see like, oh, that's dark powers, that's dark spirits, dark magic. And so I think like initially people just saw people with dark skin, oh, they're dark skinned because they're evil. And I think that's probably where it came from. I think it even says that somewhere in like a weird translation of the Bible somewhere. White is white skin, but it's more than that. Because if you're white, you have like this additional sense of like, well, like your people aren't gonna think, there's people out there who they see someone's color of their skin and they immediately judge their, like, how violent that person is based on that. They see a white person and they're just like, oh, it's just we don't even think, like, you don't even, and I do it too because I'm white. I'm kind of like, I'm used to me it feels like the default, even though I know it's not. But like I'll notice white people less, like, they don't stick out to me as much. But then, like, these same people, they'll, like, be in an elevator with a black person, and they'll, like, clutch onto their purse. But they won't do that with a white person. And so there's things like that, where it's like there's these little teeny microaggressions that have been, they're lies, and they're perpetrated across years, but the reason why they justify it is because then people do commit violence, and they use it as an excuse to say, see, look, black people are being violent. That means all black people are violent. It's like, no, like, that people are violent. And also, the reason people are violent in a lot of, like, non-white situations and why there's targeted more is because of direct results of that, like, feedback loop of, like, people being too afraid to look beyond the surface of a problem and instead looking at the symptom. And they see people who are, getting into gangs and getting crime. And the reason why is because you're hopeless on your own. So if you're a little kid and you're struggling to even get through, like your parent, like you have like one parent or like, you know, whatever, and they're struggling to pay bills, and like you're stuck at home and like you have nothing, and like, but then like a gang comes to you and says, hey, we took care of each other. We're going to, you're going to get, we're going to feed you. We're going to do all this. And then in exchange, you have to do crime. And it's like, well, what are you going to do? Live in poverty and barely eat any food? Or you're going to like join a gang? If you're a little kid, a younger kid, and you're impressionable, you don't really understand like about the violence and all of that stuff, or maybe you do, but you're willing to give it up because like, hey, like I don't really have a chance because like they put me in a shitty neighborhood with a shitty school. They basically ignore this entire part of town because they just put all the minorities in it, even though the minorities are actually the majority. Most people are not white. But it's like even white people aren't necessarily white, like skinned. And so it's like, there's like so many like bullshit things, and it's like you push and you push and you push someone to the ground, and then they fight back, and then you use that as a justification for why you push them to the ground when you were the one who did it in the first place. And it's nobody's individual fault, but in some people's cases, it is definitely the individual's fault. So it's like we need to call people out for their shit, and also realize that like a lot of the problems that we see that are vastly disproportionate for black and indigenous and people of color communities and LGBTQ communities is because these problems exist because they were created by this prejudice and by this unwillingness to even listen, and unwillingness to learn, and unwillingness to accept even that we're here. And at least they're starting to accept, but there's a difference between acceptance and understanding and empathy. Like, there's like understanding that other human beings should have the right to live their life without being terrorized.
Not only that, but cracker in its application is used towards, it's to imply whip cracker. Okay, so do you think it's better if you said to a person, wow, that is a whip cracker right there, or a Nazi, or a slaver? Is that less directional towards white people? Is that what you would, I assume you would not consider that to be a bannable offense. No one is using for whip cracking persons anymore though? No, of course not. Just like Nazi is not a fucking member of the National Socialist Workers Party. Okay.
Yeah, like people say Nazi, they think literal like back in the World War II Nazi. It's like, no, the Nazis still exist. And they're more clever than they were, and it's scarier because like they know how to like work the system more, and they're trying to overthrow democracy and like human rights from within the system. I'm pretty damn sure there's actual white supremacists, like white nationalists, like in the highest forms of government. Like there's people who are actually making decisions and voting within the government, which is why we have multiple people voting. But I feel like you should not be allowed to be a civil civic servant, which you're a politician, you're a civic servant, you're like a government servant, like you're there to serve the democracy, to serve the people. You should not be allowed in office if you have ever stated or fought behind or supported, if you continue to support, like if you're in office and you're supporting like racist and transphobic and just like anti-human rights in general, you should be able to just like be completely voted out. Like I'm sorry, like if you advocate for hatred in this country and for oppression of entire groups of people, like people taking away women's right to abortion, illegal abortion, and like coming after the womb and the right to choose whether or not you reproduce or not, and then also people coming out after gender affirming healthcare, and doing everything possible to undermine people who are already oppressed and who are already treated badly in society by a lot of people. These people should not. You have a duty. You have a civic duty to uphold democracy, and that has nothing that goes against everything that democracy stands for, which is that everybody has a voice. And if trans people and black people are not getting as strong a voice, they gave like the white people, the white men, the cis white men, the cis white hetero men, they get this big giant like amazing like $400 sounds like microphone with like, you know, sound counseling panels, and you know, like everything sounds perfect for them. But trans people and black people get this like cheap like $20 like headset that people use for like their like playing Halo when they're like 12. Like that's what trans and black people usually get. And like it's like, come on, like why don't you just give everyone like the same chance and the same voice?
Okay, you are currently making the, well, that person is not literally a Nazi because it's not 1938 argument to defend the fucking the utilization of the application of the word cracker. That's precisely what you're arguing right now. Well, actually, that person is not a Nazi. They're not literally Hitler. Yeah, I know. I feel, I'm terrified. I feel as though...
And just people are fucking stupid, and it's really terrifying. People are just so fucking stupid. Open up a fucking book, dude. Not like some book that your neighbor wrote and published, you know, and like not some like not some book that somebody sent you on Facebook saying, hey, this is proof that, you know, there's a conspiracy and the Biden administration is going to eat babies.
We are back to the 2016-2017 era of the internet almost. It's a little terrifying to see so many people not recognize this. And I get it, dude. I get it. Like, I have lost a lot of good favor. I've lost a lot of good standing within this community, not my own personal community, but within the Twitch community, for all of my horrible actions that slowly but surely chipped away at my brand, I guess, quote unquote. You know, bought a house, Twitch income leaked, and every single time, every single one of those controversies kept, you know, taking 1,000 people here, 1,000 people there. And there is a very diligent group of individuals who recognize that and continuously are playing a part in actively undermining me and saying that I'm wrong. Part of the reason why they do this is because they despise me. Part of the reason why they do this is because they don't like what I'm saying. Part of the reason is because they're like, well, fuck this guy. He's wealthy. You know, he's successful. I hate that. So now in this...
Yeah, and like just because you don't have it doesn't mean you should like hate everybody who has it. Because what if you had it? Like it's just gonna flip it around? Like suddenly you're gonna have like different opinions? It's kind of fucked up. They just have like conditional judgment on people. If it happens to you, it's fine. If it happens to other people, it's evil. Like, no, like if you had money, you'd be perfectly fine. You'd be happy. You would be able to take care of your family. You'd be able to pay your bills. You'd be able to actually live your life and enjoy entertainment that most people don't have access to because they don't have the almighty dollar. Like I can't go to the opera because the opera is so fucking expensive. And like it's like, what the fuck?
Position, when we get to this position, opening up the can of worms that...
What the fuck is MK Ultra? What the hell? I don't know what that is,
revolve around white fragility ultimately is not going to allow people to see what I'm saying in the most open-minded approach. This is worse than the Gusano debate. Yeah, because the Gusano thing was a totally made up, fabricated thing that most people had no fucking clue about. That's why it didn't have a lot of staying power. Whereas Cracker hits a lot of people directly at the fucking heart. They think, whoa, what the fuck? This person hates white people. The amount of people that I've seen on the internet that say I am literally racist towards white people is fucking insane. You genuinely have sometimes bad takes as spoiled white brat, and you take it way too personal when you get called out on it. I don't think it's a bad take. This is something I believe in. And not only that, but also people have to recognize that, like, yeah, I'm a hard-headed motherfucker for sure, but I always apologize. If there isn't, and I have a million times over, I apologize to black members of my community with the Nicki Minaj shit, even though what I said I don't think was that offensive or offensive at all. There have been many instances where I've apologized for hurting people's feelings, even if I think the other side is completely illogical. This is not one of those instances, okay? I want you to understand, if I am to take you seriously, white people in my community that genuinely and legitimately think that, like, Cracker is offensive or Cracker is attacking you personally, it's not. Okay? I'm not. I do not have a problem with you at all. I am not an anti-white racist. I can't even believe that I have to specify this. It seems ridiculous to even like consider that framing as a serious type of framing. I don't understand why you think it's okay to shit on someone for just being white like Max. Someone wasn't shitting on Max for being white. They were shitting on him for being a fucking asshole. The framing non-personal argument can be said for the M-bomb too. No, it can't, because there is a difference between... Okay, I'm just going to ban him and move on because I have already described this a million times over. You're saying...
Yeah, I mean, he already said it earlier. He doesn't need to say it again.
N-bomb, N-word, but you're saying cracker, okay? So automatically, no. And the reason for why no, not the same, is because historical context associated with dehumanizing and subjugating people and justifying that subjugation through things like saying the N-word, okay? That has not happened to white people while using the terminology cracker. Even the word cracker itself still comes from whip cracking, okay? I've described this a million times over. A lot of you don't want to hear this because you just want to feel like you're fucking oppressed. It's just the reality, okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, me too, me too, me too. It's like, no, not you. Sorry, you haven't been oppressed the same way that black people have. You haven't been oppressed the same way that women have. You haven't been oppressed the same way as gay people and trans people. And just anyone who doesn't conform to your idea of what standard is, what it, like, it's just kind of arbitrary that you think that like white Christians are somehow better than everyone else, or just Christians in general. It's usually people who identify as Christian. They very strongly identify with it, but they don't actually follow Christian values, because Christian values are about non-judgment, about helping people, about feeding the homeless, and taking care of people, the people who are oppressed. And instead, you're becoming the oppressor. You're becoming the Romans who persecuted Jesus, you know, in the story, in the book that you read, or claim to have read. You're becoming the Romans. You're becoming the evil empires that are talked about in the Old Testament. You're becoming the evil that the Bible actually shows. It's, you know, you're latching yourself onto the evil instead of looking at like the reality. The reality is that we need to take care of each other. We're all human. We're all equal. We're born into this world. We're not all equal, but like we all have the same starting point. Well, not all of us. Some people don't have the same starting point, and so you have to make it equal for them. You have to work extra hard for the people who don't get the same opportunities. You have to say, hey, you get to be successful too. You get to have your life too. You get to be treated with respect too. But some people, some demographics, you have to work harder for that, sadly, and it really needs to fucking stop. And
sorry, and I know that sucks to hear, but if you want to fucking feel like you're oppressed, you are already being oppressed. You're not being oppressed because you're white, though. You're being oppressed because you're a worker. You're being oppressed because you were born into a poorer family than a fucking billionaire or a millionaire's family. That's why you're gonna eat your boss's shit for the rest of your fucking life, okay? And there's pretty much nothing you can do about it, because every single person is going to tell you that this is the best design for a system. This is the best, most appropriate way to fucking survive.
yeah, they do everything they can to defend it. They do everything they can to make it so it doesn't change. They say, oh, well, this is how it is. Why don't you look at this? Look at this example of someone. And it's like, well, the reason why that failed was because you made it fail. Was because you showed up and you insisted that people do things a certain way, even though you had the power to change it. Even though, like, you just keep saying, oh, well, that's how it is. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. It's like, well, so we used to have slavery, but we changed that. How come we can't change these other things too? Let people be the fucking responsible for their own bodies instead of telling them whether or not they have to be a fucking incubator for a fucking pile of cells that can become a baby eventually with nourishment and care. If you're not willing, if you don't want to raise a baby, then you skip that part and you get rid of the baby, and it wasn't even born yet. It wasn't meant to be because the person decided not to raise it. It was from that person's body, not yours, not anyone else's. Just like, what are you gonna like throw someone in jail for getting a tattoo or a piercing? Or, you know, it's like what the fuck? Like those are permanent, pretty permanent changes to your body, and they affect your body. And suddenly you don't care about that one. Oh, but there's not a life involved. What about the life of the person who's giving birth? that has to go through a permanent body changing pregnancy just because you think that a pile of fucking cells in somebody's uterus, in somebody's womb, is like, just because you think that that's more important than the person who is actually carrying the fetus. You actually care more about that, the little pile of cells in a petri dish, than you do about a person who is actually living their life and is just trying to get through each day and can't afford another fucking baby, or can't afford, like, just doesn't want one for whatever reason. It's not your fucking decision. It's their fucking body. Just because you're born with the ability to get pregnant doesn't mean you have a responsibility to fucking get pregnant and give birth to a baby. So just, like, get the fuck out of people's rights. Because if they win abortion rights, if they win taking away abortion rights, they're gonna come after other people next. They're gonna come after trans people, of course. They already are. They're taking away children's rights to delay a permanent puberty. They're taking away access to healthcare, to life-saving healthcare. They're limiting it. They're gatekeeping it. But it's already known that, like, the standards practice to lead to the best quality of life are already well established. Because people have been trans forever. And in fact, gender expansive, in modern medicine, gender expansive care has existed since the 30s. And guess what? Those Nazis that you were talking about, you know what they did? They went to a science institute or library that was focusing on gender studies. And they burned it down. And they got rid of all of the documents, all the research into gender, all the research into sexuality, because they thought that there's only one way to exist. They thought that you have to be white, that you have to be straight, that you have to be the gender that you say that you were assigned at birth. Because they were studying this in Germany before the Nazis took over. And the Nazis took over, and they burned it down. They burned books. Guess what those books were? They were either books talking about LGBTQ people, or like black people, or Jewish people, like anything that gave any kind of credence, or any kind of saying, hey, like, this is a culture, this is people, these are people, look at these human beings, people expressing themselves. They burn those. And because they say, oh, this is the only way of doing things. And that's the kind of person that you want to be? You want to be like them? It's fucking weird, dude. That you want to be that person? The people that burned down an entire institution just because they didn't think trans people existed? They didn't think that it was okay? They burned it down when there was progress happening. The initial male to female surgery, bottom surgery, was actually first invented in the 30s, and it's been obviously refined since then. It was way better. I can't wait for mine. It's gonna be great. Consultation in February, and then 6 to 9 months, hopefully June or July. I'm really crossing my fingers that June or July is my surgery month, because I need to get laser removal first, hair removal in the area. And the thing is this was actually happening in the 30s. The same stuff that's happening now was happening in the 30s. And people say time heals all wounds. No, time doesn't fucking heal wounds. It can fester. It can get, you might have to cut it off if you don't take care of it. You have to actually take care of it, because the problem hasn't been solved. People are still burning books. Literally. People are actually burning books now because they're LGBT. And people are just ignoring it. It's why are we teaching LGBT kids? Well, why are we teaching about white history to kids? Why are we we teach people what it's like to be on this planet? How come we're not preparing them for reality? We're trying to insist that there's one way of existing. And it's why do you get to pick and choose what they get to learn? children are like, you know, we get pretty tough. You know, there's so many children who have to like live their lives with abusive parents who force them to go to church, where they're constantly told that they're a sinner for being gay, and they're afraid to even come out to their parents because their parents are super Christian and have talked multiple times and made them had to sit through dinner conversations where people are like, yeah, they shouldn't be able to get married. And it's like, well, what about your own children who are gay? It's just like a huge, like, basically middle finger, saying, like, shaming someone from for their entire lives, excluding people from the community because, like, oh, well, they're not Christian because they're gay. They're sinners. They're living in sin. Like, fuck you. That's abusive as fuck. And yet it's allowed to go on. The churches can just, like, claim that they have religious beliefs. But they're really just practicing hate. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with Jesus Christ, because they haven't read the fucking book. If they think that that's Christianity, they have not read the fucking Bible. If they think that's Christianity, Jesus would never have fucking approved of that. You're the fucking Romans.
But if you're gonna fucking sit here and cry that like white people are being oppressed because people are using the term cracker, well then, you know, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna fucking tell you that that's the reality. Calling someone a whip cracker when they aren't is just weird, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's like saying calling someone a Nazi when they're not literally a part of the fucking Nazi party is weird, bro. Yeah, I know. It hurts your fucking feelings most likely, okay? And sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as a fucking hateful, bigoted slur. That's the whole point. Hateful, bigoted slurs without historic or contemporary oppression are just...
Which is why, you know, porn should stop referring to trans people as SH or TR words. Stop doing that. I'm a person. I'm a trans woman. Or I'm a T-girl. Or just, I'm a woman with a penis, and it's gonna be a vagina. Like, why don't we categorize porn by, like, genital type? Or, like, you know, there's so many different ways to categorize porn. Like, you can categorize by position. You can categorize by, like, type of relationship. You can categorize by role play. Like, why do we categorize by, like, using derogative words to refer to an entire demographic of people? In fact, transgender isn't even completely correct, because most likely, when you click on trans in a porn site, what you really mean is trans women with penises. So I'm actually kind of confused, because after my surgery, what am I going to do? Like, do I go in the female category or just stay in the trans category? Because, like, people click on trans, they want a girl with a penis. Like, that, like, so what about, you know, men with vaginas? You know, that's starting to become a lot more prevalent, awesomely, actually, in porn websites. And so it's like, well, how come we just have this one category for all trans people? Like, why don't we just have, like, and also, why do we sort it by straight, gay, and trans anyway? Like, why don't there just be a giant, like, I mean, obviously we can have like whether you want to, like, primarily women or primarily men, you know, you can categorize that, I guess. But, like, even then, like, why not just, like, make it so you can sort by, like, you know, genitals, because you know what you want to see, or maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you just stop judging things and maybe just enjoy whatever the fuck makes you feel good. I don't know. That's just the way I see porn. Just watch whatever the fuck you want that makes you feel good, and just don't break the law or hurt anybody, you know?
Meanie bobini words, okay? They're making you feel bad. Maybe.
Mic drop. Yeah, I mean, that was interesting. It took us like 3 hours to watch that 17-minute video. Anyway, let's get to the next one. Hasan banned from Twitch for saying cracker. Oh, it's Vaush. So we're gonna do Vaush or Destiny first. Then we got some J.K. Rowling stuff. What happened to the Destiny one I was watching? I was watching a Destiny. Okay, yeah, the Vaush's metaphorical genders. Yeah. I want to hear what he has.
Things that I generally know to be true.
Is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Do you have any idea who the you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the quarantine, Tacoma wept. Even, like, ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else.
This is basically the way that I view it, okay? This is my
Thank you, Katie.
prescription, okay? If you wanted to get to a prescription, here we go, all right? And this isn't popular, and this prescription literally pisses everybody off. When it comes to the N-word, here's what it should be. Here's the problem, okay? For some reason, we have all these forms of analysis of how people work. But when it comes to white people, we drop all of it, okay? We just eject all of it out of our mind. So like, here are some things that I generally know to be true, all right? Welcome to the Miami Park, okay? There you go. Hey, check out Hasan saying,
Miami arc.
anyone who hates him can only hate him because they are racist. Ooh, Hasan.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Oh my God.
So why the f would the hate watchers watch? Why would they hate me? It's not because like, what do you think they... What would they hate me for, if not the things I say and the things I do? So, if my worldview revolves around anti-racism, if my worldview revolves around uplifting, the material conditions of the working class, if my worldview revolves around anti-imperialism, the people that hate watch me are going to be diametrically opposed to that, and that's precisely why they hate me.
What? Okay.
So what he means is that, like, obviously because of the things he stands for, the people who hate that stuff are going to be the hate watchers. So if he stood for, that it's okay to be racist and that black people shouldn't work and that, like, or shouldn't be allowed to work or something like if he stood for like anti-trans and anti-human rights, then the people who would be hate watching would be people who are for human rights. Inversely, since he fights for human rights and material conditions of the working class, the people who watch him, who hate him, to hate watch, are the people who disagree with humans having rights. Like people who want, who deny racism and who actively do everything they can to avoid educating themselves or others and uplifting people, instead of take every chance they do to just double down on the bullshit that we've been screaming at the top of our lungs, saying, hey, you're oppressing us, you motherfucker, stop. And then they keep doing it because they're like, oh, well, you're just crying, you're just crying. And meanwhile, you're walking around with your ass hanging out, just shitting everywhere.
Means. Can we listen, I have to stand in this position. I don't feel like doing hardcore meme review tonight, okay? I'm just saying hi to you guys because I feel bad because I haven't streamed in 12 years, okay?
Hans's argument is, well, if you're saying that a person who identifies as helicopter gender is metaphorically a helicopter, aren't you saying trans women are only metaphorically women? To which my answer would be, all of us are only metaphorically men, women, or other.
Yeah, so it's we're all trans. Cisgender people are trans, but they didn't have to do anything because they were already born. But you still discover your gender throughout your life. You still discover your identity throughout your life. Cisgender people do that. They discover what it means to be a man or what it means to be a woman. So for us, the only difference is we started out with different, dice rolls. Oh, there's a new Devin Nash 55 minutes ago. We're watching this. We're watching it. New Devin Nash.
Hello.
Yeah, let me give you my cabbage brain take, okay? Cabbage brain take. They love being canceled and stirring up drama. But that's not a secret, is it? Hope you don't mind. I am going to provide commentary via YouTube for this until you tell me to stop. Thank you for your amazing content, and you provide amazing value to anybody who is trying to make it in this world. Okay, so this is my cabbage brain. I don't know what he's talking about. Let's see what he's talking about.
Something that's always bothered me about Twitch. No, it's not all the drama and the soulless, uncaring corporation behind it. It's the fact that the website has always seemed very small. What do I mean by that? I mean that...
So he's talked about this before. So compared to YouTube, YouTube is probably like what 2 billion users or something like that, and that's Facebook. There's a lot of people on YouTube. Needless to say, Twitch is kind of a niche community, and Twitch is kind of like the weird kid that like plays with knives, like at home and like burns stuff in the room. It's like the weird kid. Right? Like Twitch is the weird kid. Twitch is that kid that just does weird shit. And maybe they're not violent or anything, but like they're seen as like, kind of odd. So it's like Twitch is kind of like a weird like nerdy thing. And so it's like when Twitch streamers like switch over to YouTube to stream, like, like what's happening, well, first of all, I think people should just restream everywhere. But second of all, when people start to I forgot what I was saying. People forget that like there's more to the life than Twitch. Most people don't know who Mizkif is. Most people don't even know who Pokimane or XQC are. So it's like you have to understand that it's a giant world to us who are in it, who are like watching all the stuff and following, but to most of the people in the world, they have no idea Twitch even exists. In fact, most people I talk to in my real life, they don't even know what Twitch is. And I'd give them a link and they're like, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to click on it. Like what the fuck? They don't like my videos. They don't subscribe. They don't share on social media. I don't even think they care about social media. So it makes sense. But I'm the weird kid in the group. Yeah, basically, like Twitch is kind of just like a niche platform, and people need to like humble themselves and realize that they might be giant in this little teeny small pond, but they're, it's like a big fish in a small pond. As soon as they get out, well, it's like, hey, like, I wouldn't say they're nobody, but like they're in a position where it's like there's a lot of people who don't even know they exist, and they have to remember that. And also not lose their core community. So it's like it's a constant battle. You don't want to lose your core community, and you also don't want to limit new people from you don't want to exclude people from because what if there's so much stuff, if there's so many things that somebody needs to do in order to appreciate your content, like they need to like know this, they need to know these other streamers, they need to know this. Like it's really hard to get into like Hasan and Destiny and Vaush. I would say it's a little easier because they do like stuff that's contemporary to the news and politics and stuff like that. But even then, like, you have to like kind of listen to them over like months and months and months to like kind of know like what they stand for and what they like, and also the people they talk to, and also like you have to know the people they talk to. You can't just use people's words. You have to see like where their core values are over time. And sometimes language is not perfect, and we say things that are not perfect, and then people get really confused, and some people get even really angry sometimes, and like they say you should be canceled, you should be deplatformed. But there's no such thing as being canceled. It's really hard to be canceled, and even then, even if you are hardcore canceled for something extremely terrible, like, for example, if Donald Trump played his cards right, he could have made it through the whole Twitter thing. But whatever, like the whole thing that's going on now, there's like criminal investigation going on. That's different. But like, you can be completely like a fucking idiot, asshole, bigoted person on the internet. You could still have some kind of career somewhere. But I mean, why do you want to be a bottom feeder like that? Why don't you just like do something that's meaningful to you and like actually helping people? People like Devin Nash or like Vaush or Destiny or Hasan, or pretty much like any big streamer who pretty much lifts people up or at least entertains people and doesn't try to hurt people. Sometimes they might say something that's like something might slip that maybe they weren't aware was like problematic or whatever. But like as soon as they learn about it, they're like, oh, I didn't know about that. And maybe some things take time, especially when it comes to like transgender people. People are slowly starting to get it, but like I feel like a lot of people just don't know the vocabulary. They don't understand it, and so it's like they say a lot of things that they think are right but like aren't. And I don't know, it's really difficult. Anyway,
that it's a niche website, right? Despite having all these users and having all this growth and everything and all these millions of streams, it feels very small. When news happens on Twitch, everybody on Twitch seems to know.
Yeah, especially since all the clip channels like follow LSFs nonstop, and Reddit is like constantly talking about on LSF, and like everybody, if a stream, like if Hasan like flashed his dick on camera, everybody would fucking know. Like even if he deleted it immediately, because there's people watching it live, but even then, like, everybody would fucking know. Like, somebody would have been, like, you know, capturing it, like, on OBS or something. Like, everybody would know. Everybody who watches Twitch would know. Like, if he flashed his dick on stream and got banned. Which he didn't do. That's not why he got banned. But, like, you know, it's just kind of crazy. Like, everybody kind of just, it's kind of like this, like, drama. It's like gossip. It's like a gossip chain. Like, everybody follows the same, like, it's like the schoolyard gossip. Like, oh, guys, did you hear Hasan got banned for saying the word cracker? And then everybody in the school knows about it, but nobody knows all the details. It's like a game of telephone.
Know about it. And websites have this big impact, like Reddit or live stream fail, or have these huge impacts on these communities, and yet they're a very small percentage of the user base. So what is going on here? Why does Twitch feel like this niche website? So I decided to look into that, and with the help of some friends, I came across some really interesting answers that nobody has talked about before. And that's what we're going to talk about in this video today. We're going to talk about why the website feels very niche, and discovered some things that I've never seen anywhere else that is going to be really cool. So join me for that. So
we don't talk about that here. That scheduling is on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Rebecca Lauren, or just follow me on Linktree. You can support me any way you want.
if you know me, and I'm Devin Nash, I cover all kinds of stuff in the new media world, and also do some like business and like financial stuff on here and on Patreon. You know that I love stats and I love Notepad, so we're going to break that stuff out right away, and we're going to go over some stats. So let's look at, just like in general, like what like the first idea of like Twitch feeling very small is because it actually is. So there's about 17,241,329 streams, and on average, this is per month, right? So we're just going to look over a 30-day. And if you're like a stats geek, this like video is for you. Okay, so on average, about 89,978 channels were live.
What?
And this data is all just pulled and scraped from thanks to Solinome. Okay, and the average.
Yeah, Solinome's pretty cool site. Gives you data and stuff on streamers. I was gonna say trans streamers. No, on streamers. Yeah, Fozzie, just kind of keep things a little bit. I like the kitty cat. I like the kitty cat in your profile picture. It's really nice. Just trying to fix my layout really quick. Okay. Which is kind of bad. Only very little people make it, because one mistake, boom, and you're. Well, that's true. That's true in general. YouTubers get in trouble too, even for stuff they. It's a different kind of format, and also YouTube is a streaming platform as well. Or at least they're going to be. YouTube's eventually going to be the platform for video content. Like, I mean, it already is for VOD content, like video on demand, like, you know, edited videos. Like, this is a 16-minute and 17-second video. You know, but like live stream is like, you know, it can go on for hours, and there's a kind of a format. Usually streams are where you do the recording and then you edit it together for YouTube videos, VODs. And VODs, not like stream VODs, like just video on demand. And yeah, of course, only very little people make it because they have a king-making system where the absolute people who get the most viewers and you know, like they get the most attention, and they end up getting even more viewers, and then it feeds on itself. Well, most people are like invisible. But the thing is Twitch is not a discoverability platform, and in the end of the day, no platform is going to be able to create a platform for you, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm struggling because it's really hard for a lot of people to relate to me, I guess, and I just don't make really good content. I'm trying to make better content. I've been having success on OnlyFans and stuff, but it's very slow, but I have a lot of faith in myself, and I'm pretty good at something, but I've been a little bit it's been difficult to do it lately. You know, I've just been so depressed and also just exhausted from the stress and of everything that I'm going through. And I've been going through a lot of stuff in my life, and it's really difficult for me to always remain on schedule, but I am filming, and I have a bunch of film to edit, to put up on OnlyFans and stuff. So you know, I'm trying to get into a good workflow. I'm trying to be a good content creator. I found content that people will actually give me money for, and I'm gonna stick with it until I can get a living somehow, because I'm trying to get SSI, and I have a hearing in January. But there's no absolute guarantee that I'll get it. I'm talking to my lawyer today, but Like, it's just like, and even then, they're only going to give me like, less than $1,000 a month. That's not going to be enough for me to live a life. That's just like the bare minimum to barely scrape by. And I'm done with that. I'm tired of that. I'm absolutely tired of that. I'm tired of being in poverty, and I want to build something for myself. And with OnlyFans and stuff, I can see myself eventually making that work. People like it. I'm getting new subscribers all the time. I'm getting tips, and and also with Chatterbait, like I get more and more followers. I get more and more viewers. Usually get like 100 viewers, like concurrently. Like 60 to 100. I mean, sometimes it's less. Sometimes it maybe even like 200, but for the most part, I'm doing pretty well. Like sometimes I can make like $150 in a day. Sometimes I can make like $2 in a day. So it's kind of frustrating. But over time, it's gonna be good. And but that's separate from like YouTube and Twitch and stuff. It's completely separate. And so it's like I want to create content for YouTube as well. So I don't know, like I have a lot of opinions, and I'm on Twitter a lot, but like I need to like step that up a little bit. And so I'm trying to like do more like React, like video React, and I want to edit it together and make like actual videos. But I talk so much that it's like I want to compress them down into a sizable amount, so like so that people can actually watch it. But I just talk so goddamn much. I don't know how to do it, you guys. I don't know how to condense something into like a 3-minute video. Like it'll be like an hour long or 3 hours long.
Current viewers, that means how many people were watching those.
But I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn how to I'm trying to learn how to be more focused and to like condense and have like more of like a purpose to what I say. You are a true viewer. Thank you so much, Katie.
2 million. Okay, and that gives you about a 21-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, so there's 89,000 channels, 17 million streams, and about 2 million viewers any given time.
So for every for every one stream, there's about 22 viewers per stream. Okay, and that number has gone. It gets higher and higher as time goes on because the website is becoming more saturated, and the growth rate doesn't match the amount of people wanting to broadcast. But if you've ever looked into like YouTube and being a Twitch streamer are very highly desired job.
Yeah, eventually there might just be a 1-to-1 ratio. Everybody's a streamer. Really, I think that our society should do that. Like, we should run our society. Everybody should have a platform. At least, like, even if nobody watches it, like, but I mean, it's the same thing. Like, it seems like a sustainable way to interact as a society, because I can't be in like the UK right now. Like, but I can talk to someone from the UK, like on Zoom or Discord, and we can work together. So it's like everybody should. We already use Zoom a lot nowadays because of COVID, and it's like I feel like streaming is really just like being a human being. Like, our brain is a stream. Like, we're streaming our consciousness, and a stream on a website like Twitch or YouTube, it's just an extension of that.
Jobs, everybody's talking about being the next content creator. So the number of people that watch streams is lower than the...
Yeah, and by the way, if you think streaming on Twitch will make you into a successful creator, streaming itself... It's not going to make you grow at all. You might get a few viewers. I got a few natural viewers, like I think you. But maybe you found me from something else. It's possible. And you found me on YouTube, so you didn't find me on Twitch, if you did. And either way, like most of the time, people don't find you natively on Twitch. What's funny is most of my viewers I found like natively while streaming on Twitch. But that being said, like, I don't really have many concurrent viewers, maybe like 1 or 2 people watching. So it's like I'm trying to grow myself, but I need to grow it off stream, which is why I started OnlyFans and stuff. Because it's like, that's where I'm going to grow, because I'm very good at it apparently, or at least I'm a natural at it. Doesn't mean I'm good at it, but people like it. People say I'm good at it. So, and they throw money at me, so I'm going to believe them, Does your voice change? It does if you're taking testosterone. So if you're female to male, it does change their vocal folds. It elongates them. However, because of my first puberty, if I had taken hormone blockers, I wouldn't have gone through this. I wouldn't have gone through male puberty, and I wouldn't have had a lowered voice, elongated vocal folds, and even my voice was never super masculine to begin with. But But it can. I have it more trained in a female resonance, but even then, it's after a while you get used to the way you talk, and it kind of becomes difficult to do it to talk a different way. Which is, with training you can change your voice. Anybody can. Particularly people who have gone through male puberty. People who have gone through male puberty have a full range. However, it does make it a lot. I think it does limit some things. In fact, most of it is just resonance, the way that everything just resonates. But that can be trained. But that being said, that's a bad thing, kind of for trans women, because with trans women, the estrogen doesn't change that. It doesn't shrink or narrow. It doesn't narrow or shrink or whatever the vocal folds. So everything that we do has to be trained. There are some surgeries, but they're still not perfect. There's a lot of surgeries there's a lot of gender confirming procedures that aren't. Most the important ones are pretty perfected, and they're continuing to get perfected, like the bottom surgeries and the top surgeries. Male to female bottom surgery is actually really worked on. It's been worked on since the 30s, like I mentioned earlier. It's had a lot of leaps and bounds. Now they have robotic assisted methods. They're coming up with new methods that have better healing, less invasive methods of performing a more successful surgeries. It's just getting better and better. Your voice does not change. But also, you're borderline being really rude to me, Katie. You're saying you sound like my voice doesn't change. A lot of people say I have a very feminine voice, and I work really hard to make my voice feminine. So please don't be rude.
Or higher? No, is lower than the number of people. Is getting lower than the number of people that are streaming. So this number actually did go down last year because of COVID. So the website grew a lot. But
also the way you worded that, you said I was looking stuff up about transgender. I understand that, but a lot of people will say oh, transgenders. Or they're oh, you're transgendered. Or they're saying oh, I don't like transgenders. They say stuff like that. So I'm just pointing that out. Usually just say, you're fine just there. When you say looking stuff up about transgender, that's fine. But I'm just giving you a warning. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm just pointing it out. Don't worry about it. Just don't even think about it. I was answering your question. I was trying to anyway. Yeah, and I'm very dysphoric about my voice. I'm told I have a very feminine voice and that it's not masculine. But I when I hear it recorded, I feel it's very masculine, and I hate it. I want a soft feminine voice that people don't feel intimidated by, because I know that hearing a masculine voice can make you feel like you're being dominated over. Maybe not to everyone, but that's how I feel about men's voices, because men typically have dominated me and just walked all over me. And so whenever I hear a masculine voice, it makes me, and also has gender dysphoria attached. So when I hear a masculine voice, I'm I don't like masculine voices, but I try not to use that to judge men by. But at the same time, it is a thing. I highly the thing is I love that, people are very supportive of me, and people are oh yeah, you're totally feminine. We accept you and we support you. But in the very end of the day, I'm the one who has to look at myself in the mirror. I'm the one who has to have my voice. I'm the one who has to have my genitals and all that kind of stuff. So in the end of the day, I'm making changes for myself. And, that's the most important thing to remember, that whatever any trans person does to transition to make their quality of life improve, which is either very little or a lot. In my case, it's hormones plus bottom surgery plus facial surgery, and socially transitioning. So I live my life as a woman. I use she, her pronouns. I don't hide who I am, because I don't think anybody should. And so my voice is one of those things where it's fuck, I had to go through a life, a permanent puberty, and I can't undo it. Like I can try to change my body a lot, and it's just so frustrating that there's just some things like I'm never gonna look like I was assigned female at birth, or maybe not never, but like I'm never gonna be a cute girl, like a small cute. Like I can't get shorter. I can't make my feet smaller. I can't look like a cute anime girl. Like I'm this big lunking trans woman. And I like, you know, like I don't want to be intimidating. I want to be cute and small. And like have a beautiful, super feminine voice. I want to be this like cute little anime girl. Obviously that's not possible. But like everybody else sees me, they see this like big lunking trans woman. They don't see what I know I am. And like it just makes me so upset because I can't change reality. I can't change things about my body like my feet or my hands or my shoulders or my rib cage. And I'm stuck in this fucking body. And yet people who are like 12 or 13 who know they're trans and know they need to delay their puberty so they can figure it out and whether or not they want to do hormones or not. And who are like actively put on waiting lists for like years at a time when it's already too late. By the time they get access to healthcare, they're already 19. They already went through permanent puberty. And it's like you can't undo it. We have like several procedures, surgeries that we can do to try to undo it, but we can't undo permanent changes. And it's so fucking it's just so like domineering over my life. Like I just want so much to look a certain way and to sound a certain way, and I can't. Because there's only so many things that modern medicine can do. And to have to live with that every day, knowing that I can never fully do what I need to do. But I can still at least do what I can. And it'll probably, be fine. It already is getting a lot better. But at the same time, like, that's why so many people kill themselves. Because on top of that, people actively, like, do everything they can to undermine our existence. And so it's like, not only are we struggling internally, we're also struggling externally. It's already a struggle enough just being trans. With all the help that we have, with entire communities rallying behind me. I have like a whole medical community supporting me. Trying to get me everything I need. And it's still hard. I live in California where I don't really experience hate. I actually don't experience hate at all. In fact, most people don't even notice me most of the time. Like most of the time I'm just living my life, and I think people just see like a random girl, which is true because I am just a random girl. And I understand that like everybody wants to look pretty and everyone wants to look like a certain way or whatever, and that's just part of being a woman. But at the same time, like there's just something different about like body traits that come from a puberty that you didn't want. Like a more male resonant voice, or broader shoulders, or bigger hands, or bigger feet, and like the facial structure, which we can change, but still, it's like I'm trying so hard just to like be a normal person, but I don't feel like one. I feel like a Frankenstein's monster. I feel like. And then people do everything they can to remind you of that, and also to make it into a mean thing. They're like, "Oh, you're a goblin. You're ugly. You're never gonna be a real woman." It's like, what the fuck, dude? I'm already struggling so much, and then you just jump on me, and just remind me of everything that my brain already tells me like millions of times a day. I'm very much aware of the puberty I was forced to go through. Okay, like, wish people would figure that out. They don't need to remind us. They're just being hateful. Anyway.
Expect this number to keep increasing, this ratio to keep dividing. So out of these people, about 9 million of them streamed once per month. Okay, once in the month, I should say. And getting a daily active user count is difficult. We know that 15 million daily active users were on the website as of 2019. So if we fast forward a couple of years, we can probably safely say there's probably 20 million DAUs, daily active users, people that use the website on a daily basis, okay? So this gives you an idea of the scale of Twitch in its totality, all right? Well, now let's look at something like YouTube. Okay, so YouTube has 350 million daily active users.
Well, 315 is what he wrote.
Just on iOS. That's just the people that are using the iOS app, okay? It's 60.
Jesus fucking Christ. That many people on their phone.
2% of the United States uses it every day. And about 2.3 billion users worldwide.
Yeah, so I was right. Like 2 billion, like 2.3 billion.
Which
Which 300 that 0.3 is all iPhone users.
This is about 1/4 of the earth. So
a quarter of everybody.
When you hear something happen on YouTube, it is in a segment that the vast majority of people
iOS, like iPhone,
using YouTube will not hear about. On Twitch, when something happens, just the sheer number of people that are available to be interested is just far, far less. So, don't worry. I'm like you're saying, okay, well, if you're caught up on this stuff and you're kind of a marketer or you watch this channel a lot, you might say, well, this is nothing I don't already know. I know that YouTube is bigger than really interesting stats that I think are going to be way, way more interesting and kind of culminate in some bigger stuff. So, the big thing about Twitch is that Twitch, on average, people watch 105 minutes of content.
Yeah, and like for me, I usually just pop into people's streams and I kind of just like say hi to everyone in the community, kind of watch for a little bit, and then I usually like kind of just wait for them to like put that up on YouTube or something to watch the whole thing. Like it's, like I don't have time to like watch the streams. Like I have to do my own stuff, I gotta do OnlyFans, I gotta do Chatterbait, I gotta do YouTube, I gotta do Twitch, which I multi-stream now. So anything involved with YouTube, I record in a broadcast initially, but then I'll have footage that I'm gonna use to go back. Like I said, I'm trying to get into a habit of actually editing. I've been doing filming, but I haven't been doing editing, and so I'm kind of procrastinating, but at the same time I still am making footage with the intent to edit, which is a start. And so eventually I'm going to get to my my to-do list, and I'm going to put everything up that needs to go up, and I want to get into a regular schedule and actually use the schedule upload button like on Twitter and everything else, like just have it automatically upload stuff instead of just scrambling to get one thing up at a time. Like I can just do like a whole bunch of stuff and then just parse it out, and so I can have a buffer, so it's like I have time to film and time to edit for the next one
per session. Okay, this is a crazy number, and if you don't believe me, you can go to a website like twitchtracker.com. I just pulled up XQC's last stream here. Look at this. On average, each viewer watched 70 minutes of this broadcast. This is like the #1 streamer on the platform, right? 70 minutes. That means that somebody watched 70 minutes of XQC. I can't even watch 2 minutes of XQC.
No, I mean, sometimes you can hang out in a stream for a while, like sometimes, like, especially when he's doing, like, React content. But even then, like, when he's playing games, like, it's kind of relaxing, and, like, obviously you can't really talk and chat, but, it's kind of relaxing sometimes just to watch him do, like, some gameplay and just, focus on his, especially playing, like, Valorant and stuff. Like, he takes his gaming really seriously, and so it's like, if you really want to watch somebody, like, just at least do their best to be in the moment and to enjoy the game and to be, get better at the game. And also, obviously, there's always funny stuff happening and stuff too. So it's like, I don't know, I can watch XQC for, a while, but even in general, any Twitch streamer, after I watch for a while, I kind of want to pause it and watch it later. That's usually what I do. So it's like, I'll pause it and I'll catch the YouTube edit or whatever.
But they watch 70 somehow. Okay, and that's the biggest streamer on the platform. So on average, right, people are going to watch longer, especially in middle to smaller tier streams. So that's a crazy number. To give you a perspective on how crazy that number is, the average amount of time that a person watches the Super Bowl, the most watched event in America, is 52 minutes. Okay, so people watch XQC on average longer than that. So we can determine from that Twitch users are dedicated and they're power users. More so.
Yeah, it just means that it's harder to get them. So it's like you have to funnel people. I mean, he's talked about this before, and so have other people. You have like a funnel, and I guess for me, that's like my adult content. So you have a funnel. You get people to go into that funnel, and then the deeper they go, the more dedicated they become. And Twitch has a problem where the only users are like that. So it's like in order to get, you have to get them through the funnel first and then bring them to Twitch. And that's the problem, because like you can't actually grow within Twitch because like and also getting other people to go to Twitch is difficult because Twitch has like a lot of stuff that kind of, it's kind of like a lot of prerequisites to be onboarded to Twitch. Like there's a lot of barriers to it. And he's talked about this before. But most of the time, like when people stream for the wrong reasons. They're streaming because they want people to find them, and that's stupid. I don't stream because of that. I stream because I want to create, because I want to, like, you know, film content plus interact with my viewers, plus, you know, just have a space for myself to work through a lot of the stuff that has helped me immensely over the past 2 years with my mental health. Even though people might argue otherwise, I would disagree, and my therapist disagrees with those people. I have been using Twitch and streaming in general, and content creation in general, but mostly streaming, which was mostly on Twitch, until I started restreaming. I canceled my affiliate contract. I just like use Restream, stream to like Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and DLive. But the thing is like once you get people to that dedicated power user, you get into an issue where it's like it's kind of becomes like a clique and a niche, and it's like you always need that funnel though if you want to grow, and so you need that thing that people are going to discover you with. And so for me, I guess that's adult entertainment. They're going to see me do sexual things, and then they're gonna find my other stuff, and they're gonna be like, whoa, that's cool too. Like she plays chess and she like talks about like you know, human rights issues and politics and stuff. And they might end up liking that better than my adult entertainment, or they might not care about it at all and they just only want to watch like my OnlyFans, which is cool because please give me money. I need it really badly, so please send me money. You can support me on Patreon, or you can support me on OnlyFans, or there's multiple ways to support me
than any other platform. So as far as I know, people on Twitch watch more content.
And also, if you want to help the most, you can actually do it for free. Just like and share my videos and my streams. You know, retweet my tweets. You know, like and retweet my tweets. Just make sure there's a lot of engagement with my material. If you want to support me, but you don't want to spend money, it's perfectly fine. I never ask, I never require money for my content. I give away my best stuff. Sadly, my best stuff is not always that good, not always good enough. Although I should have more confidence in myself and just say, hey, like I'm a lot more I'm a lot more capable than I think. But at the same time, there are deficits I have, and I need to improve on with my content, including all the content that is actually doing better. Like, you know, the adult content is doing really well, but I have a lot of work to do on it. I need to get better at editing, and I also need to get better at filming because I need, you know, I don't want to make the same exact video over and over, but that's pretty much, I'm limited in space. I don't really have the lighting or the space to create the kind of content that I want to, but I'm going to do the best I can. And also the fact of the matter is that I also want to collaborate with people, but I don't really know how to make that happen. So there's a lot of things that I'm going to learn over time, and I want to learn. Like I want to collaborate with other OnlyFans creators.
Content than any other platform in existence. I don't think YouTube even comes close. And the average Twitch viewer watches a ton of content, so they're plugged in. Okay, so that's the first thing to know. But it gets a little bit more interesting. I said, you know, one of the things that I hear all these streamers talking about is like, especially top streamers, they love doing this. Like, well, my community isn't like this guy's community. My community trends older. My community trends to be like more people like this, or my community trends like this. So what if I told you that the vast majority of those communities are just the same people? And I can prove it. How can I prove it, you ask? Well, there's a phenomenal website. It's called streamhatchet.com. Streamhatchet.com actually produces these phenomenal reports on like kind of the state of things that are going on. And you can actually go download them for free. I'm not sponsored by these guys. I just like them a lot. And they send me some data that I think is really cool. And you can go look at some of the data they have, and it's really interesting. This is like a website that's completely free. They do have a paid-for service, which is important if you're an agency or something like that. You can definitely garner some insights from them. But it's really fascinating stats here, and that's streamhatchet.com. They provided me with a couple of really interesting stats. Let's take a look. So among the top 2 streamers on Twitch, 16.9% of the audience was the same people. So that's almost 2 in 10 people, right? And you'll see that among smaller streamers, only 3.9% of the audience was shared. But this gets crazier. Like, let's take a look at this. So when comparing the top streamers, comparing the top 3 streamers and the overlap with the top 5 streamers broadcasting in English in September of 2021, so it's very recent, right? There was 26% average shared audience, so 3 in 10 people are the same, right? So why does this website feel like it's so niche? Why does this website feel like everyone is talking about the same stuff? Because it's the same people talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like people watch XCC, people watch Mizkif, people watch Pokimane, people watch Botez, people watch like there's a lot of the same stuff because it's all connected. It's like a club. Like you go to a club and it's called Twitch. Like that's what it is. And it's not. It has nothing to do with like Twitch. It's just like that's what happened naturally over the course of many years. And people are migrating to YouTube because Twitch is kind of falling apart. But the communities are still there. And in fact, a lot of these communities also go on YouTube and watch the videos of like all the React content and all like all the clips collections and all that. So like everybody watches the same stuff because it's like a clubhouse. Like everybody has access to it.
That's also why Reddit, by the way, where these communities tend to congregate, oftentimes have these same like communities that are battling. So all of these broadcasters that say, okay, well, my community is different or whatever, is literally the 3 in 10 of your users are exactly the same as another person's, right? So this gets crazy when you consider, well, okay, what about this former stat that says, well, 3.9% of mid-tier streamers, much smaller streamers, right? It's like are not the same. What's going on there? Well, what's happening there is that for smaller and medium streams, users aren't coming from Twitch as much.
Yeah, usually we're bringing them in from out because that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to grow somewhere else and then bring them to our streams. And like I'll make YouTube videos, or I'll be on Twitter, or I'll be on Reddit, or I'll be on Discord. And I'm trying to do that. I'm really struggling. I'm trying to get people to notice me, and I'm trying to get people to like me. I'm trying to make content that people want to watch. I'm not really cutting it. It's my fault. I'm trying my best, but we'll get there. And I need to stop thinking that I have a time limit. I'll get there in my own time, in my own way, and I'm determined. And I'm already seeing good numbers. I'm making money, which is not much, but it'll scale. And I'm gonna continually trying to improve and be a better person as well. But be a better businesswoman and just make more money. I'll get there, I think, but. Yeah, you are my number 1 viewer, KD.
What do I mean by that? So, imagine Twitch as kind of like a pyramid, and at the top are basically all the same users consuming mostly the same streams. The way this data is aggregated is that bots, if you go into smaller bots...
Have you noticed, I only watched one video, and it's been 4 hours? Welcome to my life.
Streams or middle tier streams, you'll see the same usernames hanging out in those streams. What they're doing is they're scraping information on all live streams, and they get this data and they aggregate it. So that only counts logged in users. So in reality, this number is actually quite a bit higher because it would only see logged in users and then be able to dictate that. So what it would do is it would take 2 to let's take 10 channels. Okay, it would copy and paste the users on them, and then since it's always on, it would just monitor the number of users that are going between those channels. And this is particularly easy to do for top Twitch streams because you don't have a huge sample size. So for smaller and medium streams, users aren't actually coming from Twitch as much. They're coming from third-party websites. So that's why you don't see that huge...
Who's the other streamer you watch?
Did that a huge difference here? is because once a user is on Twitch, remember when I said that they are very dedicated? They watch an average of 105 minutes per content per session. So that means that at the top of this pyramid are users basically watching the same people and the same thing every day for a huge amount of time. Then at the bottom, there are, which kind of like evens out the bottom, like middle tier of the pyramid.
Oh, you watch your own stream? I'll have to follow you. Hey, Sparkle. Yeah, we're just doing some React content.
There are users who are watching for far less time, which drives that average down, but they are watching, they're coming from other places. And there's a lesson here for smaller content creators and medium content creators, which is a lesson that I talk about a lot, which is don't try to grow on Twitch, because
yeah, it's like it's a stupid idea. Most people, there's like 3.9 million streamers or whatever. And the way it's organized is by viewers, and if you have like one viewer, people have to scroll like thousands of streams, especially if it's a popular game category. Someone named Katie. Oh. That's interesting. So it's like the thing, and there's no discoverability system. They kind of have something called recommended channels, but it's like it's a joke. YouTube's trying to figure it out. They're building their streaming platform from the ground up, and I think they're going to make it work better if anybody can. But the nature of live streaming is already so like difficult to get into. Hey, Russian Butter, you're banned.
the top users own the Kingmaker system. They own this whole ecosystem. It's very hard to break into that ecosystem. If you look at the people who have
yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to break into that ecosystem, but I think I can do sex work. I think I might be able to break into that one, and then of course, then I can break into the Twitch one. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Am I gonna get my regular? Am I gonna get my entertainment, my YouTube stuff? Is my YouTube gonna take off, or is my OnlyFans gonna take off? It's a race. Which one's gonna make it happen? Which one's gonna make it happen? I'm betting on OnlyFans.
Broken into that the ecosystem. Almost all of them have done so by collaborating with those people. So why is that? Well, because as soon as a person starts collaborating, so Mizkif is notorious for this, right? Where I don't even know how many streamers Mizkif has created.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! Like Mizkif is like it's like he's jizzing out content. And also he just makes people's careers, and it's like he just like. He's like, yeah, I don't know how he does it. Is he just like a machine of like creating new content creators, like collaborating with people's and like just like make people's career go off? It's like he's talked about it before. He's like he's actually kind of proud of it. I'm pretty sure he's proud of it. Like he's talked about it. He's like I just make careers happen out of thin air.
It's a huge amount, though, because as soon as somebody walks through that door, those same users become enamored in the kind of whole story. And Twitch...
Yeah, like Twitch, I call it the Twitchverse. There's kind of like a narrative that's around like the Twitch streaming communities. Like there's a whole narrative around it, and it creates this really interesting entertainment. Like it's kind of it's kind of like Real World or something. Like it's like drama within itself. It kind of creates itself. It creates a good distraction. I think it's very entertaining to a lot of people. Some people take it way too far. I really like the Twitchverse. I don't think I would be. I think like YouTubers and stuff. They're in a kind of different world. I feel like Twitch has its own unique kind of clubhouse feeling to it. A lot of the misogyny and like stuff like that needs to be rooted out. Of the communities, but that takes a lot of time and a lot of moderating. But you have to moderate it though. You can't say, oh, it's okay to just shit on women. Like you have to like say, hey, like you can't do that. You're gonna get banned. Like
at its core, I think at this top level, really kind of a drama baiting website, and this is kind of one of the problems with it. Like this is I think one of the things that's holding it back from being a larger website like YouTube is that if you want to be in the know of what's happening on Twitch in this ecosystem, you've got to be one of these power users that's like jumping between all.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of true. I mean it's pretty much exactly true. But that's kind of what makes it so special. Like it's like you can't, like, if you changed it, it would just be like, it wouldn't be what it is anymore. That being said, though, I think like the goal should be like not to be so stuck on that niche. Like be able to appeal to the wide audience as well. You know, to the general public, to get them interested. And so it's like this. It's an interesting mix. Like how are you? You obviously want to take care of your current users, your current viewers, but also you want to you don't want to get stuck in an echo chamber. You know. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe somebody wants to. But I mean, at least I want to have like a diverse community with as many different people from different backgrounds who can understand like each other and help each other and that kind of stuff. Lift people up.
All these.
And, you know, obviously it's really hard for a new user to get into this because I've been watching like Devin Nash and like Vaush and Hasan and Destiny and like all, like Mizkit, like for like well over a year now. It's been like 2 years that I started Twitch really. And like I didn't really discover a lot of these streamers until like the very beginning of like 2020. I started watching a lot more streamers around the like the 2020 elections. You know, that's when I started watching Hasan and Vaush and Destiny because they were talking, and mostly Hasan actually at first. Then like January, I started watching Vaush, and you know, like in the whole Hasan and Vaush and Destiny covering the whole January 6th riots and all that. You know, like, it's just like politics. Like if you just learn about politics, there's a lot of onboarding that goes to it. You have to understand like what people have done over time, and if you haven't taken the time to investigate that, it's so easy to just have a reaction without understanding like what you're reacting to. And the same thing goes with Twitch. And so it's like, I mean, the same thing, it's just a human problem. It has nothing to do with Twitch. It has nothing to do with YouTube. It's that humans want to create communities, and they kind of like, they get really defensive of them. They're like, oh, we don't want to let people in because they're going to shake up the community. It's like, well, like, you know, like, oh, we don't do that. Like, it's one thing if it's like somebody coming in and being racist or misogynistic or something, and we're like, we don't stand for that. What I'm saying is like, if somebody comes in and like they start saying things that like the streamer doesn't like or whatever, and the streamer's like, you know, the streamer's not mad, they're not banning them, but like the rest of the community dogpiles that person because they're like, oh, what are you doing? Like, you're not agreeing with the streamer. It's like, well, most of the time the streamer is open to people who disagree with them. It's just how you disagree with them that matters. Like, are you going to be like spamming, you know, sexist and racist stuff, or are you actually going to have a discussion and like actually have empathy and understanding and compassion, instead of actually just treating people like they need to like prove to you that you deserve basic human rights? Like, I shouldn't have to prove to you that I'm a woman. No woman should, and no man should either. Like, inversely, like, you shouldn't have to prove your gender. You shouldn't have to prove like yourself just for someone to accept you and give you basic human rights. Like why do I have to like be on trial just so I can have like access to healthcare, you know?
Communities and seeing what everybody's talking about, because everything is about like this guy getting banned, this person saying this word, this person.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's been paying attention. He represents top streamers, you know, and stuff like that. So it's like in his business, Novo. So it's like a lot of the time, like that's what everyone's talking about. They're talking about like Hasan saying cracker, and he didn't mention it specifically, but of course that's what's going on right now.
Doing this and whatnot, and it's hard for a user who is like brand new to the platform to come in and be like, hey guys, like what's going on? Like, oh wait, there's 10 people in like the Mizkif continuum, and I now Lenity's here, and like all this stuff is going on. Like what the heck?
Yeah, like you have to learn every single person that's in his stream. It's not just about Mizkif, it's about, you know, the OTK and friends. You know, it's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's a whole community. It's kind of like you actually could watch Twitch without watching any other streamers except for the streamers that are in OTK, like, and you're still having a very very meaningful experience that's entertaining to you. You don't have to watch every single streamer on the platform to appreciate the platform, just like YouTube. Like, you don't have to watch every single YouTuber. You just watch the ones that you kind of congregate to, and then you start interacting with the people. And there's also hate watchers, so you always have to like kind of root them out as well. But like, there's always going to be hate watchers, and they kind of don't jive too well with communities.
For a YouTuber, it's much easier for them to consume content based on the content itself. So, for example, it's like, I just want to learn like weird science facts, and then I'll just go check out channels like that. You can't do that as much on the platform because there's no discoverability for those.
Yeah, so it's like if you want to watch like science and technology, well, you click on science technology, and there's like hundreds or even thousands of streams, and the title might be related to what they're doing, or it might not. And they might be doing something that's not very interesting to you when you click on it. You know, like, so it's like, how are you supposed to find what you want to see? With YouTube, it's all focused content. The problem is there's only so much a on-demand video can do. Streaming provides something that you cannot, by its very nature, achieve in a pre-recorded format. So we need both, and like I feel like YouTube is eventually going to solve the problem of discoverability.
Things you don't discover
because like it's not that like because there's a lot of streamers out there that people watch that are probably not even the best streamers that I mean like for that person to watch. There's probably streamers out there who have like maybe like 20 or 30 viewers that are actually like the perfect streamer for you. Like that's the person you want to hang out with and watch and like support. But like you wouldn't find them because you only find like the top like 10 people or whatever, and so you watch them. And you can't really expect Twitch to solve this. I don't even think you can expect YouTube to solve this. In the end of the day, we're all responsible for our own discoverability, and I have to own up to that. I have to earn it, just like everyone else did, and I have to earn it my own way. And it might be OnlyFans, it might be YouTube, it might even be just somehow randomly on Twitter. I don't know. I'm not sad. What are you talking about?
For people by the nature of the content on Twitch. You discover it by the person. And as long as that exists, it will be very difficult for Twitch to grow beyond this kind of like weird niche website where this core ecosystem of people sort of runs the show, runs the circus, if you will, and runs the drama. Now, once I realized that, I was like, man, I should...
Yeah, it is kind of a circus. Oh, no, don't worry about it. It wasn't your fault. It just reminded me of reality, and I hate reality sometimes, especially when it comes to my gender, and, especially when it comes to, my body features that are masculine in nature, because gender dysphoria is a fucking killer. It like literally causes people to commit suicide, especially if it doesn't get treated by allowing somebody to have access to life-saving healthcare.
Start doing more stuff on YouTube because it's so much more accessible to create something. Even talking about Twitch on YouTube is more effective than streaming on YouTube, streaming on Twitch, talking about Twitch.
Exactly. Like he used to stream on Twitch, but he switched to just doing YouTube, and I think he's doing way better than ever. Because his format is, his content and his format is just better suited for YouTube. That being said, the fact of the matter is that like once he makes a video, it's in an algorithm, it's discoverable. People can search for it. People will find it on accident, and people will find it on purpose. And and they'll find it like without him having to do anything after he's made it. You dislike your disabilities, that's why I don't hang with friends. You should probably find better friends. I've been working on that. It's really difficult. It's not easy, but you should find better friends. There's better people out there. People who don't make you feel like you're a burden to them. People who actually care about you and who love you. Instead of just like constantly having to deal with you because you're disabled. And I had to cut a lot of people out of my life. But the people who stay, the people who are left, those are the ones who matter more than anybody else. Those are the people who truly support you and love you, and it's better quality.
Okay, so like if I run a Twitch live stream that talks about Twitch meta, I'm more effective doing that on YouTube. One, because the pure number of users is so much higher, but also because people search by the nature of the content that they're interested in on the.
Yeah, like every video you put up on YouTube is a lottery ticket. It can randomly get a whole bunch of new viewers to your content
platform. So I think this in the long term has like really interesting, there's a really interesting reality for Twitch, which is like, how do you start to filter? So one of the things that Twitch has done is like, can we filter these users down into the smaller or medium-sized streams? I would argue that you can't. I don't think you can. So what I'm saying is like, if a person that's like, let's say that you're a 105-minute of content person. That's an average, by the way. So there's plenty of people that are watching for like 4 or 5 hours a day, right? And you know who you are. Some of your listeners.
Or you stream for 4 to 12 hours a day. You're either a 4 to 12 hour viewer or you're a 4 to 12 hour streamer. You can't be both. Or maybe if you watch people on your stream. Okay.
Listening to this right now, and you're like checking out Trainwreck's stream, you're checking out like the Hasan drama. Oh my God, like what did XQC say? Like you're in it, right?
Yeah, I mean that's like me, but I don't spend all my time watching streams. I just kind of skim through YouTube and watch YouTube content. So it's like in the end of the day, YouTube still wins there. At the same time, though, streaming is a very interesting thing where people who want to be there when it's happening can, and also you can interact in a way that you wouldn't like. There's always obviously not so much with bigger streamers, but maybe there's always a chance they're going to read your comment and react to it. So it's like you're actually a part of the content. But in the end of the day, the real content is the edited content that gets put on YouTube, and you can do a lot of that on your stream. So you record it on your stream. In fact, Ludwig does that. He'll record his content during his stream. So not only is he getting an audience from his streaming community, but he's also creating content for new community members, people who discover him on YouTube. Because there's a lot of people who don't know who Ludwig is, but they might see a video as his on YouTube and they're like, that's funny. And then they click on his channel and they see his other videos and then they see like, oh, he's a streamer. He streams on YouTube. Well, now he does. And then they click on his streams and maybe they catch the next live stream and now they're a part of the community. And then that keeps happening. There's people who would have never found, Ludwig on Twitch. Who like if it wasn't a King Mesh, if they just had if they had no directory, if it just like listed people randomly, Ludwig would have never been discovered. Maybe not. He's great, but because he makes great YouTube content, and because he utilizes his time in a way that allows him to utilize his stream in addition to his YouTube content, he's maximizing his efforts, his efficiency, and so it's like. It's amazing. It's working really well for him, but not all of us are Ludwig. Some of us have different formats. I'm still struggling to try to figure out the YouTube format for me that works for my kind of content because I don't really know how to rein in my content, honestly. And that's why the adult content's been so easy for me because it's very basic. It's just like I know what to do. But like with YouTube content, I'm like, well, how am I going to edit down like a 3-hour rant? Where I'm talking the entire time with barely any breaths. How am I going to edit that down into like a 5-minute YouTube video? And I've been trying to figure that out for so long. And part of it is trying to be more focused and trying to like be more concise and also just, getting better at editing, which takes a lot of work on my part. And I'm trying my hardest to get to it, but I'm working a lot on my real life right now. And yeah, my career is kind of taking a back seat and I'm still trying to work on my career with YouTube and OnlyFans and stuff. But at the same time, I have a lot of real stuff that I have to deal with in my real life that's taking up all my energy, transitioning surgically soon, and like, doing SSI so I can have a basic income so I can, pursue my career and actually have a chance to succeed at life instead of just being pushed to the ground and constantly denied even basic access to life, which I'm very tired of. And I think I deserve my cut of the pie pretty soon.
You're in this circle. You know everything that's going on. You upvoted every thread. Like, you're in it, okay? For those people, what would it take to watch small to medium-sized streamers more than they watch these people? It would be very difficult to do because
porn.
All of the upper level of Twitch, as reflected in these stats, is like kind of a sitcom.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like Big Brother or like it's like reality TV kind of. It's not even like a sitcom. It kind of is like with Mizkif though. It's like kind of like a sitcom. Yeah, it's like Seinfeld or something.
And like you're seeing that happen with like what a lot of the top streamers are doing now is they're quite literally just copying and pasting shows from like 10 to 20 years ago.
Not just that, it's just like more IRL content. They're involving real life more, and I think that's important because what we've learned from the pandemic is that people have obviously there's always gaming content is pretty popular. However, I noticed that in the very, very top streamers, they've been doing less gaming content. They've been doing more IRL content. They've been focusing on the human part because at least when I'm watching them, those are my favorite streams. when I feel like I'm hanging out with people, because it reminds me of hanging out with my own friends, which makes me more likely to, to want to reach out to my friends and spend time with them. And I feel like more people need that. And people will criticize streamers for like, oh, you're perpetuating the problem of people just, isolating and being, and I don't think it's true at all. Because people are interacting in a community, even though it's online. A lot of these people might not have interacted with anybody if it weren't for these communities. They'd just be alone on their computer playing video games by themselves. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katie. I love hanging out with you too. But because of these streamers, now they have a common goal. They have a common, they have something to have in common with other people. They can talk about their streamer with other people who watch. They can, and then the thing is, then they're watching these people like interact in their real lives. Obviously some of it's scripted, some of it's not. Some of it's like maybe half scripted or bullet pointed. I don't know. Maybe they have a plan, maybe they don't. Who knows? That's kind of the fun of it. But like at the same time, like obviously some of it's like for sure like talked about before the stream. Like these are professionals, okay? That they're entertainers. That's what they do. Like you should accept that. It's not like not everything you see on stream is 100% real. You need to accept that. But the thing is like you'll see them like going to the restaurant and just like hanging out and like just like it reminds me of when I hang out with my friends. And I can imagine myself, like, in the place of the camera. It doesn't mean that I'm hanging out with them. I actually, it's less about the streamers. It's just the idea of it. I actually, when I watch Mizkif, I think about my own friends. And obviously, I have a more healthy mindset, and not everybody does. But I feel like, that's where content is going. And it's kind of going towards the metaverse, where the internet is just an extension of ourselves. And I feel like over time, I do feel like you should have to, attach a face, a face and a name. Or at the very least a name. Like Facebook does real name only. I feel like I don't know. It's kind of a controversy whether or not we allow people to be anonymous. But we notice that like people who are anonymous tend to cause problems. And obviously the intention is to allow everybody to have the right to be anonymous. But the thing is like people who are decent people, they don't say and do things that would hurt their reputation for the most part. So, and it's why people need to calm down if they get like Twitter canceled or whatever. There's a difference between somebody who accidentally says a swear word or whatever, or like a slur or whatever, and somebody who actively, harms community. Like somebody who actively hates like a specific demographic and makes your actions speak louder than words, and actions over time. And so that's why it's like you slow down. Don't cancel people so quickly. And also, if you feel like you're being canceled, slow down. You're probably not being canceled because you need to trust that your behavior is justified. Like, it might not be the best behavior, but like, you can say like nobody can say like, oh, you should be like kicked off the platform for it, because of like there's context, and also there's how much action you take and what you say and do over time, and you should have different responses depending on the intention and the context surrounding it. Like if somebody is constantly spouting anti-trans rhetoric, like Ben Shapiro, he should probably face repercussions for that. Or J.K. Rowling, constantly pushing anti-trans rhetoric to like 1 billion users. I think she has like 1 billion fans or something like that. I mean, she is a billionaire. I think it's like she has millions and millions of fans who follow her and who trust her and listen to her. And she goes around and uses that platform to spout anti-trans rhetoric. And I feel like people like that who continually do that over a long period of time should have their right to a platform taken away. And if they want to build a platform somewhere else, they're not going to have the support of like YouTube or Twitch or Twitter. Like, you're going to lose access to those tools. I'm sorry. If you're going to use your platform to spread hate, then you should lose your access to the resources like YouTube and Twitter. Because, but, they still haven't banned Ben Shapiro, and J.K. Rowling still has a platform on Twitter. Because people are like, free speech. And it's like, okay, you're using that speech to marginalize an entire demographic of people.
on TV and then putting them over like Jeopardy. Okay, that's like the meta of the content on Twitch right now.
Yeah, like we got Parasocial, which is, I guess it's like not The Price is Right. It's like it's basically Family Feud. No, it's not Family Feud, is it? Isn't it? I forgot what they do in Parasocial. They have to. Oh yeah, it's like Family Feud. They have to guess the ones that the Twitch chat voted for, or something like that. Like survey says. They basically do that with Parasocial. With I don't know, like what was it, Mogul Madness, or the one where the one Ludwig did that was like Jeopardy, and then there was like The Price is Right that they did, where they had Will Neff with that freaking amazing clip. Oh God, Will Neff Golf Club clip. Will Neff Golf Club. Well, this is terrible. Twitch. Jeez, how come I can't find this clip? That's one of the problems. That's one of the problems with Twitch, is it's really hard to find clips that you want to find. Unless they're put up on Reddit or, on a prominent clip channel. So it's like, there needs to be a better way to discover clips and also to find clips that you've already watched.
And it's so fascinating because it's just the same people.
In fact, I think Twitch can do so much better if they make a completely better clip system, because clips are great. You can completely advertise your stream using clips, because people see a clip and they're like, what is this streamer about? And they're like, you can summarize what your stream is about in like 30 seconds. Like what to expect from like watching your stream or your content. And like, if Twitch had a way to just have like a clips.twitch.tv, just like let you watch, like, you could just shuffle random watch clips and you'll discover all sorts of random streamers you would have never found. Or if you could just sort it by category, and XQC has talked about this, like if you could sort clips by category, sort clips by like multiple streamers, or streamer communities even, using that data that they already have. Or you can sort clips by what, tags people use. Like there's so many options they could have for sorting clips, and then also adding comments to clips, just like YouTube. Why don't they just do the same things that YouTube and Reddit and stuff? Like let people actually write on the clips, like actually type into a comment section. Like, why don't they just do that? Like, instead of like having a clip that nobody can talk on because it's just a clip. It doesn't make any sense. Everybody has to go to Reddit to talk about clips. They have to go to LSF. Why can't they just talk directly on Twitch? Like, and why can't also you should be able to like use the algorithm for your clips. There should be an algorithm. Like a discoverability algorithm. If people watch certain kinds of content, there should be a way to like kind of at least categorize it, at the very least using tags, which is I think they kind of do with recommended. But there should be a prominent page that's completely dedicated to clips, because honestly, clips are the things that I watch the most, and I feel like most people who watch Twitch really just watch clips. Like they might stick around for some streams, but most of the time people just watch like the LSF clips and like kind of follow the and even the Twitch streamers, like I'm doing, but I'm a small streamer, the streamers themselves will actually respond to the clips that people are watching, and then they'll respond to the response of the clip, and it becomes this endless chain of response videos, and it's kind of cool. It's very human, because humans want to talk, humans want to share ideas, humans want to figure shit out.
That are consuming this content and then talking about it. So unfortunately, what this does is it creates like what I call a kingmaker system, which is like the top of this like little pyramid is going to stay that way. It's really difficult for those people at the small and medium levels to kind of compete or get anywhere with.
Which is why the vast majority of smaller streamers viewers come from like outside. Like they'll come from your OnlyFans, or they'll come from they'll come from your Twitter, or they'll come from your Facebook or whatever. Or from your specific YouTube niche. Like eventually you will get like community members like trickling in if you make any kind of numbers. Like he's talked about it before. Like the best thing you can possibly do when you have like a decent amount of viewers, like 1,000 plus or whatever, is to stream more, because you'll get pushed to the top more. Especially if you're in a category that doesn't have many people with that amount of viewers. So it's like people who click on that category are way more likely to click you if you're at the top of that category. So once you get there, you're actually going to get bigger, because then more people are going to click on you. So it's like your goal is to get to that top of that list. And once you're at the top of the list, then you should stream more. He's talked about it a lot, and I know this firsthand. I spent like 2 years streaming to like one viewer. Okay, so like, well, not the whole 2 years. I've been learning from a lot the past like 6 to 8 months or so. I still have a lot to learn. I have a lot of work to do too. That's mostly it. I have a lot of work to do. I've learned a lot, but like actually using it to actually make my platform successful is a different story. And I'm really, 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 really happy about and really hopeful for the progress I'm making with OnlyFans.
With their content. So, the solution to this is for small and medium-sized creators to continue to do external marketing and to understand this problem and stop trying to grow on Twitch and start trying to bring people to the website off the platform, predominantly by making YouTube videos. You know what he's gonna do? His videos, he's releasing videos still. I love his videos. Eventually, when I can afford it more, I'm already spending a couple like small bills. I already buy someone a coffee each month. I know it's kind of weird. Botez Live, especially Alexandra Botez, really got me through a huge part of my life, and like has helped me like kind of feel inspired. I've been really inspired by their work and how far they've come. I'll support them forever. Like I'll get her a coffee every month. Basically, it's like I'll give her my Twitch subscription. That being said, I have like debated like, why am I doing this? And I'm like, well, I do get to hang out in the Discord, and they appreciate me, and also besides that, I just it's like I show support. She's out of any other streamer, I feel like she's done the most. Her and her sister have done the most to lift people up and to be positive members of the community, and I fully support them. That being said, like I want to get his access to his Patreon videos. So it's like I want to, eventually, like adding another $5 to my monthly bill is actually really bad right now. I'm perfectly fine. I think I'm fine right now. I'm earning enough money to pay my bills, but even $5 can make the difference. But obviously, like you get a lot of value from him on his Patreon. He has a whole bunch of videos he makes. That are exclusive to Patreon. Like he does business videos and talking about stuff that I really want to watch. It's very technical, more technical oriented, and I kind of want to. I like his technical content, like where he talks about when he busts out Notepad and talks about numbers. This is my favorite part. That's kind of why I watch him, and also his insight, because he knows what he's doing. He's not some random dude or random person just talking. Like I'm just pretty much just I don't actually know like this from experience, like what he's saying. I've listened to a lot of the stuff he said, and I can understand it and kind of not regurgitate, but like kind of process his like other people's knowledge. But he has something that you can't learn in a book. He's actually started and has successful businesses. He represents top streamers like Amaranth. And like he knows what he's fucking doing, and he's also is an extremely seemingly I'm pretty sure pretty damn successful platform and content career. Very influential person in the business space, especially with the new media, like on social media like YouTube and Twitch and all that. Very in the know, very experienced. or like if you're doing educational content, you can do LinkedIn stuff, or you can talk on Twitter. There's a bunch of different, like pretty much every platform is more discoverable than Twitch. No, every platform is more discoverable than Twitch. I would get discovered. You get literally, if you're a small, medium-sized streamer and you hold a sign in like a popular airport, you have a much higher chance of getting viewers than.
It's kind of true though. Like if you hold a sign like twitch.tv/Rebecca Lauren, if I did that at like a common, like a public place, it would be infinitely better than actually streaming. It's kind of ironic.
If you did.
Streaming is for what you do once you have the audience. That's where you hang out with them and you have like a common area that kind of like it's like the hub that you come to like congregate with your community. In addition, like, and you have this whole giant like ecosystem of content that you create that kind of centers around, like Twitch is like where you have like a kind of like a town hall meeting, I guess.
Actually stream on Twitch. And try to pull these people, because it doesn't matter. A lot of people are saying, well, like Twitch is implementing recommendation systems and suggested streams. Well, it's great, right? Or search functionality. None of these people will leave because they're all kind of caught in this, what the Rig Vita would say, the great play, right?
Yeah, like if XQC or Mizkip is live, why would they watch anyone else? So it's like that's kind of how it works. You have to get them somewhere else, and then they'll be interested.
They're all involved in this this ongoing storyline that you're not a part of, and what you get is quite literally a high school situation, not just because the drama that it comes out of this freaking thing is basically high school drama, but also because it's the cool kids over here at the lunch table and the people like me that never got to eat with them and that now are stuck making videos like this and wearing all black because I'm really angry at the world. So
I don't think that's why. I think he's joking.
It's really difficult for those people to actually get involved in that circle. Pretty much the only way to do it is to get invited into that circle of people at the lunch table.
Yeah, guys, could you invite me? I'm so alone. I want friends. Please. I can't afford to take a plane to Austin, though. You guys should come over to California and hang out with me.
And then get to talk to them, which is why you see any of the broadcasters that are coming up through Twitch are like not these like random small, medium-sized broadcasters anymore that just end up being there because they created great content and they show up. That's really, really rare. More often than not, the broadcasters that are growing are sitting in these circles with the top broadcasters and doing content with them, a lot of times in real life now. And that consistency of that same audience that we see here actually brings those people over to that stream, and then the like they become kind of part of that continuum, right? So I just thought this was fascinating, and it kind of there's just a lot of really interesting stats that verified a lot of the suspicions that I've had about Twitch for a long time, and so I wanted to talk about it. If you like this kind of stuff, I talk about this kind of stuff and like business and lifestyle stuff a lot on Patreon. Patreon.com/Devin Nash is a great way to support this channel. And for $5, you get like over 40 or 50 videos. I produce like 2 or 3 a week usually. And also you can go check out Stream Hatchet too. Again, not sponsored, but I just think they're cool. It's really nice of them to provide stats like this. And I hope you enjoyed this talk. If you did, leave a comment and tell me what you think. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
That was interesting. You've been wanting to go to California? Hey, Emily. I don't know what VOA FYI means. Somebody's going to have to explain to me what that is. I don't have any idea why these people keep coming in and say like VOA FYI or Vol FYI. I have no idea what the hell they're even... It just doesn't make any sense. It's just weird. What the hell is it? Is there something is there something I don't know about? Like, what is that? What the hell is wrong with you? What are you saying? It's like VOA and A is capitalized. Like, why? What does it even mean? VOA fuel. VOA FYI. I don't know if that's an L or an I. You know, like a lowercase L or a capital I. I don't know. A lot of stuff. All right, yeah, not so great of a take. I mean, this is kind of an interesting topic. It was kind of hard to really like add much to the conversation, I think. But that's just how it goes. You know, hit and miss. Gotta be careful with file exploration. In fact, whenever I go on Twitter, I gotta be really careful. I got a 1-day ban from Twitch just because I accidentally showed something on Twitter that I shouldn't have. Spelling is amazing. It just takes a lot of practice, and basically kind of like you want to, when you're writing, your goal is to get to a point where you're basically just translating your thoughts into words. You're not really thinking about it. Like, do you do that in your day-to-day life when you talk to people most of the time? Like, when you talk to people most of the time, you're kind of just, like, right now, like, I'm kind of just saying what's on my mind. Obviously, I am trying to think about what I'm trying to say, but it's, like, it's not as active as what I feel like a lot of people, what I've noticed a lot of people, when they're trying to write, they think it's, like, this big, important thing. They, like, make it into this big deal. They put it on a pedestal. Like, it has to be this really difficult, slow thing. And it's like, no, it's just, like, you could always fix it later, you know? You know, it's, there we go. And also, oh yeah, also that one. Okay, there we go. All right. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. Yeah, yeah, I've been going for almost we've been going for 5 hours now. Pretty spent. Looks like we're not going to get to all the videos I wanted to react to today, but we got a couple good ones. I wanted to watch this one. 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 Let's just kind of go through.
person born male but who identifies.
The sex gender identification of individuals who come into contact with the police will be based on how they present and how they self-identify. As a lawyer for 20 years and Justice Secretary for almost 8, I've seen some legal absurdities, but this tops it all and is dangerous. It's physically impossible and is about dogma overriding common sense. I love how they always say this. They never say, what's physically impossible? Like, what? What? If it's physically impossible, then how are we doing it?
Yeah, I mean, if we're able to modify our bodies to match our gender identity, then how is that unnatural? We're able to. We figured it out. We learned how to do it, and not only did we figure it out, it's safe for the most part, and it vastly increases the quality of life of many people, like millions of people. As opposed to forcing millions of people to adhere to your strict guidelines of what exactly makes a woman and what doesn't, which is like, no two people have the same definition of what makes a woman or a man. And this includes cisgender people. There's no one way to be a man or a woman or a person in general.
Prisoners are being armed by this and vital crime statistics rendered useless.
How? Where? Danger to women? What danger? This is turfs.
But what about the women who are like the trans women? Like, you're hurting the trans women, so you literally are hurting women. Like,
always do this. We have concerns.
A wet ass pussy? Well, some men have wet ass pussy. Have you ever seen a man? Here, I can't show it on stream, but go on Pornhub and search. I can't show it on stream. Go on Pornhub and search jock pussy, like jock, like a jock. Like a football jock or whatever. Like, search jock pussy. Some people have pussies and they're very much a man. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's about women's safety. What concerns? We have concerns about women's safety. What concerns? What are you concerned about? We have concerns.
Yeah, they keep saying they have concerns, but there's never actually anything. Like, any kind of data they have doesn't really help them. It actually helps. It's just like, it's the usual percentage of population that commit crimes. It's ridiculous to say that like trans people are more dangerous than other people. Is just like saying black people are more dangerous than other people. It's really fucking ridiculous. It's making a sweeping statement and judgment about an entire demographic of people.
We know. What are the concerns?
I mean, you might like it. You might like men with pussies. You might really like it. What if it makes you happier than you've ever been before? What if looking at men with pussies, like super muscular, hairy men with like, they're balding, they got deep baritone voices, and they got a pussy, and they fucking have sex with other dudes, and it's really fucking manly. And what if you're into that? You don't know that if you don't try it. Nobody can make you try it except you. But you have choice, right? Shouldn't everybody have a choice? Anyway, thank you, Olivia, for sticking with me. Thank you, chat. It's been 5 hours. I can go more, but I don't really feel like it. I'm just gonna end the stream for you guys. I feel like we had some fun today, and we had talked about some interesting stuff. I'm gonna try to find good clips. I'm gonna try to find something to make into an actual YouTube video instead of just talking randomly for like 5 hours, and to an octopus, an imaginary octopus. Which is not imaginary. She's just like, I don't know if she has consciousness or not. Anyway, see you guys. Make sure to stop judging people based on their appearance and their genitals. Maybe you should just like what you like, and if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. How about that? Okay, bye. Make sure to like and subscribe if you like this content, and make sure to share on Twitter and retweet my tweets. Thank you so much. Bye.